Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 11 of What If I Was Reborn into Percy Jackson as the son of Hades and became the Underworld Prince. Let the tale begin. Chapter 301, Ready. Marcus floated high in the air, his figure encircled by swirling orbs of pure darkness. But this wasn't any ordinary darkness, it radiated death itself, an oppressive energy so thick it made the air feel heavier, colder, more still. Each orb pulsed with a malevolent glow, shadows twisting within them. With a sharp motion, Marcus raised his arm and pointed his palm toward Lucian. In an instant, the deadly spheres blasted forward, propelled by a surge of malevolent energy. Lucian's eyes narrowed only slightly as he observed the approaching attack. With fluid agility, he tilted his head, narrowly dodging the sphere. But it didn't stop there. The orb twisted unnaturally in midair, curving back around, followed swiftly by the rest, as if they possessed minds of their own. Lucian leapt, somersaulting through the air, weaving in and out between the chasing orbs with acrobatic finesse. Each movement was graceful yet purposeful, avoiding death by the narrowest of margins. The spheres trailed behind him relentlessly, refusing to give him a moment of rest. Above, Marcus hovered with narrowed eyes, his expression taut with concentration. His mind was focused solely on his task, controlling and guiding the orbs with deadly precision, using them as extensions of his will. Lucian, knowing he couldn't keep dodging forever, quickly cloaked his hands in protective magic. He struck the orbs as they neared, smashing some into each other. However, the corrosive nature of the dark energy overwhelmed his protection, causing the spell to fizzle. Lucian was forced to pour even more magic into his hands to reforge the protection. The orbs collided with explosive results, releasing pulses of destructive energy. The area briefly went black with the detonation, and when the dust settled, a wide crater had formed below, lifeless, gray, and devoid of even a single particle of vitality. It was as if the orbs devoured life itself. Suddenly, without warning, Lucian reappeared directly behind Marcus, cloaked in a swirling aura of shadow magic. But Marcus didn't flinch. With perfect reflexes, he lashed out with a powerful backward kick. Lucian caught the blow by crossing his arms, yet the impact sent a wave of pain across his body. He hissed as he felt his skin flake and burn from contact, the deathly aura of Marcus's energy eating away at his defenses. Still, he pushed back and landed, eyes flashing with amusement rather than fear. A grin curled across Lucian's face as he noticed something. Tattoos etched around Marcus's shoulders were beginning to smolder and burn. The tattoos resembled two crescents with handles, a point in the middle of each open crescent. As they burned away, the weapons emerged into reality, spinning into Marcus's hands, alive with power. Without pause, Marcus flapped his wings, massive and dark, and launched himself forward, the twin sickles dancing like bladed extensions of his fury. Lucian summoned his own weapon, a long, elegantly curved scythe wreathed in shadow, and dark, leathery wings sprouted from his back, mirroring Marcus's ominous look. The two soared into the sky, weapons clashing in midair, each blow releasing sparks and shockwaves that echoed across the battlefield. Their duel was a dance of death and mastery. "Remember this," Lucian called out between parries, still determined to teach even in the heat of battle. "Your entire body is a weapon, Marcus. Your wings aren't just for show. Stop flying around like you're just trying to look cool, use them. Strike with them, defend with them. Make them part of your arsenal." Marcus snarled, his grip tightening on the sickles as he blocked another strike. "You freaking psychopath," he shouted, his voice trembling with frustration. "The last time I took your advice and used my wings in a fight, you sliced them off my own back." Lucian laughed and cheekily stuck his tongue out mid-spin, flipping through the air as he redirected his scythe in a dazzling arc aimed for Marcus's vital points. Marcus, gritting his teeth, desperately deflected the strikes with his blades, his form slightly shaky from the memory. "Well duh," Lucian quipped, never missing a beat. "I was also going to teach you how to protect them during combat. Your wings are your biggest vulnerability. Anyone with half a brain would go for them to cripple you. But stop crying about it. I healed them back, didn't I?" Marcus growled, crossing his sickles and blocking another powerful blow. The force of the hit sent him skidding backward through the air, wings flapping hard to regain balance. "I still have nightmares about that incident," he barked. "Every morning I check to make sure they're still attached." Lucian just grinned, foreseeing the exact moment the tables would turn. He didn't interfere, just let the scene unfold as he had seen. Marcus suddenly flapped his wings hard, launching himself backward to gain distance. His sickle shimmered and dissolved into dark mist, retreating back into the tattoos on his shoulders. He raised his palm and formed a finger gun, squinting one eye for accuracy. A faint black glow sparked at the tip of his finger. In an instant, he unleashed a barrage, bullets of pure death energy fired in rapid succession, streaking toward Lucian. Lucian's eyes narrowed. Calmly, he shifted his scythe back into its dormant form, a black ring. His shadow erupted outward, spreading in a wide circle around him like an ink blot swallowing light. He raised two fingers, and from the pool of shadows rose several orbs, twisted, rotting spheres of darkness, tainted with the essence of decay. They floated into position just in time, colliding with Marcus's bullets and detonating instantly. Each interception triggered a shockwave of sickly green and black energy, blinding flashes lighting up the sky. An eruption of darkness exploded outward, blanketing the area in a thick, suffocating shroud of black smoke. The shadows were so dense they seemed to swallow light itself, rendering everything around them imperceptible. Without warning, Marcus burst through the gloom, his body a streak of motion. His fist was cocked back, crackling faintly with residual energy as he drove it forward. Lucian reacted instantly, raising a steady palm to catch the blow with a resounding thwack. Marcus didn't pause, he followed up with a swift kick, but Lucian's other hand shot out and blocked it with equal precision. The two of them fell into a natural rhythm, as if choreographing a deadly dance they had long since memorized. Martial arts took center stage. Each of them used their forearms and wrists to deflect, redirect, and counter every attack that came their way. There were no wasted movements, only sharp, efficient gestures honed by countless hours of practice and shared battles. Their arms spun and twisted, reacting to each other's pressure, manipulating the flow of momentum. Sweat glistened on their brows, but neither showed signs of slowing down. Lucian's fist swung upward in a vicious arc, but Marcus intercepted it with one of his dark, feathered wings. A second blow came from the opposite direction. Marcus mirrored his defense, using his other wing to shield himself. In that moment, Lucian was completely open. Marcus took the opportunity. With a fluid motion, he brought both palms to his side, energy swirling between them, and then thrust them forward. His strike landed squarely against Lucian's chest, a burst of concussive force erupting outward. The impact didn't harm Lucian physically, but it launched his astral form from his body, sending his soul-like essence spiraling out. Lucian gasped as he snapped back into himself with a sharp inhale, stabilizing midair. Both combatants drifted a few steps apart, breathing heavy, energy flickering faintly around their forms. Lucian regarded Marcus with a gleam of pride in his eyes. His usual smugness was tempered by genuine admiration. "Well damn," he said with a half-smile, "you've really come a long way." Marcus, meanwhile, looked down at his hands with a complicated expression, half thoughtful, half disappointed. He clenched his fists slowly. "Mind sharing what's on your mind?" Lucian asked, cocking his head slightly, intrigued by Marcus's silence. "I don't know, it's weird," Marcus replied after a moment. He flexed his fingers, then balled them into fists again. "I guess I should be happy. I mean, I technically won our spar. But deep down, I know you let me win." He glanced at Lucian with a mixture of suspicion and clarity. "You wouldn't have gone easy on me without a reason. You're not exactly the type to hand out pity victories. This was your way of telling me I've improved, right?" Lucian remained silent, but his smile widened knowingly. Marcus continued, voice tightening with frustration. "And I have improved, a lot. But instead of feeling satisfied, I feel hollow. Dissatisfied. Like there's still something missing." Lucian finally spoke, his tone firm but warm. Good. You're allowed to be proud of your progress, Marcus, but never satisfied. Satisfaction is the poison that kills growth. Always aim to be better than who you were, not yesterday, but 5 minutes ago. Hell, 5 seconds ago. That's how you keep moving forward. Marcus slowly nodded and then bowed, placing his hands together in a formal martial salute. Thank you, teacher, he said sincerely, having long since accepted Lucian not only as a fighter, but as his master in both martial arts and magic. Lucian scratched his cheek, clearly a bit embarrassed. He chuckled awkwardly. Sure, just don't go calling me sensei or anything weird like that. Marcus smirked at his awkwardness, then turned his gaze back down to his hands. He took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. There's something else I've been thinking about. Oh yeah? Lucian's curiosity was piqued. Marcus nodded, his voice steadier now. I think it's time I met my father. Lucian's expression shifted slightly, the playful energy fading into something more serious. I've held off for so long, Marcus continued, clenching his fist again. I wanted to be stronger. I didn't want to stand before him as someone that was too weak to face him. I wanted to look him in the eyes and not flinch. I think I'm ready. Lucian raised an eyebrow, smirking. So, you think you're ready, huh? Marcus gave a low laugh, somewhere between a scoff and a genuine chuckle. All right, fine. I know I'm ready. I've finally reached a level I can be proud of. He looked Lucian straight in the eye. So please, take me to meet him. Lucian's grin returned, broader now, filled with excitement. As you wish. How do you want this trip to go? Just us? Or should I bring along a few others? Just us, Marcus said without hesitation. This is something I need to do with you, and no one else. Lucian nodded solemnly, but there was a flicker of joy dancing behind his eyes. Alrighty then. Just between you and me, I've been waiting for this day since the moment I met you. Marcus rolled his eyes, lips twitching in reluctant amusement. Glad to know my life is a source of entertainment for you. Lucian simply chuckled, rubbing his hands together with anticipation. Oh, you have no idea. Chapter 302, Underworld Meeting. What? Marcus asked, arching a brow as he noticed Lucian standing still, one hand resting thoughtfully on his chin, his expression unusually contemplative. Lucian let out a thoughtful hum. I'm trying to decide how to make a dramatic and stylish entrance as we descend into the underworld, he replied with complete seriousness, as though it were a matter of life and death. Marcus blinked, staring at him in disbelief. Does that really matter right now? Can we just go already? He asked, clearly exasperated. Lucian shrugged, still deep in thought. Fine, fine. But don't blame me later if our descent lacks flair. You didn't give me time to plan it out properly. Then, without any further warning, he stomped a foot against the ground with deliberate force. Wait, what? Marcus shouted, eyes wide as he felt the earth beneath them tremble. A low rumble echoed through the area as the ground split open at their feet. A massive hole formed instantly, the edges crumbling away as gravity yanked them downward. Ai! Marcus screamed as they plunged into the gaping pit, sliding rapidly down a winding, twisting tunnel of smooth rock. Whee! Lucian cheered gleefully beside him, his arms raised like a kid on a playground slide. The hole above them sealed shut just as they vanished into the darkness, cutting off any visible light. The tunnel twisted deeper and deeper underground, the walls around them glowing faintly before fading to black. Marcus kept his wings tucked tightly against his back, struggling to keep himself steady as the speed increased. What the hell is wrong with you? Marcus yelled, voice echoing through the tunnel as it grew darker and colder the further they went. Layers of the earth passed them by like the layers of a cake. The natural world gave way to something unnatural. Suddenly, the slide ended. A wide opening appeared below them, and the two shot out of the tunnel, free-falling through the cavernous sky of the underworld. The air was dry, heavy, and eerily still. Towering black rock formations surrounded them, jutting from the ground like claws, and the dim gray lifeless glow of the underworld sky cast everything in an ominous hue. Ah! Marcus flailed midair, flapping his arms instinctively as the ground below loomed larger and closer. We're gonna die! He glanced around frantically, and there was Lucian, calmly falling upside down beside him, arms and legs crossed, wearing the most unimpressed expression possible. Hey dumbass, Lucian deadpanned. Are those wings just for decoration? Eh? Oh! Marcus muttered, cheeks flushing with embarrassment as realization dawned. His wings burst open with a loud thwomp, catching the air and slowing his descent. Lucian then casually spread his limbs, body straightening mid-fall. Without needing to say a word, Marcus sighed, recognizing the silent request for help. He muttered something under his breath, flying over and catching Lucian midair. He glided down with Lucian in tow, flapping steadily until they landed. Marcus set Lucian on his feet before touching down behind him, folding his wings with a huff. Lazy bum, he grumbled, knowing Lucian could have easily managed without him. Lucian simply brushed dust off his sleeves and grinned, completely ignoring him. As the prince of the underworld, I officially welcome you to your home. Marcus looked around, his gaze drawn to the hauntingly beautiful landscape. They stood at the edge of a towering cliff, the perfect vantage point to witness the vastness of the underworld. Jagged mountains loomed on the horizon, their peaks scraping the lifeless sky. In the distance, a line of glowing silver spirits marched slowly, stretching far across the land like a river of ghosts. Beyond them, almost hidden in shadow, stood the barely visible silhouette of a massive, black stone castle, the domain of Hades himself. For a long moment, Marcus said nothing. The magnitude of what he was seeing silenced him completely. "All right," he said finally, turning toward Lucian. "How do I meet my father? Where is he?" Lucian crossed his arms and nodded toward the dark castle. "That's a bit complicated. To reach him, we need to head to my father's palace. He can summon your father instantly if he chooses. You should know, your dad isn't here all the time. Even though this is the underworld, he spends most of his time in the mortal realm, gathering souls and guiding them here. My father just oversees everything." Marcus nodded slowly. "Then let's head to your father's castle." Lucian tilted his head. "We can do that quickly. Or, we could take our time. Explore a bit. This is your first time here after all, and even if you've got some complicated feelings about your father, this realm is your home too, at least in part." Marcus looked down over the ledge again, watching the spirits drift through the misty terrain, his thoughts distant. A small smile curved at the corner of his lips. "Let's take our time," he said softly. "I want to look around, and think about what I want to say to him when the time comes." Lucian nodded with a grin. "Fair enough." Then, without another word, he leapt off the cliff, plummeting down toward the ground below. "Wait, Lucian!" Marcus shouted, then sighed and shook his head. He jumped after him, spreading his wings wide to slow his descent. Below, Lucian landed in a dramatic crouch, one fist to the ground as cracks spidered out beneath him like a landing straight out of a comic book. Marcus landed behind him with a more graceful touch, wings folding in. "Show off." Lucian smirked. "You should try it sometime." "All right then, let's get moving," Lucian said as he stood up and dusted off his hands. Without waiting, he began walking forward. Marcus followed close behind. As they walked through the dimly lit terrain, Lucian casually started to explain their path. "In order to reach our father's castle, we'll need to pass through the fields of Asphodel. It's basically the neutral zone of the underworld, where neither the wicked nor the virtuous reside. Just, the average souls, drifting forever in mediocrity." Marcus glanced around warily. "Are we going to run into any danger?" "Yup," Lucian replied far too cheerfully as he summoned his scythe into his hand. He inspected the weapon with mild contemplation before it shimmered and morphed into a sleek black katana, which he rested across his shoulder. Marcus raised a brow. Lucian gestured vaguely in his direction. "You reek of death." Marcus blinked. What? He immediately began sniffing himself in a panic, checking under his arms and down his shirt. I don't smell anything. Lucian rolled his eyes. Not literally. It's a scent only supernatural beings and monsters can detect. It's not a hygiene problem, it's a spiritual one. Marcus let out a sigh of relief. Right. You explained this before, didn't you? It's the reason monsters don't usually chase me like they would a typical demigod or demi-spirit in my case. Lucian nodded. Exactly. Something that smells as much like death as you do isn't what most regular monsters would find appetizing. To them, you're more like expired meat or an early step into the grave. But in the underworld, it's a whole different story. Here, undead creatures, like zombies, ghouls, and spirits, don't see the smell of death as a warning. To them, it's like the scent of a 5-course gourmet meal. Marcus narrowed his eyes and summoned his sickles with a flick of his wrists. Great! So, what exactly are we expecting to face? Lucian gave a lazy shrug. The usual. Zombies, ghouls, vampires, skeletons, the classics. They'll all have overly dramatic Greek names though, like how a zombie's technically called a Vrykolakas. Makes them sound fancier than they actually are. Marcus sighed. You're the prince of this realm, right? Can't you just order them to leave us alone? Lucian nodded. Technically, yes. I could take command of them with a word if I wanted. Marcus visibly relaxed. Thank the gods. Lucian smirked. But I don't wanna. You what? Marcus recoiled. Come on, Lucian grinned. What's the fun in that? This is a perfect chance for you to build combat experience. Marcus groaned. What you call fun and what I call fun are two very different things. Lucian laughed and gave him a solid pat on the back. Loosen up. A low, guttural growl interrupted him. Both boys froze. Uruk! From up ahead, a figure came galloping toward them, moving on all fours. Its skin was a putrid mix of rotting green and pale blue, patches of flesh missing, and its mouth hung open, drooling foul-smelling saliva as it snarled. Is that thing galloping? Why is it so fast? Aren't zombies supposed to be slow? Marcus asked in disbelief. That's just movie propaganda, Lucian said, unfazed. Real zombies here aren't slow or stupid. Their brains are dead, yeah, but that's the point. No brain, no limiters. The human body has natural restraints to prevent self-damage. Zombies don't have that, so they push their bodies way beyond normal limits. And, oh yeah, don't let them bite or scratch you. They're very infectious. Marcus didn't waste any more time. He darted forward just as the zombie lunged at him with an inhuman growl. The creature swung a mangled arm, but Marcus dodged swiftly and countered, slicing through its limb with a clean cut. The arm flopped to the ground, but the zombie barely noticed. It continued its attack, snarling and slashing at Marcus' face with ragged claws. Marcus ducked again and sliced through both its legs with a swift motion, bringing it down to the ground. He took a moment to catch his breath, thinking the fight was over, but the zombie suddenly pushed itself up using only its remaining arm and launched itself at him, clinging to his chest with shocking strength. Ah! Marcus shouted in alarm. Reacting instinctively, he unleashed a burst of necrotic energy from his core, sending the zombie flying like a ragdoll. It crashed into the ground, but before it could rise again, Marcus dropped one of his sickles and extended a glowing hand. The zombie lifted into the air, suspended in a swirl of pale, deathly energy. Marcus narrowed his eyes and clenched his fist. The creature began to pale further, its remaining color and energy being drained away. Its limbs stiffened, body cracking like dried wood. The magic siphoned the last of its animating force. The zombie crumbled into a gray husk, which disintegrated into fine ash and scattered with the wind. Lucian whistled. Damn. That was pathetic. Marcus looked away, clearly embarrassed. I wasn't expecting it to jump at me like that. Lucian chuckled and gave his shoulder a reassuring squeeze. It's all right. What you need most right now is real combat experience. This little trip is going to give you exactly that. Marcus nodded, still visibly disappointed in himself. He bent down and retrieved his sickle, holding it a little tighter this time. Let's keep moving, Lucian said with a grin, his katana resting casually over his shoulder. The welcoming party's only just getting started. Chapter 303, Underworld Meeting 2. Marcus was slammed into the coarse gray sand with a loud grunt, the wind knocked from his lungs. Towering above him was a grotesque creature, a twisted fusion of ghoul and vampire, its skin a pale ashen gray, eyes pitch-black voids that seemed to consume all light. Sharp, jagged fangs jutted out of its snarling mouth as it screeched in his face, foul-smelling saliva flying with every howl and splattering against Marcus' cheeks. With a growl of effort, Marcus bent his knees and drove both feet into the creature's torso, launching it backward with a thunderous kick that sent it tumbling through the dust. He didn't waste a second. With a single beat of his powerful wings, he was back on his feet and soaring forward, his twin sickles gleaming with menace. The air sang with steel as Marcus expertly spun and slashed, his blades moving like extensions of his body. The monster screamed in agony as he carved through its flesh, the sickles reducing it to shredded ribbons. With a final flourish, Marcus brought both crescent blades down across its face, the sharp edges cutting deep. A spray of dark blood burst forth, coating his skin with sticky warmth. The creature let out one last, pitiful groan before collapsing onto the sand, where its body began to disintegrate. Ash and dust swirled into the breeze as the remains faded from existence. Marcus wiped his face in mild disgust, muttering, "Yuck," as he flicked away the remnants of its bodily fluids. He turned his head to check on Lucian and saw him standing tall amidst the chaos, holding his sword vertically in front of him with both hands. An entire horde of undead surged toward him. Calm and composed, Lucian exhaled slowly and closed his eyes. In the next moment, his entire body dissolved into writhing shadows. In this incorporeal state, Lucian drifted silently through the horde like a whisper in the dark. The sword he wielded vanished into the shadowy veil, completely obscured. The undead didn't even react, he was as intangible as the night itself. Once he reached the end of the group, Lucian rematerialized with a snap. He flicked his sword in an arc, sending droplets of blood flying through the air to splatter onto the sand. Behind him, the undead that he had passed through shuddered violently before their bodies burst apart. Severed limbs and gory fragments flew in every direction before crumbling into dust, carried away by the asphodel wind. Lucian exhaled and grinned with smug satisfaction. "I'm so freaking cool," he said under his breath. Marcus rolled his eyes at the comment and took to the air once more. With a spin mid-flight, he flipped and came crashing down in the midst of 6 approaching undead. The moment he landed, his aura flared to life. It rolled off his skin like a storm, swirling with dark energy before forming into massive tendrils that lashed out in every direction. The tendrils impaled the undead with brutal precision, piercing their chests and wrapping tightly around them. With a pulse of dark power, the tendrils began to drain them, siphoning their life force with a sickening hiss. The creatures twitched, groaned, and slowly crumbled into lifeless husks that disintegrated into ash. Lucian approached with his sword resting lazily on his shoulders. "You have to remember to conserve your energy in a fight," he said calmly, offering a word of advice. "Charging in and going all out every time will leave you drained. Eventually, you'll burn yourself out, and that's when you're vulnerable." "I know," Marcus replied confidently, still panting slightly. "That's why I use them to recharge myself. I'm absorbing their life force to refuel my power." He raised his hands, allowing his swirling aura to visibly rise and dance along his fingers. Lucian nodded approvingly. "Good. Smart thinking. You're starting to use your head." As the two continued their march through the fields of asphodel, now nearly halfway through, the gray haze of drifting souls surrounded them. Lucian glanced over at Marcus with a thoughtful expression. "Have you ever considered adding a fear factor to your powers?" Marcus blinked, confused. "A fear factor?" "Yeah," Lucian clarified, lifting a hand and summoning a portion of his shadow to rise into the air. Something that makes your powers look terrifying. You know, intimidation. Something that puts fear into your enemies before you even strike. The shadow in his palm began to shift and morph. It grew a gaping maw filled with rows of jagged, razor-sharp teeth and slitted, glowing eyes that glared with eerie sentience. The creature snapped its jaws repeatedly, its form unnerving even to Marcus. For example, when you're draining someone's life, Lucian continued, you could make your tendrils take on a monstrous form. Give them mouths. Make them look like they're gnawing the soul out of your victims. It'll terrify anyone who sees it. Marcus chuckled, flexing his fingers. I think the fact that I can manipulate death itself will scare most people enough. Lucian let out a laugh as the two of them passed wandering spirits in black cloaks, their empty eyes staring blankly into space. Ha ha. Yeah, you've got a point there. Marcus looked down at his hands, a contemplative smile spreading across his face. Still, I'll think about it. Like you taught me, experimenting with my powers helps me understand them better. Without missing a beat, Marcus hurled his sickle into a group of nearby undead. The weapon spun violently in the air, a vortex of death, and sliced clean through several necks in a single arc. Heads rolled, bodies crumpled, and his sickle returned to his hand. As the two of them exited the fields of asphodel, the air grew colder, heavier, and far more oppressive. Ahead, standing in formation like eerie statues, skeletal guards loomed with their rusted armor and hollow gazes. They remained perfectly still, weapons clutched in bony hands, their sole duty being to ensure no restless soul escaped the realm of the dead. Positioned exactly at the midpoint between the end of the fields and the towering gates of Hades' castle, they stood as an immovable line of defense, should the god of the underworld ever call upon them. Lucian's eyes narrowed immediately, and his entire demeanor shifted as a visible grimace formed across his face. His scowl deepened with every step they took closer to the bone-clad sentinels. "What's with you?" Marcus asked, blinking in surprise as he turned his sickles back into the glowing tattoos etched across his shoulders. "You look like you just stepped on something foul." "I don't do well with skeletons," Lucian muttered under his breath. "Creepy little fuckers." Marcus stared at him, stunned. "Wait, are you being serious right now?" "You?" Lucian grumbled something incoherent and waved a dismissive hand before walking ahead. "Let's just keep moving. I've got someone I need to introduce you to." "Really? Who? Oh my god." Marcus stopped mid-sentence, his voice hitching in his throat as his gaze traveled into the distance. What he had initially mistaken for a massive, furry hill began to stir. Not one, but three massive heads rose, groggy and yawning with jaws large enough to snap a giant in half. The hill wasn't terrain at all, it was Cerberus, the three-headed hound of the underworld, who had apparently been taking a peaceful nap nearby. As he caught wind of a familiar scent, all three heads perked up at once. Marcus felt every instinct scream as the monstrous dog rose and bounded forward. The ground shook with every thunderous step, sending tremors through the dark soil and rattling Marcus's bones. "Oh, nope, nope, nope," Marcus stepped back instinctively, heart pounding like a war drum. Then, without warning, Lucian sprinted forward and leapt into the air. With a roar and impossible strength, he tackled Cerberus with enough force to send the enormous dog rolling. A deep quake spread through the ground as Lucian landed on top of the beast. From the surrounding shadows, several identical copies of Lucian burst forth, shadow clones, each one diving into Cerberus with playful ferocity. They ruffled the beast's thick fur, scratched behind each head's ears, and baby-talked the terrifying guardian like it was a beloved puppy. "There's my big boy!" Lucian cooed in a tone that was utterly incompatible with the fearsome monster beneath him. "How've you been, you beautiful furry menace, huh? You missed me?" Marcus could only stand there in silent disbelief, blinking several times. What the actual F? Cerberus shook its entire body, scattering some of Lucian's clones, and gave a gleeful bark that echoed like thunder through the underworld. One of its tongues lolled out and drenched Lucian in a wet, slobbery lick, causing him to grimace and chuckle at the same time. Then Cerberus turned its attention to Marcus. All three heads locked onto him at once. The ground vibrated again as Cerberus padded forward slowly, its head sniffing at the air with growing interest. Marcus stood frozen, every part of him screaming run, but his legs refused to move. Cerberus lowered its heads, gave a deep inhale, and let out a bark of recognition. Lucian crossed his arms and grinned smugly. Smells familiar, doesn't he? Marcus didn't have time to process the question before Cerberus licked him, all of him, with one massive swipe that left him soaked in thick dog drool. Ugh! That is disgusting, Marcus groaned in revulsion, immediately summoning his aura of death to sizzle the saliva off his body like acid eating through grime. Cerberus likes your father, Lucian said matter-of-factly, patting the creature's hind leg affectionately. So, you're good in his book. Marcus muttered something under his breath, still wiping himself down with his powers. Everyone just loves my father, don't they? Yup, Lucian said with a cheer that was clearly meant to annoy him. It worked. Let's just get this over with, Marcus grumbled, walking past Lucian, though not without shooting Cerberus a very cautious, lingering glance. Lucian stayed behind for a moment longer, letting out a small sigh as he raised his hand. Three massive shadowy hands rose from the earth and lovingly scratched Cerberus beneath his chins. I'll be right back, bud. We've got some official business to take care of. He turned and jogged after Marcus. Hey! Wait up! Marcus was now standing before the massive black doors of Hades' castle. The towering obsidian gates loomed over him, emanating a sense of finality that made even his skin crawl. Despite all his bravado earlier, his face showed the slightest trace of nerves. Lucian walked up beside him and gave him a hearty slap on the back. Relax. You'll be fine. My father's probably already aware we're here. He's not really the type to be surprised. He placed both hands on the doors and began to push. Come on, don't second-guess yourself now. You've come all this way, made it this far. It's a little late to start thinking about turning back, don't you think? Marcus stared into the long, dark corridor beyond the doors. Cold air rushed out from the darkness, whispering secrets only the dead should know. He took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and stepped forward. The heavy metal doors groaned and closed behind them with a deep, echoing clang, sealing off the light and sealing Marcus's decision. There was no turning back now. Chapter 304, Underworld Meeting 3. Marcus glanced nervously around the towering, ominous structure that loomed around him. The castle walls were carved from dark stone that seemed to drink in what little light there was, while eerie, green ghostly flames flickered atop ancient torches lining the corridor. The air was cold, unnaturally so, and the entire atmosphere was oppressive, heavy with a silent tension that made Marcus's skin crawl. Every step echoed through the vast hall, the sound of their boots against the floor the only noise in the otherwise deathly silent fortress. A shiver crawled down Marcus's spine, and despite himself, he summoned his twin sickles into his hands with a quiet shimmer of magical steel. He gripped them tightly, his knuckles turning white, holding them in a defensive stance as he kept his eyes scanning every dark corner. Ahead of him, Lucian came to a halt and turned slightly, one eyebrow raised in mild surprise. "What are you doing?" he asked, his tone a mixture of amusement and curiosity. Marcus hesitated, lowering his gaze slightly as if ashamed. "I feel safer with my weapon in hand," he admitted, his voice quiet. Lucian exhaled slowly through his nose, a faint sigh escaping his lips. "As much as I understand that instinct," he said, "what you're doing could easily be seen as disrespectful. You're walking through a god's castle with your weapons drawn. Think about what kind of message that sends." Marcus froze mid-step, his eyes widening in alarm. Realization crashed down on him. He quickly dismissed the sickles with a flick of his wrists, the weapons vanishing into thin air. "Sorry. I didn't mean to." Lucian raised a hand to stop him, his voice calm and understanding. "It's fine. Really. I get it. But just be careful, all right? My father's pretty laid back, but the other gods? Not so much." Marcus nodded quickly, swallowing down his nerves as they resumed walking. The tension in his shoulders remained, but he did his best to appear composed. As they continued down the long, shadow-filled corridor, Lucian glanced over his shoulder, a mischievous glint in his eyes. He casually extended his hand toward Marcus and smirked. "Want me to hold your hand?" Marcus flushed, clicking his tongue in annoyance and swatting the hand away. "Shut up," he muttered, glaring at Lucian with no real malice. Lucian chuckled, the sound echoing lightly through the corridor. They walked a few more steps before he felt something tug at the edge of his shirt. He glanced down and noticed Marcus subtly pinching the fabric, holding on like a child afraid of getting lost. Lucian's eyes softened slightly. He didn't say anything, didn't tease him. Instead, he smiled to himself and kept walking. "I keep forgetting he's still just a kid sometimes." They reached the massive double doors of the throne room, towering, ornate things carved with scenes of battle, judgment, and the underworld. Without warning, Lucian suddenly threw his arms wide and bellowed, "Father! Your son demands an audience." Marcus practically jumped out of his skin, heart leaping into his throat. A loud voice thundered back from within. Lucian stopped yelling every time you're by the door. "I told you this a million times already." As the heavy doors creaked open, Lucian stepped through, Marcus trailing close behind, now releasing his grip on Lucian's shirt and glancing around awkwardly. "But how else am I supposed to announce my majestic arrival and make sure you're paying attention?" Lucian replied smoothly, strolling into the grand chamber like he owned the place. A grumble echoed from the throne as Hades, lord of the underworld, glared at his son. "You damn well know I'm always aware of where you are the moment you step into my domain, you annoying little gremlin." Marcus kept his head low as they approached the base of the grand stairs leading to the thrones. Lucian, ever the showman, offered a respectful bow toward everyone present, Hades, Persephone, and, of course, Medea his mother. Then, as his eyes landed on Persephone, his entire demeanor shifted into flirtatious charm. "Stepmother," he said, voice honeyed and expression radiant, "though you are the goddess of spring, your beauty burns brighter than even the height of summer." Persephone's cheeks flushed slightly as she giggled, placing a hand on her face. "Oh, Lucian, you little sweet-talker," she said fondly. Before the moment could last, Hades silently crossed one leg over the other, slipped off a sandal, and hurled it with uncanny precision. The footwear smacked Lucian square in the forehead with a loud whap. "Ow, what the hell?" Lucian cried out, staggering backward and clutching his forehead as he crumpled dramatically to the floor. It felt as if the sandal had split his head wide open. Hades stood, pointing a finger at his son like an accusing specter. "I told you 100 times, stop flirting with my wife. I know you're only doing it to piss me off." Then his glare shifted to Persephone. "And you! Stop encouraging him. You spoil him too much, and now look at the monster you created." Persephone giggled again, covering her mouth daintily. "But he's just so entertaining. You never know what he's going to say next." Lucian sat up, still rubbing his forehead with teary eyes. "This is child abuse. I'm pretty sure I have a bump now thanks to you." He pulled his hand away with a wince, and sure enough, a red bump was beginning to swell on his forehead, glaringly visible against his pale skin. Hades just rolled his eyes. "You'll live." Hades cleared his throat, regaining the regal and commanding presence befitting the lord of the underworld. He turned his gaze toward Marcus, his expression softening slightly. "Marcus," he said warmly, "how have you been?" Marcus gave a respectful bow to everyone present, Hades, Persephone, and the attendants, before responding, "I've been well, Lord Hades." "And you?" "I was doing perfectly fine," Hades muttered with a dramatic sigh, casting a sidelong glance at Lucian, "until that walking headache beside you decided to disrupt my peace." As if to emphasize Hades's point, Lucian, standing in front of Medea, who was doting over him, looked up and stuck out his tongue at his father. Medea gently kissed the bump on his forehead, clearly enabling him as Lucian played up the dramatics. Hades ignored the childish display with expert precision, choosing instead to focus on Marcus. His tone became formal yet kind, the weight of his words measured and deliberate. "As lord of this realm, I extend to you an official welcome, Marcus. The gates of the underworld will forever be open to you. As Lucian no doubt told you when you first arrived, this is your home. And I hope, with time, you'll come to see it as such. Marcus smiled softly, touched by the gesture. He bowed once more, his tone grateful. Thank you, Lord Hades. You honor me. Though I'll admit it might take some getting used to, it's comforting to know I'm truly welcome here. Persephone stepped forward with a motherly warmth in her voice. If you ever find yourself in need of anything during your stay, please don't hesitate to ask, dear. Marcus nodded politely. Thank you, Lady Persephone. That means a lot. But then, the warmth in his expression faded, replaced by a more serious, resolute look. He stood tall, shoulders squared. However, he continued, I came here today with a purpose. I wish to speak with my father. Not metaphorically, not in dreams or fragments, I want to meet him, face to face, today. The atmosphere shifted instantly. Hades and Persephone shared a glance, an exchange that carried a look of silent understanding. They had anticipated this day, had spoken about it in hushed tones, wondering when Marcus would demand an audience with his father. But even by their timeless standards, it had arrived sooner than expected. Hades slowly nodded. Very well. I'll contact him. Reaching into the folds of his dark, shadowy toga, Hades rummaged for a moment before pulling out, of all things, a modern black smartphone. He tapped the screen a few times, the faint glow of the device oddly out of place against the gothic gloom of the underworld. Lucian and Marcus both blinked in disbelief, their expressions frozen in silent astonishment. What? Hades asked flatly, noticing their stares. Lucian was the first to speak. Don't act like casually whipping out a smartphone from your toga is the most normal thing in the world. Marcus nodded in agreement, unable to hide his disbelief. Rolling his eyes, Hades gestured dismissively. I'll have you know his father carries around a tablet. He uses it to manage the souls he's meant to collect. This is how I contact him. I don't just scream into a pit of fire like a savage. With swift fingers, Hades finished his message and tucked the phone back into his robes. He'll be here shortly. Lucian stood there, utterly deadpan. You have no idea how weird that was. That felt viscerally wrong. Please don't ever do that again. Before Hades could retort, there was a sudden knock on the grand chamber doors, followed by a smooth, echoing voice, majestic, deep, and otherworldly. Lord Hades, you summoned me? Marcus froze, every muscle in his body tensing. That voice, it pierced through his chest and gripped his heart. He stared at the door, unmoving, barely breathing. Yes, Hades said calmly, turning his gaze toward Marcus. Come in, Thanatos. There's someone here who wishes to meet you. The doors creaked open, and through them stepped a tall, imposing figure. Thanatos, death incarnate. His presence was ethereal, his robes trailing like mist behind him, his eyes glowing softly. Large black wings arched behind him, and each of his steps was silent, graceful, yet filled with undeniable weight. And just who, Thanatos said with a quiet chuckle, would go out of their way to seek death? He bowed to Hades and Persephone respectfully before turning his attention to the younger figures in the room. His eyes landed on Marcus. Time stood still. For the briefest of moments, they simply stared at one another. Then, whoosh, both Marcus's and Thanatos' wings flared open, their matching feathers stretching wide, shadows dancing across the floor. Thanatos' expression darkened. His voice, once smooth, dropped into something far deeper and colder. Marcus, he said, his tone laced with warning, you shouldn't be here. Why are you here? Marcus clenched his fists, his teeth grinding together as rage swelled in his chest. His aura surged upward, rising like a storm around him as he stepped forward. That's really the first thing you say to me? Marcus shouted, his voice rising with every word. No greeting? No hello? No, who are you? Just why are you here? Seriously? Thanatos' eyes narrowed, but before he could speak, Marcus leapt into the air, his wings beating furiously. "Fine! You want to know why I'm here?" Marcus roared, drawing back his fist. "I'll show you." With a yell, he launched forward and punched Thanatos square across the jaw. The force of the blow made the god of death stumble back, eyes wide in disbelief as he held his cheek. Marcus hovered in the air, his wings spread wide, his body glowing with power and emotion. "I hope you enjoyed my introduction." "Father," he spat, venom dripping from the word. On the sidelines, Lucian grinning like a madman, clearly happy to have witnessed the spectacle. A shadowed tendril floated beside him, holding his phone in place as it recorded the scene. He bit his lower lip, trying not to scream in celebration, and repeatedly fist-pumped the air, mouthing yes. 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 Smack. A hand struck the back of Lucian's head. Medea, standing behind him with a piercing glare, had clearly had enough. Lucian rubbed the sore spot and looked at her with confused eyes, only to see her sharp gaze warning him to behave. He gave her a sheepish grin, his hands raised in surrender, the phone tendril slowly retracting. Chapter 305, Marcus and Thanatos. "You actually struck me," Thanatos said, stunned. He held his cheek with a trembling hand, staring at Marcus with wide, disbelieving eyes. The sting of the blow was still fresh, but the shock in his voice was louder than any pain. "You're damn right I did," Marcus snapped, landing firmly on the ground, his boots hitting the tile with finality. "And it felt fantastic." He glared up at the ancient god, his father, and scoffed with disdain. "Don't act so surprised. Don't you dare act like you didn't deserve it." Thanatos' expression slowly shifted. His hand lowered, and his gaze locked onto Marcus with something deeper, more searching. "I see. So you resent me." "You're damn right I do." Marcus roared, his voice sharp, trembling with long-suppressed rage. "You're a pathetic excuse for a god. My mom has been alone since the day I was born. Alone. Struggling to raise me, to survive, to keep us afloat, and where were you? You didn't even have the decency to show your face. Not once. So yeah, why the hell wouldn't I resent you?" "Marcus, I think you're misunderstanding," Thanatos began, but Marcus cut him off, his voice rising with every word. "What the hell is there to misunderstand? You abandoned me. You abandoned her. Do you even have the slightest idea what we went through? How hard things were for us? The whispered rumors? The pointed stares? Of course you don't. You weren't there." The words poured from him like a flood, unstoppable now that the dam had cracked. His hands were shaking at his sides, balled into fists. The grief, the anger, the humiliation, all of it came bursting out of him, unfiltered and raw. There were days when there was no food in the house. Nothing. Mom gave me her share so I could eat while she went to bed hungry. We had no power some nights, no heat in the winter, we had to huddle together under blankets just to stay warm. It was survival, every single day. His voice cracked as tears welled in his eyes. He fought to speak, but his chest tightened as if the weight of his childhood was pressing down on him again. "She tried so hard to find work, but it was never easy. Not when people judged us by the color of our skin before they ever looked at a resume. We were turned away, mocked, humiliated. She had to scrape by with whatever odd jobs she could find, even when the pay was garbage. I stayed up every night she worked late, terrified something would happen to her on the way home." Now the tears were flowing freely down his cheeks. He looked down at the ground, biting his lip to keep himself together, but he couldn't. His voice cracked again, softer this time, nearly breaking. "It was hard. So hard. But we endured it. Because we had each other. And that was enough." He looked up at Thanatos again, his face wet with tears but filled with fire. "But not that you would ever know," Marcus snarled. "Why would you care? You're a damn primordial god. You had everything. Power. Influence. Luxury. You lived in divine comfort while we were scraping by in the dirt. We didn't matter to you. We were just a mistake you chose to forget." Thanatos opened his mouth, but nothing came out. The words caught in his throat, a heaviness growing in his gaze, one of regret, perhaps, or shame, but no answer could undo what had been done. Marcus wiped his eyes, his expression firming as he regained control. His tone shifted, not quiet, but steady. Resolute. "Well, it's fine now," he said. "Because I stopped caring about you a long time ago. I didn't come here hoping for some teary reunion. I didn't come looking for a father. I didn't come hoping you'd swoop in to make things right." He stepped forward, standing tall. "I came to look you in the eye and tell you the truth. We don't need you. We never did. My mom and I, we made it. We clawed our way out of that life through her strength alone. She got lucky with one of her jobs, caught the attention of someone important. They gave her a real chance, and she seized it. She earned promotions, respect, a career." Marcus couldn't help but smile slightly, the pride in his voice unmistakable. "She got us out. Out of that broken apartment. We live in a real home now. I've got my own room. There's food in the fridge. The lights are always on. It's warm in winter. She comes home before dinner. She actually rests. No more late-night worries." He took a final step forward, locking eyes with the God who had given him life, but never anything else. "She even sent me to an elite boarding school. I'm doing great. Straight A's. Top of my class. I made real friends. I learned magic. I grew stronger." His next words were like daggers, meant to cut deep, meant to finish what he started. "My mother and I built a good life. Without you. Every success we've had, every step forward, every single bit of it, was ours." Marcus took a long breath, his shoulders squaring as he delivered the final blow. "After today, we have no relationship. You're not my father. And I'm not your son." Silence followed Marcus's bold declaration. He stood his ground, arms crossed tightly over his chest, his chin raised in defiance as he waited, dared, for Thanatos to respond. The god of death looked at him for a long moment, eyes unreadable. "I see," Thanatos finally said, his voice soft, not scolding or defensive. "I'm glad to hear that the two of you managed to do well for yourselves. Truly, I am. You've come far, Marcus. I'm proud of you." He smiled, and it wasn't smug or dismissive. It was genuine, tinted with sorrow, but full of sincerity. "I'm proud of both of you. You and your mother." Marcus's body stiffened. His brow furrowed slightly as his crossed arms slowly loosened. "What?" he asked, blinking, taken aback. That wasn't the response he expected, nor the one he was prepared for. Thanatos looked down at him, his expression etched with centuries of sadness and something deeper, regret. "I won't ask for your forgiveness. I know I don't deserve it," he said, each word carrying weight. "And although you might not believe me, I need to say this, I'm glad to see you, Marcus. You've grown so much since I saw you last." Marcus's face twisted. His emotions were warring. Part of him wanted to scream again, to yell about everything they'd been through. But the look in Thanatos's eyes, it wasn't defensive or dismissive. It was the look of someone mourning something lost. Instead of anger, Marcus felt something else, curiosity. "You said I misunderstood something," he said, voice calmer now. "What exactly did I misunderstand?" Thanatos let out a long, deep sigh. "To understand why I wasn't there, why I wasn't allowed to be there, you need to know how your mother and I met. Has Faith ever told you?" Marcus's eyebrows raised. His curiosity piqued even more. "No," he said, shaking his head slowly. "She never talked about you. Not even your name. Every time I brought you up, she'd change the subject or pretend she didn't hear me." He ruffled his dreads, a frustrated breath escaping him. Once, when I pushed her too hard about it, she screamed at me. The only time she ever really yelled like that. Told me to drop it and never bring it up again. He sighed. After that, I stopped asking. But I never stopped wondering. Thanatos nodded solemnly. I understand. He turned his gaze toward the horizon, his eyes distant and filled with memory. Faith and I, we met during your grandmother's passing. Her mother's soul was ready, and I had come to collect it. Marcus listened intently. This was the origin story he never got. The missing chapter of his life finally being read aloud. She was strong, Thanatos said softly, a fond smile tugging at his lips. She didn't cry. Didn't break. Not in front of anyone. She held herself together all for her father's sake. But I saw the grief, quiet, contained, and heavy. It sat behind her eyes like a storm waiting to unleash. He paused, eyes misty with the memory. I've always avoided being seen when collecting souls. It's an unspoken vow I made ages ago, to never interfere, never be remembered. But her eyes. His voice drifted. They pierced right through me. They held the power to make me break my word. And despite the sorrow, I fell in love with her. Instantly. Marcus squinted at him. So let me get this straight, you fell in love with my mom's grieving eyes? That's kind of a messed up. Is that like your kink or something? Thanatos gave him a deadpan look and scoffed, let me finish, you little menace. Marcus shrugged. Just saying. Could have led with something less creepy. Thanatos sighed, running a hand down his face. After her mother's death, I may have made a poor attempt at flirting. Marcus's eyes narrowed in suspicion. What exactly did you say? The god of death visibly cringed. I told her, and I quote, I hope you have other relatives close to death so I can see you again. Marcus's mouth dropped open. What? He gasped, utterly appalled. Are you serious? That was your opener? Who says that? What's wrong with you? Thanatos rubbed the bridge of his nose, groaning. I know. It was the worst thing I could have said. But I panicked. Marcus gawked. You wished death on her family. As a pickup line. That wasn't even the worst part. Thanatos muttered, burying his face in his hands in utter embarrassment. Her father died the very next day due to grief and heart failure. Chapter 306, Marcus and Thanatos, 2. Lucian and Medea both turned at the exact same moment, as if choreographed. Their hands clamped tightly over their mouths, shoulders trembling with barely contained laughter. Their eyes were squeezed shut, their bodies shaking as they fought valiantly to suppress the snorts and giggles threatening to escape. The last thing either of them wanted was to draw the attention of the god of death during such a delicate conversation, but the absurdity of the situation made it almost impossible to hold it in. Meanwhile, Hades sat stiffly, hiding his face behind a fold of his regal toga as though he'd suddenly discovered something fascinating in the fabric's texture. His lips were pressed tightly to one side, and he took a long, deliberate breath in through his nose before exhaling slowly, clearly trying to maintain his composure. Persephone wasn't faring much better. Her lips were clamped together so tightly they were turning pale, and her shoulders occasionally twitched with the effort to stay composed. Her flushed cheeks betrayed her internal struggle as she kept glancing up at the ceiling, desperately trying to focus on anything but the story being told, to keep herself from bursting out into unrestrained laughter. Marcus, however, stood apart from the rest, silent, his eyes fixed on his father with a look that blended disbelief, confusion, and a small measure of horrified fascination. Of all the things Thanatos could have confessed or revealed during this conversation, this had not even crossed his mind. What truly baffled Marcus wasn't the bizarre circumstance, nor even the unlikely emotional vulnerability of the god of death. It was the sheer fact that his father had somehow survived the situation, moved past it, and had even managed to create him. It felt unreal. How the hell did you possibly even recover from that? Marcus asked, scoffing with incredulity, folding his arms across his chest as he gave his father a sideways glare. Thanatos, unfazed, responded in a measured tone, the weight of memory in his eyes. When I saw her again, it was during the moment I came to collect her father's soul. I was panicked, utterly horrified, fearing that she'd think I had orchestrated the entire thing. I stumbled through my words, trying to explain that it wasn't my doing. But instead of outrage, he paused, smiling faintly. She laughed, but the way someone laughs when they're overwhelmed. It was clear, even in that moment, that she didn't blame me. I was relieved, but then, she began to cry. Her laughter crumbled into grief and anguish, the kind that had been buried deep and finally broke through the surface. Thanatos' gaze softened as he looked at Marcus, seeing faint traces of the woman he once loved etched into his son's features. I did what no god of death is supposed to do. I stayed. I comforted her. I didn't just observe or stand aside, I held her. I became part of that moment in a way I shouldn't have. I broke more than one of my words that day. He paused again, the memory clearly stirring a storm of emotions. You have to understand, Marcus, that day, she didn't just lose her father, she lost the only family she had left in the world. She was utterly alone. Maybe it was sympathy. Maybe it was something more. But I couldn't let her bear that pain alone. I let her see her father one last time, let them say their farewells. Thanatos exhaled, dragging a hand down his face before continuing. Her father, he asked me to make sure she wasn't alone. He knew he was leaving her behind with nothing and no one. He looked up again, a flicker of pride and sorrow passing through his eyes. Marcus tilted his head, narrowing his eyes. "Huh. Nice to see you kept your word," he said, sarcasm dripping from every syllable. There was no warmth in his voice, only bitter resentment. "I did keep my word," Thanatos replied, his voice calm but not without emotion. "She was never alone, Marcus." "Not really. Because from the moment she had you, she always had someone. You became her world. I visited her when I could, stayed as long as I dared. And then, you were born." Marcus stood quietly for a few moments, arms still crossed. He was grateful, in a strange way, to finally understand how his parents had met, how he came to be. But one truth still eluded him, one question remained unanswered. "That still doesn't explain why you had to stay away," he said coolly. "I'm still not understanding what it is I'm not understanding." Thanatos sighed, shoulders sagging as he rubbed the bridge of his nose. "Marcus, like I've told you already, your mother had no one left. Losing her father devastated her, but your birth gave her a reason to keep going. You became her light in that darkness. Her comfort. Her greatest joy." Marcus's expression softened despite himself. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips, but it quickly faded when he noticed the conflicted expression on his father's face. "But also her greatest concern," Thanatos said quietly. Marcus blinked. "What do you mean?" "I'm not sure if you fully understand yet, but demigods rarely live long lives," Thanatos explained gently. "Not because your bodies are weak, far from it, but because of the constant dangers you face. Monsters. Curses. War. Most demigods don't survive to see their 20th birthday." Marcus nodded slowly. "Yeah, I'm aware," he said, his tone steady. "Lucian and the others made sure I learned everything about the supernatural world I was walking into." He shot a look at Lucian, who immediately started swiping his hand furiously across his neck, eyes wide. The message was clear: drop it. When Thanatos turned to look in Lucian's direction, the boy immediately threw his hands behind his back and grinned like an innocent child. Thanatos narrowed his eyes and scoffed, his voice dripping with cold sarcasm. "I suppose you're the one I have to thank for finding Marcus and dragging him here?" Lucian cleared his throat and offered a strained, sheepish smile. "Please don't kill me." Thanatos let out another scoff, though this one carried a touch of dry amusement. "I'll think about it," he muttered, eyeing Lucian with narrowed eyes. "Perhaps I'll just curse you." "Please do!" Lucian blurted out without hesitation, a wide, unhinged grin spreading across his face like a kid getting the gift he always wanted. I've been waiting for this. I already finished digesting 99% of my potion. All I'm missing is that 1%. And I've tried everything. I even consulted my intuition. Of course, Lucian's so-called consultation with his intuition had been less of a spiritual awakening and more of a frustrating wait, one that ended with being told to him that the time will come. Maybe this is it. He thought to himself with hopeful intensity, eyes gleaming. Thanatos stared at him, utterly baffled. His expression quickly shifted into concern as he turned toward Marcus, voice low and flat. Please, choose your friends with more care. Marcus offered a tight, sheepish smile and rubbed the back of his neck. Lucian's not that bad once you get to know him. I don't think I want to, Thanatos said plainly, shaking his head in mild exasperation. He paused, gathering his thoughts. Now, where was I? Ah, right. He straightened slightly, his voice becoming serious once more. Since Lucian already took it upon himself to explain the supernatural world, then I assume you understand what happens once a demigod learns the truth about their heritage. It draws attention. Unwanted attention. The kind of attention that brings danger and trials. Tests that all demigods must eventually face. Yeah, Marcus nodded, I know. But I'm different. Being your son and all, those trials kept their distance. Thanatos gave a small nod, but his eyes dimmed slightly. Yes, that is true. Your blood did shield you, to a degree. But Faith, your mother, was still terrified. Just because some threats kept away didn't mean all of them would. She lived every day with a constant fear gnawing at her heart. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle. She was afraid of losing you, Marcus. Terrified of watching you fall before you ever had the chance to live. The thought of you dying young haunted her. It would have destroyed her. In her fear, she even began to see me as a threat. Not because of anything I'd done, but because of what I represented, the other half of your existence. The supernatural half. Thanatos' voice dropped to a quiet murmur, one laced with regret. The atmosphere thickened with solemn tension. To her, the only way to protect you was to cut you off from that side of yourself. From me. She believed that for you to have a chance at a long, peaceful life, you needed to be separated from everything connected to it. Including your father. Marcus stood still, his expression tightening with every word. What he was hearing didn't just sting, it shattered something inside him. It was the first time she and I ever truly fought, Thanatos said, his voice distant, heavy with memory. A real, bitter argument. And the worst part? I didn't fight back much. Not really. Because I was weak when it came to her. Maybe I should have fought harder to be a part of your life. Maybe I should have defied her wishes. He sighed, eyes dropping to the floor. But what's done is done. Thanatos looked back up at his son, gaze steady and filled with quiet sorrow. We reached a compromise. I would not reveal myself to you. I would have no contact, no interference. Not unless she passed away, or unless you had already followed your mortal path to its natural end. Only then would I be allowed to come forward, to tell you everything. To tell you the truth. His eyes flicked toward Lucian again, gaze sharp with suspicion. But the Fates, they have a strange sense of humor. I didn't come to find you, Marcus. You came and found me. Marcus's breath hitched. He stood frozen, his chest rising and falling with slow, uneven breaths as the truth slowly crushed its way into his mind. His lips parted, a soft, stunned whisper escaping them. No! He muttered. That can't be true. My mom. She would never. He looked down at the ground, his fists slowly curling at his sides. He felt everything he knew crumbling around it. Chapter 307, Marcus and Thanatos, Finale. Wait, stop, no! Marcus backed away, shaking his head in disbelief, his voice rising with panic. That can't be true, it just can't. He clutched his head, his fingers digging into his scalp as if trying to press out the truth he'd just heard. His entire body trembled with rage and confusion as he looked up at Thanatos with burning eyes. "You're lying!" Marcus shouted, pointing a trembling finger at him. "You're clearly lying. You're just trying to ruin what I have with my mother." His voice cracked as resentment bubbled to the surface. "I see right through you. You're jealous, bitter, because she chose me over you. Because she and I don't need you. So now you're trying to get in the way by spinning some disgusting lie about her. Well, newsflash. I'm not buying it." "Marcus." Lucian stepped forward carefully, trying to place a calming hand on Marcus's shoulder. But Marcus slapped it away, his voice laced with venom. "Don't touch me!" His breathing grew erratic as he ranted on, raw emotion spilling from every word. "You seriously expect me to believe that? That because of some hypothetical future, some fear that may not even come true, she dragged us through hell? All those nights cold, all those days starving, suffering, it was all just because of that?" Thanatos didn't flinch. His tone remained calm, but his expression was pained. "So that's how you see it?" he asked quietly. "That your mother is just some irrational woman who put you through hardship for no reason? Is that really the way you see her now?" Marcus opened his mouth, but no words came out. He clenched his jaw, then loosened it again. I don't know how to feel," he admitted, his voice shaking. "Everything we went through, everything I hated you for, it feels like it was all pointless. Like we suffered for nothing." Thanatos' voice dropped lower, soft but piercing. "So tell me, Marcus, do you resent her? Do you resent your mother?" Marcus looked down, a deep frown cutting into his face. His fists trembled at his sides. A long silence followed. Finally, he exhaled shakily and closed his eyes. "No," he whispered. "I'm angry. I'm frustrated, and yeah, maybe I'm a little resentful. But she's still my mom. I could never hate her." Thanatos gave a small nod, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Good," he said. "Because she sacrificed too much for you to hate her now. Every moment of pain you felt, she felt it too. She walked through that cold, that hunger, that despair, with you. She would have walked through fire if it meant giving you even a little more time to live. She gave up her own happiness, her safety, her future, all for you." Marcus looked away and muttered, all right, I get it." But Thanatos continued, his voice gentle. "And what you went through, all of it, wasn't meaningless. Not unless you choose to see it that way. What you went through taught you a lot, it has shaped you into the person you are today, into the boy who is kind, who is caring, who is modest, who is strong and has learned to overcome adversity. And that in my eyes is not nothing." Marcus glared at him, irritation creeping back into his voice. "How the hell would you know? You don't know anything about me, not really." "But I do," Thanatos said simply. He took a cautious step forward, reaching out. "I can see it. The eyes, Marcus, they're the windows to the soul. And yours? They tell me everything I need to know about you." Marcus's face flushed with sudden heat, not from anger but from embarrassment. He turned away with a grumble, brushing Thanatos' hand aside again. "Where were those poetic lines when you were trying to hit on my mom?" he mumbled, eyes narrowing. "Trust me, they work way better on a woman than on your own son." Thanatos let out a surprised laugh, the first genuine one in a while. "They would, wouldn't they?" he said, scratching his neck sheepishly. "Truth is, when it comes to your mother, I'm a nervous wreck. Half the time I can barely speak straight. I just end up standing there like a fool." "What about you?" Marcus asked, his tone softer now, almost hesitant, as he looked over at Thanatos with curiosity lingering behind his tired eyes. Thanatos tilted his head slightly. "What about me?" Marcus gave a faint, awkward smile. "Don't you resent my mother? I mean, she cut you out of our lives. Abruptly. That must have hurt." Can't imagine that felt good. There was no accusation in his voice anymore, just the exhaustion of a boy who was tired of holding on to so much anger. Tired of blaming, fighting, guessing. He didn't even know if he wanted to be mad at Thanatos anymore. But what made him stiffen was the expression that crossed Thanatos' face. A soft, loving smile, not forced, not defensive. Just genuine. I could never hate your mother, Marcus, Thanatos said calmly. When you truly love someone, you love all of them. Their beauty, their flaws, everything. Your mother wasn't perfect, but that's exactly why I loved her. That's what made her real to me. What I carry in my heart isn't resentment, it's regret. His voice dipped slightly, and Marcus saw something in his father's eyes that hadn't been there before, deep shame and regret. A quiet ache that had clearly sat with him for a long, long time. Regret that I didn't fight harder. Regret that I let the two of you walk out of my life without chasing after you. Regret for not being there, especially when you needed me most. Thanatos' gaze didn't waver as he looked Marcus in the eye, voice steady and sincere. I'm tired of drowning in that regret. Tired of looking back and wondering what could have been if I just made different choices. It might be too late to fix the past, but it's not too late to try now. He stepped forward, slowly, his voice quieter but no less intense. Marcus, I want to have a real relationship with you. A proper one. One that isn't built on silence, or guilt, or avoidance. I want the chance to be the father I was meant to be. Marcus parted his lips to respond, but Thanatos lifted a hand gently. Please, let me finish, he said. I know I don't deserve forgiveness. Not yet. I would be shameless to expect it from you just like that. That's why I don't want you to give it. I want to earn it. I know we can't get back the years we lost, but maybe, just maybe, we can build something in the time we still have. So, would you allow me to try? The question lingered in the air. Marcus stared at him. Thoughtfully. Quietly. The silence that followed was not awkward, but rather expectant. He finally closed his eyes and let out a deep, long breath. Then he spoke. I'm sorry, Marcus said. But I still can't agree to that. Thanatos looked down, a flicker of disappointment surfacing. I see. I'm sorry. But Marcus raised his hand this time, cutting him off. Not yet, at least, he said, correcting himself. This is, all still really new to me. And raw. I haven't had the time to process everything yet. I've spent so long feeling one way, and now everything's flipped upside down. I don't know what to do with it. He looked Thanatos in the eye again, and this time, the anger was gone. All that was left was honesty. I'm still figuring out how I feel. I need time, space, to work through it. To figure out if I can forgive you, and if I can finally let go of this bitterness. Thanatos nodded slowly, not arguing, not pushing. Just listening. I understand, he said with quiet acceptance. Take all the time you need. Whatever helps you find peace, I'll respect it. Marcus nodded. Before I make any decision, I want to talk to my mom. There are things I need to hear from her. Questions that only she can answer. Thanatos gave a small nod, a gentle smile returning to his face. Then you should. And when you're ready, I'll be here waiting. For the first time in a long time, there was no tension between them. Not full forgiveness. Not reconciliation. But a step. And sometimes, a single step was all it took to begin a journey. Chapter 308, School's Out Early. Lucian sat in class, slouched over his desk, his lips pursed in mild boredom as he balanced a pencil on top of them. His eyes, however, were distant, unfocused and heavy with thought. His mind wasn't on the lesson Miss Ferguson was going over. It was still dwelling on what had happened yesterday, Marcus's long-awaited meeting with Thanatos. The encounter had clearly left a mark on Marcus, though he had hidden most of his emotions behind a cool, composed exterior. Lucian had been the only one Marcus brought along, a choice that was understandable in hindsight. When Annabeth, Talia, and Bianca found out, they were clearly disappointed to have missed the momentous event. But in the end, they respected Marcus's decision. He had wanted just Lucian there, and that was that. When the two returned, the group welcomed them with a mix of curiosity and warmth. Marcus received well-deserved pats on the back and words of encouragement. Everyone acknowledged the courage it must have taken for him to face the god of death, even if it was his own father. Though Marcus downplayed it, Lucian noticed the way his shoulders eased slightly under the praise. It meant something to him, even if he wouldn't admit it aloud. Now, as the June sun glared faintly through the classroom windows, signaling the school year's approaching end, Lucian rocked his feet beneath his desk. Marcus had mentioned that he was waiting until summer officially began before confronting his mother about the truths he had learned. Until then, there was nothing to do but wait. Or so Lucian thought. Suddenly, a strange feeling washed over him like ice water pouring down his spine. His body froze mid-motion, and his eyes widened in alarm. Without warning, he pushed his chair back violently, the metal legs screeching against the tile floor with a sharp, grating sound that cut through the classroom. The sudden noise interrupted Ms. Ferguson mid-sentence, and the entire class turned toward him. Ms. Ferguson closed her eyes and exhaled sharply, rubbing her temples with irritation. "Lucian," she said, her tone strained, "I know the school year is almost over, but that doesn't mean you get to." She stopped herself abruptly when she caught a proper look at Lucian's face. His expression was filled with stunned disbelief, his gaze distant, as if seeing something no one else could. "Lucian?" she asked, her voice uncertain. But Lucian didn't hear her. All he could hear was the sharp, echoing sound of shattering glass reverberating through his mind. "The barrier protecting the camp, it's been broken." Lucian blinked, snapping out of his trance as the gravity of the situation hit him. He looked around the room and noticed that everyone was staring at him like he had lost his mind. Well, almost everyone, Bianca and Annabeth, sitting near the back, were watching him with visible concern. Clicking his tongue in frustration, Lucian closed his eyes. When they opened again, a faint glow pulsed through them like flickering moonlight. Miss Ferguson took a step back, startled. Before she could utter a word, Lucian beat her to it. His voice shifted, imbued with an unnatural power that seemed to resonate through the very walls of the classroom, ethereal, echoing, impossible to ignore. "Sleep," he commanded, unleashing his charm. "Speak." "What?" Miss Ferguson mumbled in confusion. Her eyelids drooped, her body slumped, and within seconds she collapsed to the floor, unconscious. The rest of the class fared no better. Students all around began to fall victim to the enchantment, some slumping forward onto their desks, others leaning back with their heads lolled toward the ceiling. A deep stillness overtook the room. Annabeth stood up immediately, her face tense with worry. "Lucian? What's going on? Why did you put everyone to sleep?" Lucian turned toward her, his expression grim. "It's the camp. It's under attack. Someone managed to break through the protective wards I set up." "What?" Bianca and Annabeth gasped in unison, eyes widening in shock. "I know," Lucian muttered, frustrated. "I even reinforced the barrier before we left camp last summer. It shouldn't have been possible, and yet, somehow, they got through." The Fates, cloaked in their usual mystique, watched silently for a moment before Lachesis offered a small smile. "Then you'd better get going," she said gently. "This is no time to dawdle." Lucian met their eyes but said nothing. There wasn't time for conversation. "I'll find Talia," Annabeth said quickly. "Since we can each teleport, we'll rendezvous at the camp." "I'll go get Nico," Bianca added without hesitation. Lucian nodded. "I'll get Marcus. He could use the experience, even if he won't like it." Without another word, the three rushed out of the classroom, disappearing in different directions. Lucian paused at the doorway, hand gripping the frame as he looked back at the still-seated Fates, who were watching him with unreadable expressions. "Can I leave the cleanup to you guys?" he asked, already turning to leave. "Absolutely. You go on, we've got this covered," Chloe chirped with a bright smile, flashing him 2 enthusiastic thumbs up. Lucian gave a nod of gratitude before vanishing down the hallway. As the sound of his footsteps faded, Chloe let out a wistful sigh. And so it begins. Unfortunately, yes, murmured Lachesis, her voice laced with concern. I must admit, Atropos added with a weary smile, there's something strangely poetic about it all. Should we give it a name? Lachesis asked after a pause. Wouldn't that be a little disrespectful? Atropos replied hesitantly. Considering the pain and suffering Lucian's about to endure? Chloe shook her head, her tone light but sincere. I say we name it. All legendary tales have names. It gives them weight, meaning, legacy. After a brief moment of thought, she smiled and said, we'll call it The Tale of the Cursed Night. Lachesis raised an eyebrow. A little on the nose, don't you think? Maybe, Chloe said, shrugging. But it does get the point across. I agree, Atropos said, sighing. Let's leave it at that, then. And may Lucian's journey be worth the cost. The three nodded solemnly, their gazes lingering on the empty doorway long after Lucian had gone. Lucian and Marcus moved swiftly through the shadows, traveling with eerie silence as the world around them blurred. The power of shadow travel kept them hidden, but it couldn't muffle the thoughts racing through Marcus's head. Seriously? Marcus asked, glancing at Lucian as they soared through the void-like space between places. You're taking me into this kind of battle? Am I even ready for something this big? Lucian scoffed without slowing down. You literally met and faced the god of death himself. What exactly do you have left to fear? Marcus opened his mouth to respond but paused, realizing Lucian had a point. I suppose that's fair, he muttered with a chuckle, though nerves still danced beneath his voice. Within moments, the two felt the shift in pressure, the sign that someone else was moving toward the same destination. Annabeth's presence was unmistakable. She was gliding through the air carried by Nox. Cradled in her arms was Talia, her brows furrowed and hands glowing with static energy, ready for a fight. Lucian looked up toward the thick clouds swirling above the treetops. We're here, he said. Everyone, up! With a surge of will, Lucian shot upward through the final veil of shadows, Marcus, Annabeth, Talia, and Nox following close behind. They burst from the ground near the hilltop overlooking Camp Half-Blood, and the moment they emerged, everything came to a terrifying halt. The shadows at their feet twisted and writhed violently as if reacting to the chaos before them. They all stood still, eyes wide, faces pale. Before them, the once vibrant sanctuary of Camp Half-Blood was being consumed by horror. Flames roared from the tops of cabins and treetops alike, painting the sky in hues of red and black. Thick columns of smoke curled into the heavens, blotting out the sun. Screams echoed across the camp, some filled with rage, others with terror. A haunting cacophony of agony. Lucian's eyes darted over the landscape, and then he froze. No! He breathed, voice trembling. His face twisted in disbelief, horror settling deep in his chest. His worst fear had come to life. Across the campgrounds, grotesque, lumbering monstrosities dragged themselves between burning trees and shattered buildings. They were wrong in every sense of the word, unnatural and maddening to look at. Some were titanic in size, towering over the cabins like giants, with distended limbs that bent at too many joints. Others had twisting tendrils or jagged bone spurs sprouting from their torsos. Their flesh shifted like liquid, revealing too many eyes, or too many mouths. One of the beasts let out a guttural scream, and Marcus dropped to one knee, clutching his ears. It wasn't just noise, it was madness, a sound that clawed at the mind and threatened to tear the soul apart. Other creatures thrashed with limbs that grew in impossible places, hands inside their chests, spines running down their arms, mouths that stretched across their backs and wailed with every movement. Some of them even seemed to laugh, not with joy, but with the delirious glee of something no longer sane. Lucian stared, rage mixing with dread as the realization hit him like a dagger to the heart. They were fed the potions. He whispered, his fists tightening. Those bastards used the potions on them. Chapter 309, battle in the camp. Lucian stepped forward, his eyes narrowed, his fist clenched tightly as fury radiated from every fiber of his being. His body began to shimmer, his skin gradually shifting into a darker shade. "Talia," he growled, voice laced with power, "I leave it to you to put out the fire." "Annabeth, Marcus, you're with me." As he spoke, Lucian's hair began to rise with the energy crackling around him. His complexion darkened unnaturally, turning a beautiful tan, while his once black hair drained of all color, turned an ethereal white. He grabbed the collar of his shirt and tore it from his body with one swift motion. Crimson tattoos bled across his skin. The very air around him grew heavy. His eyes snapped open, no longer red, but pure molten gold. His entire body radiated an otherworldly light, a fusion of scarlet and shimmering gold that danced across his form. Aim to incapacitate. They may look like monsters now, but somewhere inside, they're still human. There's still a chance we can bring them back into the light, he ordered, his tone and cadence shifting from commanding to arrogance. Then, without warning, Lucian stepped forward, and in that instant, his form shattered into 1,000 brilliant particles of light. The luminous fragments scattered and streaked through the air like a meteor shower, descending into the chaos below. Annabeth didn't hesitate. "Ararius, it's time to suit up," she muttered, voice calm and resolute. Reaching beneath her shirt, she drew out a pendant shaped like a bronze owl. The owl's once closed eyes snapped open, glowing fiercely, before the pendant exploded into a stream of sentient liquid metal. The alloy surged around her, engulfing her body completely before solidifying into a radiant suit of Valkyrie armor. Bronze gold wings unfurled from her back with a sharp metallic hiss, and in her hands, 2 curved short swords melted into existence. Her silver eyes glowed through the slits of her helm, sharp and fearless. Marcus stood beside her, silent as a shadow. He crossed his arms, and in a burst of black light, 2 sickles ignited in his palms. His tattoos disappeared into embers as he swung the blades together, sparks leaping from their collision. Without a word, he and Annabeth launched into the sky, wings slicing through the air as they chased after Lucian's glowing trail. Meanwhile, Talia remained rooted to the spot. She exhaled slowly and closed her eyes, letting the chaos fall away as a tranquil aura of blue and green enveloped her body like a second skin. Electric static licked her fingertips as she gently floated above the earth, weightless, serene. The wind responded to her call, swirling around her in growing intensity. Her leather jacket flared out behind her, snapping like a banner, and her shoulder-length hair whipped around her face. Then her eyes snapped open, twin oceans of pure electricity, crackling with arcing tendrils of lightning that escaped from the corners. She raised her arms toward the sky, fingers spread wide as if conducting an orchestra of storms. The wind howled. With deliberate, precise motions, she began to rotate her hands, and the clouds overhead began to shift, dancing to her command. They circled and twisted, forming a spiraling vortex, a colossal cyclone of white that coiled above the camp. The sun vanished behind the growing mass, plunging the battlefield into a dim, ominous twilight. Bolts of lightning erupted from her palms, shooting into the center of the swirling clouds. The once white canopy began to shift, first to gray, then to a brooding black. Thunder growled across the sky. A single raindrop kissed Talia's cheek and slid slowly down her skin. Then the heavens opened. A torrential downpour crashed down with force, drenching the earth, quenching flames. Initially, the demigods stood frozen in disbelief. Some were sprawled on the ground, dazed and bruised from the ongoing chaos. Others were mid-battle, blades drawn and breath ragged. Yet, all eyes turned skyward. Above them, an ominous storm churned with supernatural force, dark, thunderous clouds coiling. The light dimmed, casting eerie shadows across the battlefield. Then a streak of bronze gold flashed across the sky. Annabeth slammed down from above, flying gracefully above the charging mechanical bull. Her wings cut straight through the metal and down the mud in one clean, decisive motion. Sparks and fluid burst from its core as it crumpled in a heap before a wide-eyed demigod. Annabeth landed smoothly from the air, her silver eyes gleaming beneath her helm. "Don't take your eyes off the enemy. Stay focused," she barked, her voice sharp and commanding, shaking the dazed demigod from their stupor. Annabeth, the girl gasped, her voice cracking with disbelief. Hope surged in her chest like wildfire. Then that means Talia and Lucian are here too. We're saved! Before the words could finish echoing, a black blur tore through the sky like a falling star. Marcus descended with violent grace, targeting a grotesque, towering abomination, a writhing mass of limbs and bone, holding multiple demigods in its grotesque hands. The creature brought one terrified demigod, clad in cracked Greek armor, up toward its open, fanged maw. In an instant, Marcus darted in. His wings sliced the rain, his eyes locked onto his target. With precise timing, he slashed through the monster's arm with one sickle, severing the limb in a geyser of black blood. He caught the falling demigod with his free arm and twisted midair, landing them safely on the ground before taking off again in a single, fluid motion. $, and et, the creature screamed, if it could be called a scream. It screeched in an inhuman language, a chorus of discordant sounds that tore through the minds of those who heard it. Nearby demigods, particularly those of the Ares cabin, screamed and dropped their weapons, clutching their heads. Marcus winced, his ears ringing as the sound scraped at the edge of his sanity. But he didn't stop. He bit down on his lip, blood trickling down his chin, and launched himself upward with a beat of his wings. He flew like with surgical precision, he slashed across the creature's thick neck, cutting just deep enough to silence it. The beast choked, its cry cut short as blood sprayed from the ruined voice box. It staggered, disoriented, swiping wildly at the air. But Marcus was already gone. Like a blur in the storm, he moved faster than the eye could follow, weaving through its flailing limbs. Each pass left the abomination more broken, more helpless. Limbs dropped to the earth in wet, sickening thuds. He danced in the rain, corkscrewing through the air like a scythe in flight, until finally, only a torso remained. Then, with a thunderous roar and a final burst of speed, Marcus folded his wings tight and slammed into the creature's chest with all the force he could muster. The impact sent it hurtling backward, crashing into the earth with a seismic thud. Mud and rainwater exploded from the impact site in every direction, soaking the field. Marcus landed in the cratered earth, his boots sinking slightly into the wet ground. He let out a shaky breath, rain running down his brow as he lowered his sickles. "I got this," he muttered to himself, his voice shaky but steadying with each word. "I totally got this." Behind him, one of the Ares demigods approached cautiously, his weapon still raised, eyes full of suspicion despite what he had just witnessed. "You," the boy said, breathing heavily. "Who are you? We'd never seen you around camp before." Marcus glanced over his shoulder, then turned fully to face him. He gave a half-laugh, rotating his sickles in his hands with a casual flair despite the adrenaline still pulsing through him. "Huh. Oh, right," he said, a smirk tugging at his lips. "You wouldn't have. This is my first time stepping foot in camp." The son of Ares tensed slightly, still unsure. "As for who I am..." Marcus' smirk grew wider as he raised his blades and rested them across his shoulders. His eyes gleamed with pride and mischief. "You can call me Marcus. And I'm Lucian's lieutenant." Chapter 310, Battle in the Camp 2. Bianca and Nico raced down the dimly lit hallway of the school, their footsteps echoing against the walls. Panic and urgency clung to the air. Without missing a beat, Bianca extended her hand toward her younger brother. "Let's get going," she said, voice sharp and determined. Nico grabbed her hand but suddenly hesitated, looking up at her with concern. "Wait, what about Percy?" Bianca skidded to a stop, her brows knitting together. The name alone made her pause. "Are you saying we should go and get him?" "Well, yeah," Nico replied, shrugging. "I mean, I don't doubt Lucian's got things under control, but let's be honest, having Percy on our side never hurts." Bianca considered it for only a moment before nodding. "You have a point. All right, let's find him." Without another word, the siblings darted into the nearest patch of shadow. Darkness wrapped around them like a living cloak, swallowing them whole. In an instant, they vanished from sight and slipped into the realm between light, traveling swiftly through blackness like two silent ghosts. As they glided through the shadows, Bianca sniffed the air sharply, her senses fine-tuned. "He's nearby," she muttered, her voice carrying through the void. "I can smell the ocean." Nico gave her a sideways look. "That's so weird." Then, with a teasing grin, he added, "Oh right, you're a stalker now. I forgot about your creepy bloodhound senses." Bianca rolled her eyes, not bothering to look at him. "Shut up, Nico, or I'll smack you into next week." Her focus sharpened again. As a supernatural stalker, Bianca possessed rare tracking abilities that allowed her to follow a target through almost any terrain by detecting traces of scent, aura signatures, or even faint psychic imprints. Percy's aura was practically radiating off the ground. "We're here," she said flatly. She grabbed Nico by the collar, and the two of them burst upward from the shadows, emerging beside the school's outdoor sports field. Bianca narrowed her eyes in the direction of the gymnasium. Instantly, she could feel it, a pulsing, chaotic swirl of ocean blue aura swirling like a storm inside. "Nico! Percy's fighting someone. His aura is flaring like crazy. It's erratic." "Seriously?" Nico asked, eyes widening. "Then what are we standing around for? Let's move!" Without hesitation, they sank back into the shadows, swimming through the darkness like sharks through the deep. They slid beneath the gym doors unnoticed, and as they emerged once more, the sight that greeted them froze them in place. Percy Jackson was a blur of movement, a storm in human form. He ran and leapt across the gym floor with breathtaking agility, twisting midair like an acrobat, his form perfectly balanced as he dodged fiery projectiles launched at him from every direction. Explosions rang out like cannon blasts. Blazing metal balls streaked past him, slamming into walls and doors with devastating force, leaving smoking craters behind. Bianca and Nico gawked at the chaotic scene. Percy was battling a group of 6 massive Laestrygonian giants, each one nearly 2 meters tall, covered in swirling tattoos, and wearing strange name tags with absurd titles like Skull Eater and Marrow Sucker. With a flick of his trident, Percy summoned a towering wall of water that surged up to catch an incoming fireball. The water encased it instantly, trapping the molten core inside the wall of liquid. He pulled the water-encased orb close to him. Then, with a smooth jump and a spinning flip, Percy turned and spun in a corkscrew. The orb of water followed his spin, turning into a ring of swirling water as he built momentum. When he landed, he pointed his trident forward, and the orb launched like a torpedo, slamming into one of the Laestrygonians just as the giant raised its own cannonball in defense. The two collided with a deafening crash. Water exploded outward, and the flaming projectile inside detonated in a burst of steam and pressure. The force of the blast hurled the giant backward, engulfing it in the explosion. When the smoke cleared, it collapsed, unmoving, clearly dead. "Nice one, Percy," shouted a booming, cheerful voice from nearby. Bianca's head snapped toward the sound. A tall, bulky young Cyclops stood at the edge of the gym, waving excitedly. His single large eye sparkled with admiration. "Don't think you alone can stand against us, son of the sea god," one of the giants roared, this one wearing a tag that read Joe Bob. He hurled 2 more flaming cannonballs in rapid succession. "Percy isn't alone," the Cyclops bellowed, catching both projectiles with his bare hands, his skin unburned despite the flames. "Tyson!" Percy exclaimed, a mixture of shock and joy in his voice. The Cyclops grinned wide. With an impressive spin, mimicking Percy, Tyson used his momentum to launch both cannonballs back at the giants like deadly fastballs. The flaming spheres struck 2 Laestrygonians square in the face. The sheer impact lifted them off their feet and slammed them against the gym wall with a sickening crunch. They slumped to the ground, lifeless, leaving smears of blood on the concrete. When their heads tilted forward, Bianca and Nico saw their skulls had caved in from the force of the hit. Percy spotted a Laestrygonian giant take aim directly at Tyson with another molten cannonball. His instincts kicked in before he had time to think. "Tyson, look out!" he shouted. Dashing forward, Percy slid across the scorched gym floor and spun his trident around his body in a wide, circular motion. With precise timing, he slashed upward and sliced the fiery cannonball clean in two. The halves veered off harmlessly, one embedding into the bleachers, the other crashing against the far wall with a hiss of steam. Still in motion, Percy twisted on his heel and rotated the trident back around his body into a reverse grip. He cocked his arm back and hurled it with all his strength. The weapon flew like a thunderbolt, its tines shimmering with oceanic power. It pierced straight into the Laestrygonian's chest, striking his heart with such force that the monster was flung backwards. The wall behind him exploded outward in a shower of bricks and debris, revealing the sunlight outside. As the trident buried itself deeper, the giant let out a strangled cry before disintegrating into golden dust. Percy extended his hand, fingers spread. The trident vibrated, then whirled through the air, spinning rapidly as it flew back to him and landed perfectly in his palm. "Thanks, Percy," Tyson said with a big, goofy grin, clearly unfazed by the near-death experience. "Don't thank me yet, big guy. We've still got 2 more to handle," Percy said, eyes narrowing as he scanned the battlefield. But then something strange caught his eye. One of the remaining giant's shadows was stretching unnaturally long behind it, as if it were alive. Percy instinctively tensed. From the depths of that shadow, a shape launched upward. It was Nico. He emerged midair, landing with a thud on the giant's shoulders, legs straddling its neck. Casually, Nico leaned forward over the giant's head, resting his elbows against its cranium as if he were lounging on a couch. He lifted a hand in greeting. "Sup, handbag. Miss us? Nico?" Percy blurted, stunned. "Wah," the giant shouted, confused and flailing. "Sorry, not talking to you," Nico said with a sly smile. A dark pistol materialized in his hand, formed from shadow and obsidian. He pressed it calmly against the side of the giant's temple. "You had some good shots earlier. Now it's my turn." With a grin, he pulled the trigger. A concentrated beam of shadow energy erupted from the barrel and burst clean through the giant's skull, exiting from the opposite temple with a blast of smoke and darkness. The Laestrygonian let out a gurgle before its eyes rolled back, and it dissolved into dust beneath Nico's boots. He dropped to the ground in a crouch, landing smoothly on his feet. The final Laestrygonian, stunned by the sudden loss of his companions, turned in panic to face Nico and prepared to hurl his last cannonball. He pulled his arms back, gathering energy. But before he could throw it, crack, a black arrow streaked through the air and shattered the ball mid-charge. Fragments of molten metal scattered uselessly across the gym floor. The giant blinked in confusion. And then, as he felt extra weight on his palm, he looked back. Standing there in his massive hand, where the cannonball had once been, was Bianca. She stood with graceful poise, holding her bow sideways across her chest. Between her fingers, an arrow of pure energy formed, glowing with ethereal light. "Wah," the giant stammered. "Wrong move," Bianca said coolly. She loosed the arrow, and a beam of focused power blasted forward. It struck the giant directly in the forehead, boring through his skull and leaving behind a large, clean hole. The monster's body swayed for a moment before it collapsed into dust like the others. Bianca flipped into the air with dancer-like grace, landed smoothly on the gym floor, and slung her bow across her back with practiced ease. "Hello, Perseus," she said with a teasing smile, flipping her braid over her shoulder. "Bianca too? What is happening right now?" Percy asked, utterly bewildered. Before he could demand an explanation, the sound of sirens pierced the air. Red and blue lights flashed outside, and the front doors to the gym burst open with a crash. Teachers and staff poured in, coughing from the smoke and staring at the destruction, flaming walls, gaping holes, and the stench of scorched metal and sulfur. One of the mortal students, still wide-eyed and trembling, pointed directly at Percy and shouted, "It was him. Percy did it, Mr. Bonsai. He set the whole building on fire." Coach Nunley saw it too. Percy's jaw tightened. "Oh, come on. You have some seriously bad luck, Percy," Bianca said, sighing with a wry smile. You think? Percy muttered under his breath, his expression darkening. Bianca gave him a quick glance, then raised her hand to her lips and exhaled deeply. A wave of shimmering purple mist burst from her palms, sweeping across the room like a fog. Having trained under Nebula, Annabeth's spirit of the mist, Bianca had become adept at manipulating mortal perception. Within seconds, the teachers and students all stood dazed, eyes glassy and unfocused. That should hold them for a while, she whispered. Percy let out a breath. Thanks. Now seriously, what's going on? I doubt you both popped in just for a welfare check-in. Bianca's smile faded. The camp, she said quietly. It's under attack. We thought you might want to know. Percy's face went from curious to ice-cold in a heartbeat. What? He barked. Then his tone dropped, grave and urgent. The first person that came to mind when he thought about camp was Clarice. He muttered, his expression turned fierce as he said, Take me there. Now. Chapter 311, Battle in the Camp, 3. Although the demigods fought with admirable determination, their valor alone wasn't enough to turn the tide against the grotesque horrors swarming the battlefield. Their weapons clashed, their shields held firm, for a moment, but these abominations were unlike anything they had prepared for. One of the twisted monsters, a towering, eyeless gray abomination with viscous, corrosive saliva dripping from its snarling maw, let out an inhuman screech as it lunged forward. With terrifying speed, it swung its massive, clawed paw down at a young son of Apollo who barely managed to raise his shield in defense. The impact was instant. The shield, reinforced with celestial bronze, was shredded in a single swipe, the metal torn apart like paper. A brutal gash split across the demigod's chest, sending him flying backward like a ragdoll. He hit the ground hard, skidding across the mud before coming to a painful stop. Blood oozed from the deep wound in his torso and trickled from his mouth in thick rivulets. Tears welled in his eyes as the searing pain overwhelmed him. Every breath felt like fire. I'm going to die. I'm going to die, he thought repeatedly to himself, panic and despair rising with him. He was paralyzed, unable to move, helpless as the monster began its slow, deliberate approach to finish him off. But before the abomination could deliver the fatal strike, a radiant flash of golden light erupted beside its head, illuminating the darkness of battle like a miniature sun. The light spiraled and condensed, forming the figure of Lucian, his bronze skin glowing beneath the energy, his snow-white hair swaying with the motion of his descent. Without hesitation, Lucian drew his leg back and delivered a devastating spinning kick to the monster's face. The sheer force of it caused the creature's skull to buckle and cave inward slightly. The abomination was hurled through the air like a cannonball, smashing into the ground a good 30 feet away in a cloud of dirt and shattered bone. Lucian landed gracefully, his boots barely making a sound on the blood-soaked earth. He turned to the injured boy and extending a glowing hand. Particles of golden light, glimmering like stardust, flowed from Lucian's palm and sank into the boy's wounds, knitting flesh and restoring life. Thank you. The boy gasped weakly, his voice shaking as his vision cleared. He blinked rapidly, staring in disbelief. Lucian? Is that really you? Lucian's expression was unreadable, his glowing eyes hard. He didn't respond at first. Instead, he narrowed his gaze. You should be ashamed of yourself, he said coldly. The boy flinched in confusion. What? You wield a fragment of the same power that flows through me, and yet this is all you amount to? Lucian's voice was like ice, cutting and unforgiving. Disgraceful. And with that, his body dissolved into golden particles once again, vanishing in the blink of an eye. High above the battlefield, Lucian reformed midair, his form crackling with luminous energy. His eyes scanned the field below until they landed on something truly revolting, a creature that made even his stomach churn. It was a grotesque blob of quivering, liquefied flesh. Its form was ever-shifting, composed of fluid muscle and bone, absorbing anything it touched. Several demigods were already trapped inside it, their faces and limbs half submerged. They clawed and screamed, desperately trying to escape as they were slowly digested alive. Lucian's lips curled in disgust. Ribbons of light suddenly unfurled from his fingers, each one coiling and whipping through the stormy air like living serpents. With perfect precision, they lashed out and wrapped around the wrists, ankles, and torsos of the trapped demigods. Then, with a commanding tug, Lucian yanked them all free in one swift motion, pulling them safely away from the monstrous blob. Nebula. Lucerna, Lucian called calmly, his voice carrying across the chaos like a bell. A streak of brilliant light shot away from Annabeth, who had just unleashed a blast of silvery magic at a charging monster. From that streak, Lucerna emerged, eyes shimmering with pride and reverence upon seeing her father in his bright heart form. "Yes, father," she said, bowing her head with glowing grace. Moments later, a swirling mass of deep purple mist coalesced nearby, reshaping itself into Nebula. She took Lucian's default appearance, a smirk on her lips as she gave a casual salute. "Yo! Lucerna, tend to the wounded and protect them until they can stand again," Lucian instructed, his voice sharp and resolute. "Nebula, create the largest containment jar you can. Something strong enough to imprison that disgusting thing." Without another word, Lucian took off, soaring into the air like a blazing comet. He flipped upside down mid-flight, his body spinning rapidly until he transformed into a tornado of light. Brilliant star-shaped sigils spun around him, orbiting faster and faster before he unleashed a powerful barrage of searing golden projectiles. Each beam of light shot forth with incredible force, skewering abominations and automatons alike. One piercing cross-shaped blast struck a massive bronze warthog automaton, detonating on contact. The resulting explosion sent shards of molten metal flying across the field. Screeches and roars erupted from every direction. Though the monsters weren't completely destroyed, they were slowed, stunned, disoriented, giving the battered demigods a much-needed reprieve to regroup and catch their breath. Lucian hovered in place for a moment, his body glowing faintly in the rain. He ran a hand through his soaked white hair, slicking it back as he looked toward the swirling storm clouds that had gathered overhead. "Although I despise the sun being blocked," he murmured, his voice almost amused, "I'll allow it, just this once. Consider it a mercy." Lucian tilted his head back, his sharp golden eyes narrowing as he watched Talia appear as a thunder goddess wreathed in stormlight. She hovered high above the battlefield, lightning dancing across her body, her hair flowing around her face. With each motion of her hand, thunderbolts rained from the skies, streaking through the darkened skies like javelins. Wherever she pointed, lightning obeyed, striking the earth with violent precision, detonating patches of the battlefield into flying rubble and plumes of smoke. The demigods below shielded their eyes, some in fear, others in admiration, as her raw power painted the battlefield with electric fury. Lucian scoffed under his breath, the corners of his mouth twitching into a smirk. "Like I'll seriously let anyone outshine me," he muttered, his voice full of contempt and challenge. His gaze sharpened, glowing faintly with radiant purpose. "It's time these ignorant fools learn what true might looks like." With practiced elegance, Lucian brought his hands together before his face. His fingers aligned precisely, forming a perfect triangle between them. Within that space, a spark of energy pulsed, bright and ominous. He inhaled deeply, and as he exhaled, he spoke a single word. A single, resounding indication. "Descend." The word was not loud, yet it carried. It echoed across the battlefield like a divine command, bouncing off stone, metal, and flesh, felt in the hearts of all who heard it. For a moment, the world held its breath. Then the skies responded. Within the swirling vortex of clouds above, darkened by Talia's storms, new light ignited. Blinding beams of pure radiance burst to life, piercing through the storm as if heaven itself had opened its gates. Pillars of light, massive, searing, and holy, rained down from the heavens like sacred comets, striking the battlefield with thunderous impact. The very ground scorched beneath them, casting brilliant halos into the smoke and ash. Lucian stood tall at the heart of the storm, his white hair glowing like silver fire, his golden eyes reflecting the descent of his divine might. Around him, silence fell, not of peace, but reverence. Then, slowly, as the radiance began to fade, shapes emerged from the glowing pillars. From within the light stepped his army, but not as they were before. Gone were the creatures of shadow, the fearsome demonic silhouettes of his former legions. In their place now stood radiant warriors of divine design. Their bodies were forged from pure, immaculate light, their forms outlined with shimmering gold rather than the crimson. Where once they were demons, they now appeared as paladins, celestial knights descended from the sun itself. Chapter 312, Battle in the Camp 4. Bianca and Nico stood atop the highest hill overlooking Camp Half-Blood, their eyes wide as they took in the chaos below. But they weren't alone. Bianca had her hands gripping Percy's shoulders, supporting him as they had traveled through shadows, while Nico sat perched high on Tyson's broad shoulders, his fingers tightly wrapped around his head for balance. The moment they emerged from the shadows, a torrent of rain immediately drenched them. The storm, conjured by Talia's powerful vortex, cloaked the camp and surrounding battlefield in sheets of wind and water, turning the once lush grassland into a war-torn field of mud and fury. And yet, despite the biting cold and the howling storm, the four of them froze in place, captivated by the scene before them. They silently drank in the unfolding battle, awestruck by the raw intensity and sheer scale of it all. Greek warriors of shimmering white light fought side by side with the demigods, lending their swords and shields to push back the monstrous tide. Massive automatons, towering beasts of bronze and fury, rampaged through the mud as demigods weaved between them, striking with precision and desperation. But Percy Jackson wasn't watching the battle like the others. His gaze had already zeroed in on one person, and one person only, Clarisse LaRue. It didn't take him long to spot her. Even amidst the chaos, she stood out like a bonfire in the dark. Clad in an intimidating suit of enchanted armor, Clarisse looked every bit the daughter of Ares. Her shield gleamed under the gray sky, and in her other hand she wielded a formidable spear, both weapons forged with care and power. The armor, spear, and shield were crafted from the salvaged remains of the Draken they had slain together on their first quest, every scale, tooth, and bone repurposed and reforged by Lucian's masterful hands. Clarisse had commissioned the armor using her share of the spoils, and Percy, though never admitting it out loud, had offered his own portion to help craft her the shield and spear. He claimed it was practical, that she needed it more than he did, but everyone knew better. A proud smile tugged at Percy's lips as he watched her. Down below, Clarisse stood tall and defiant in front of a group of wounded and terrified demigods from Aphrodite's cabin. Her shield was braced at her front as a fire-breathing mechanical bolt charged directly at her, steam hissing from its metal joints and flames licking its maw. Rather than retreat, Clarisse roared and met the beast head-on. She slammed her shield into its face with a thunderous impact. For a moment, the shield pulsed with a fiery glow, and then detonated in a fiery explosion that sent the bull sprawling backward with a metallic screech. Without hesitating, Clarisse leapt onto its chest, drove her spear straight into its abdomen, and tore out its glowing, sputtering core with a savage twist. Still standing atop her defeated enemy, Clarisse's eyes darted to the side where a young son of Hephaestus cowered with his back turned, frozen in fear. Another mechanical monstrosity was bearing down on him with lethal speed. Clarisse didn't even blink. With a war cry, she hurled her shield like a discus. It spun through the rain with a high-pitched whistle, slammed into the creature's head, and knocked it back, sending it skidding through the mud in a spray of earth and sparks. The shield ricocheted off the beast and flew back toward her, landing perfectly on her arm. Before the beast could recover, a blinding thunderbolt cracked through the sky and blasted it apart, courtesy of Talia, who stood like a storm goddess in the distance, channeling the wrath of the heavens. Percy chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief and admiration. "Honestly, who am I even worried about here?" he muttered, his voice carrying a mix of pride and affection. Yeah, you can admire your girlfriend all you want later," Bianca snapped, drawing her bow and already beginning her descent down the hill. "Right now, we've got a war to win. Let's move!" With a laugh, Percy pulled out his trident, its prongs gleaming with energy. He turned to Tyson, who stood tall and eager beside him. "Once this is over," Percy said, his voice calm but charged with anticipation, "I've got someone I want you to meet." For now, just stay close and follow my lead." Tyson nodded solemnly, and together, they charged into the fray. Does he truly believe he can hide? All is visible under the light of the sun, Lucian muttered, his eyes narrowing as he turned his gaze toward the camp, prepared to shift his attention to the battle below. But then, he felt it. A disturbance in the air, like a ripple through reality itself. The energy signature he had been tracking suddenly shifted, as if it had been plucked from one location and hurled through space. His head snapped toward the hill where Bianca, Percy, and the others had stood only moments before. There, standing at the summit, was Luke Castellan. Lucian's expression darkened. Luke stood tall, drenched in rain but unmoved by the storm around him. He held something above his head, something jagged and cruelly symbolic. In his hand was the broken head of Lucian's statue, the very same that once stood proudly in the center of Camp Half-Blood as a symbol of protection and hope. Luke looked directly up at Lucian, meeting his eyes through the sheets of rain. A wicked smirk twisted across his face. Then, with deliberate mockery, he clenched his fingers around the head and crushed it into fragments. Stone shards fell like hail around him, lost in the muddy earth. Lucian didn't blink. He vanished in a pulse of radiant light and reappeared instantly in front of Luke, mere inches away, his arrival marked by a burst of heat and light. The two demigods now stood face to face, the storm swirling around them like nature itself was holding its breath. "Ah, Lucian!" Luke said with exaggerated cheer. "So good to see you again. You look different. Did you grow taller?" Lucian gave no response, only a calm, unreadable smile. Despite the rain hammering down around them, Lucian's body remained dry, untouched. Steam rose in wisps from his shoulders and arms, the water evaporating before it could land. The heat radiating from him was palpable. "What's wrong?" Luke teased. "Speechless? Surprised I managed to break through your little ward?" Lucian yawned and casually scratched his ear with his pinky. "Oh," he said with feigned realization, "you were talking to me." He looked Luke in the eye, his expression blank and unamused. "If you're going to speak," Lucian said, his voice cold and sharp as glass, "you might want to take Chrono's stick out of your mouth so I can understand you better." Luke's jaw clenched. His teeth ground together in fury. "You really are a master at getting under people's skin." Lucian let out a low, amused chuckle. "I mean, what did you expect? We both know you didn't break my ward. You're not nearly that clever." He began to levitate, rising a few feet off the ground, his arms folded as he looked down at Luke with amused disdain. "Oh, Luke," he said, voice tripping with mockery, "in this grand game of chess, pawns only move when the player commands them." Lucian's eyes glowed faintly as his voice dropped to a whisper of contempt. "Pawns are the weakest pieces on the board. They exist only to be sacrificed. So for you to act like a king? It's laughable. There is nothing more pathetic than a pawn who doesn't know its place." Elsewhere on the battlefield, Annabeth's breath hitched as she caught sight of Luke on the hill, her former friend, now enemy, shattering the statue head of Lucian as if it were nothing. Her grip tightened around her weapon, rage flooding her chest. When Lucian appeared, she was prepared to stand at his side and strike Luke down. But something stopped her, a cold shiver crawled down her spine. A horrible feeling, deep in her gut. She turned her head toward the camp. Something was wrong. Her brows drew together with worry, and she felt a sharp pang of dread pierce her chest. One thought echoed in her mind: what did Luke do inside the camp? Without hesitation, Annabeth barked an order, "Knox! Take my position. I need to check something out." Knox, who had been nearby, nodded without question. "Say no more, Mother. Go!" He summoned several clones of himself to support the defensive line in her absence. Annabeth unfurled her wings and took flight, cutting low over the ground like a hawk in pursuit. As she neared the heart of the camp, her worst fears began to manifest. Smoke curled up from several buildings, their frames broken or caved in. Trees had been scorched, their branches blackened and crisp. The fires had been extinguished, but the damage was clear. Destruction lingered in the air like a ghost. Then she heard it, sobbing. Voices. Cries. The unmistakable sound of children in pain. She dove toward the source, her heart racing. Lady Hestia. Please be okay, a child cried. Annabeth landed hard, her wings folding behind her as she skidded through the mud toward the center of camp, and what she saw made her blood run cold. There, lying curled up on the ground, was Hestia, the goddess of the hearth. Her small frame trembled as she clutched her chest. Her skin was pale and slick with sweat, but it was the dark veins crawling beneath her skin, like tendrils of shadowy poison, that horrified Annabeth most. It was like watching death spread through living flame. Lady Hestia! Annabeth screamed, sliding to her knees beside her. She reached out, but a sudden force yanked her back, Ararius. Hestia's voice came out ragged and weak. Don't touch me. She was shaking violently, her breath shallow. For your safety, please, stay away. Annabeth looked on in horror. What happened to you? What did Luke do? The children nearby were crying, their tears lost in the rain. Their faces were pale, eyes wide with fear and helplessness. Lady Hestia protected us when Luke attacked the camp, one girl sobbed. She shielded us, but he poisoned the hearth. Hestia rasped, interrupting them. Her voice cracked as she coughed, the sound wet and painful. He used the miasma, from Tartarus. Annabeth's eyes widened in horror as she realized the gravity of what had been done. Luke hadn't just attacked the camp. He had attacked its very soul. Chapter 313, Battle in the Camp. Annabeth looked almost hesitant, her lips pressing into a tight line. She didn't want to say it. She knew exactly how Lucian would react. Every instinct in her body screamed against provoking what lay dormant in him. But the truth had to be spoken, there was no avoiding it now. With a weary sigh, she turned toward the group, all of them soaked to the bone from the relentless rain. Her gaze was firm despite the storm, her voice unwavering as she issued a single warning, brace yourselves. Things are about to get dicey. What? Hestia asked in a quiet, confused voice, her body trembling slightly from the exhaustion and the miasma eating away at her. For what exactly? Annabeth closed her eyes, her expression darkening. Her answer came like a whisper of doom. Lucian's rage. With a breath, she activated the psychic link, her mind stretching across the battlefield in search of him. Lucian! She called out wearily, her tone laced with urgency and dread, as if stepping barefoot into a den of beasts. Across the field, far from the others, Luke stood with arrogance in his eyes. He scoffed with disdain, his voice dripping with mockery. Have you perhaps grown more arrogant? You're talking a lot of crap for someone who's been wasting their time in something as pointless as school. His eyes narrowed as he watched Lucian, who was barely even acknowledging him. Lucian's gaze was fixated on the distant camp. That indifference only stoked Luke's anger further. While you were busy playing student, I was training, growing faster, stronger. But before he could finish, Lucian's hand shot up with terrifying speed and gripped Luke's jaw in an iron vise, silencing him instantly. Lucian slowly descended from the air, levitating down like a wraith, his feet touching the earth as a gust of wind spiraled around him. His head turned in an unnatural, slowly, eerie motion. His appearance had shifted slightly, one of his eyes was now ringed in black, the darkness bleeding from his iris, tainting the once vibrant gold of his pupil until it gleamed a haunting crimson red. A single tear slid down his cheek. Luke growled, struggling against Lucian's hand. He pushed, kicked, and clawed, but Lucian's grip didn't budge. He pried at Lucian's fingers, trying to free himself, but they may as well have been carved from stone. He threw a desperate punch at Lucian's face. It landed, barely, but Lucian didn't even blink. Soon the eye too began to morph, the blackness swallowing it until only the red pupil remained, glowing like a blood moon. A tear rolled down both his cheeks now. I pity them, Luke. Lucian's voice was low and heavy, drenched in sorrow. I truly do. His gaze burned with something far more terrifying than anger, grief. I pity your mother, waiting at home with a fresh batch of cookies, hoping her son comes back. I pity your father, holding out hope for redemption. I pity them both, he said, his tone growing colder, more distant, because now they will have to mourn a son much earlier than they were supposed to. Luke's eyes widened, caught between rage and growing fear. Desperation surged through him as he reached for his sword and pulled it free. But the shadows beneath Lucian moved with unnatural speed. They rose like serpents, shooting out and coiling around Luke's wrist the moment his blade neared Lucian's neck. The shadows continued to surge upward, wrapping around Lucian's form. The very light around him began to dim as tendrils of darkness billowed from his body like smoke, smothering everything in reach. Luke screamed, but it was cut short as Lucian's hand began to tighten. Crack! Snap! The brutal sound of Luke's jaw shattering echoed across the battlefield like twigs being stepped on, followed by a gut-wrenching scream. Blood gushed from his broken mouth, splattering against Lucian's hand. The pain was unimaginable. He writhed in agony, screaming into the crushing grip. Through the veil of darkness, Luke saw Lucian's expression. Not hatred. Not wrath. Pity. Cold, merciless pity. The shadows now formed a towering pillar around Lucian, rising into the storm-filled sky like a dark beacon. Only two things were visible through it, Lucian's extended arm, and those twin eyes glowing red, now dry from the tears that had stopped falling. He's going to kill me. He's actually going to kill me. Luke's mind screamed in panic. Desperate, he activated his teleportation. But his concentration was broken. He couldn't manage a full escape. Instead, he blinked, teleporting only a few feet away from Lucian. And just in time. Lucian's hand clenched into a tight fist, closing right where Luke's head had been moments ago. The air popped with pressure, as if it had been crushed under the force of his blow. Luke collapsed to his knees, clutching his mangled jaw, his face twisted in pain. His vision blurred as tears filled his eyes from the overwhelming sensation, physical and emotional. Lucian slowly lowered his hand back to his side. Then, like a dam breaking, an explosion of darkness burst forth from him in a tidal wave. The aura shot up like a geyser, a massive column of pure shadows surging high into the sky. It collided violently with Talia's swirling vortex of clouds above. The storm broke. Her clouds scattered as the column of darkness pierced the heavens, disrupting the very balance of her power. The light started to break through, but even that was consumed, smothered by the darkness now radiating from Lucian. Talia was thrown back by the sheer force of the eruption, her body spiraling before she regained control midair. But even as she steadied herself, a deep, bone-chilling dread began to seep into her bones. It wasn't fear, at least not the kind she was used to. This was something darker. Deeper. Primal. A dreadful sensation spread like a virus across the battlefield, choking the air, crawling across skin, and digging into minds. She looked down with wide, horrified eyes as Lucian's soldiers, once beings of radiant light, began to shift. Their shimmering forms cracked and corroded, unraveling into darkness. They returned to what they once were, creatures of shadow, harbingers of death. With a thunderous blast of speed, she rocketed toward the ground, streaking through the air like lightning. She slammed into the earth hard enough to shatter it, crouched low in a crater of fractured stone. The ground groaned beneath her, dust rising around her form as she shot her head up in panic. "Luke!" she screamed, her voice breaking with a mix of desperation and fury. Luke snapped his head toward her, startled by her voice. "What the hell have you done?" Talia shouted again. She wasn't alone in her terror. Lucian's aura of dread had fully awakened, and it consumed the battlefield in a suffocating tidal wave of pure despair. It was to the point it became a physical force. It was more than just pressure or fear, it was a feeling of doom so heavy, so foreign, it felt like dying slowly from the inside out. Soldiers, demigods, and monsters alike buckled under its weight. Some collapsed where they stood, their minds cracking under the strain. Several were thrown off their feet entirely, crashing against rocks or sliding across the mud-soaked terrain. Cries of terror echoed everywhere. People sobbed uncontrollably, curled up into themselves, clawing at their own flesh as if trying to peel the despair away. Some screamed for their mothers. Others simply lost the will to move. Even monsters, beings made of pure madness and insanity, shrank back. They hissed, whimpered. The dread was so absolute it even overwhelmed the black magic that had birthed the creatures in the first place. The automatons, machines forged for war, began to stutter and spark, their limbs twitching erratically. Some shut down entirely, blue lights dimming. Others spun aimlessly before exploding into mechanical shards. What is going on? What is happening with Lucian? Marcus cried out. He had fallen to his knees, arms clutched so tightly around his body that his fingernails dug deep into his skin until blood trickled down his elbows. His entire frame trembled like a leaf, his eyes empty, glassy. Despair was devouring him alive. God damn it! I hate it when he uses that power. Percy shouted through clenched teeth. He was on one knee, holding up a limp Clarice who had gone pale, sweat pouring down her brow. Tyson stood beside them, staring at Lucian with wide, innocent eyes, confused, scared, and not understanding why the world felt like it was ending. Nico stood firm but frowned in confusion. Around him, others screamed, gagged, or threw up in the mud. But he felt nothing. Then came the sound. Step. A heavy foot clad in dark, ornate metal emerged from the swirling pillar of darkness. The ground cracked beneath the weight. Lucian stepped forward slowly, his towering frame now cloaked in his full knight armor. His helm covered his face in shadows save for a single, glowing red eye that burned from within. His long crimson cape fluttered behind him in the wind, flaring with supernatural energy. The pillar of darkness behind him had begun to collapse, the shadows trailing after him like smoke that refused to die. Resent of the sisters' fates, he spoke, his voice a guttural growl, low, deep, and demonic. It echoed across the field like a cursed hymn, as if some ancient god were speaking through him. Resent them, for having the misfortune of ever crossing paths with me. Chapter 314, Battle in the Camp, 6. He. Luke chuckled, his voice hoarse, gritty, and dark. He lifted a hand to his jaw and, with a sickening crack, shoved his chin upward, relocating it back into place with a grimace. A flicker of red energy pulsed across his face, his rapid recovery having now evolved into healing factor, thanks to the gladiator potion he had consumed, sped his recovery. The broken bone mended itself in real time. He worked his mouth in circles, stretching the newly mended jaw as if reacquainting himself with its function. With a sharp spit, blood and tooth fragments hit the ground. He grinned wide and wild. You're not the only one with a fancy piece of armor, you know, Luke began to taunt, voice laced with arrogance. But his words were cut short. Lucian vanished. Not with a sound. Not with a flash. He simply ceased to be where he stood. Luke's expression shifted in an instant. His eyes darted over his shoulder. Behind me, he thought, body already coiling to react, only to be met with empty air. Then he sensed it. Above! Luke snapped his head upward just in time to see a fist descending from the sky, cutting through the air with terrifying speed and deadly precision. Lucian's punch was aimed directly at his face, and it wasn't pulled back in the slightest. Reacting purely on instinct and divine blood, Luke activated his teleportation, one of the rare blessings inherited from being the son of Hermes. A breath before Lucian's strike landed, Luke vanished from that spot in a flash of silver light. Lucian's fist collided with the hilltop. The ground didn't just shake, it convulsed. A shockwave tore through the earth with thunderous force, sending a ripple of grass and dirt surging outward like a green tidal wave. The hill cratered instantly, compacted into a sunken flatland. Debris exploded outward in a violent storm of mud and shattered stone. Luke reappeared a few dozen feet away, skidding across the new barren plain. Dust trailed behind him as he came to a stop. A shimmer pulsed across his frame. A ghostly silhouette of armor materialized around him, sleek, regal, and distinctly golden, before solidifying over his form. It clung tightly to his body, covering him in ornate plates. His helmet gleamed with a black crest, and a black cape billowed dramatically behind him. Before he could fully regain his stance, Talia streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning. Wrapped in a glowing spiral of white-blue energy, she spun toward him like a corkscrew, her leg extended in a powerful kick aimed for his head. Luke raised both palms just in time and caught her strike, but the sheer force sent tremors down his arms. Snarling, Luke clamped his fingers around her leg like a vice. With a snarl, he lifted her and slammed her into the earth with enough force to crack the ground beneath her in a spiderweb of fissures. Talia gasped, the air leaving her lungs, eyes wide with surprise. He didn't stop. Pivoting sharply, Luke hurled her through the air like a discus. She spun violently toward Lucian. But Lucian didn't flinch. He raised one arm lazily and caught her with ease. Talia groaned, grimacing as she clutched her side. "Lucian, be careful," she muttered, pushing herself up slowly. He's unnaturally strong. And fast. It must be one of his new abilities." She wasn't wrong. Blood empowerment. A terrifying ability, one that amplified Luke's strength, speed, and regenerative ability with every drop of blood spilled around him, whether from ally or enemy. The battlefield, now soaked in the blood of both monsters and demigods, was feeding him. Every drop was fuel. Every wound strengthened him. He had become a monster forged in carnage. So much so that it was hard to tell if he was truly a son of Hermes, or a disguised son of Ares. "Talia," Lucian said firmly, stepping forward. "I'll only say this once, stay out of the way." There was no anger in his tone. Just certainty. He extended a hand. The air shimmered. A pulse of force exploded from Luke's position. He was lifted off the ground against his will. His eyes widened in surprise. Magnetic force wrapped around him like invisible cords, pulling him forward helplessly. Lucian's fist rocketed forward. The impact struck Luke's torso dead center. A sharp clang of metal rang out, followed by the deep crunch of impact. His golden armor buckled under the pressure. Blood shot from his mouth in a red spray, and a shockwave burst out from behind him as he was launched backward like a cannonball, crashing through the air. Lucian lowered his fist and murmured dispassionately, "That hit should have pulverized him. That armor's better than I expected." Luke twisted violently through the sky, limbs trailing behind him. But even as he flew, his wounds were already closing. His body glowed faintly as his healing factor worked in overdrive, supercharged by the ongoing effects of blood empowerment. Lucian, calm and composed, spread his arms. Magic circles, etched with runes, flared into existence at his sides. From them burst golden threads, crafted by the hands of Hephaestus himself. They danced like snakes, weaving and spinning in midair, forming ethereal chains tipped with massive spearheads. Their craftsmanship was so perfect that they shimmered once, and then vanished entirely, turning invisible to the eye. The golden chain spears shot upward, silent as death, chasing Luke through the sky. But Luke wasn't helpless. His eyes flashed. Martial foresight, the upgraded evolution of combat intuition. A rare gift that allowed him to see seconds into the future only during combat. And in that vision, he saw himself being impaled by an invisible force, dead center through the chest. Time seemed to slow. Luke twisted his body, midair, into an impossible contortion, and a gust of wind screamed past the space he had just occupied. Had he not moved, he would have been skewered clean through. His grin returned. As Luke plummeted toward the ground, he twisted and maneuvered through the air like an acrobat. His instincts, sharpened by countless encounters and honed by divine blood, guided him. He landed briefly on one of the invisible chains, his feet barely making a sound, as he sprinted across its surface with preternatural balance. More chains shot toward him from all directions, their spear-like tips aiming to pierce him mid-flight. Luke slid under one, leaping over another, twisting in midair as two passed just inches from his sides. He deflected several with rapid slashes of his blade, the ghostly golden armor rippling as sparks flew. He ducked, spun, vaulted, and surged forward like a predator locked on its prey, closing the gap between himself and Lucian with terrifying speed. Lucian's expression didn't change. He watched the display with calm indifference. Seeing that the chains were proving ineffective, Lucian dismissed them with a simple wave of his hand. The air shimmered as they unraveled into threads of divine energy and vanished. He spread his arms faintly. A new magic circle appeared before him, spinning silently in the air, its core pulsing with growing energy. The circle glowed in ominous crimson, arcs of raw magic crackling along its edges like angry lightning. The inside began to distort space itself as an overwhelming discharge of power gathered at the center. Without hesitation, Lucian aimed the circle at Luke. Then unleashed it. A devastating beam of pure red magical energy exploded forth. The sound was altered by its power, a deep, vibrating hum that seemed to press into the skull. The beam carved through the air, and the ground around Lucian cracked, buckled, and flattened from the violent recoil of his spell. Luke's eyes widened. There was no dodging it. No teleporting out in time. The blast was too fast, too wide, too powerful. With no other choice, Luke raised his sword in front of him in a desperate attempt to slice through the beam. The collision was instantaneous. "H!" he screamed, his voice ripping from his throat in agony as the energy met him. His sword sparked violently, glowing bright from the friction and heat as he held his ground, momentarily forming a fragile equilibrium. His muscles screamed under the strain, veins bulging across his arms and neck. Sweat and blood mingled across his face. But he couldn't hold it. Lucian's magic was beyond overwhelming. The beam surged forward, overtaking him completely. Luke vanished within the inferno of red light. Then, silence. As the beam dissipated, the air distorted, scorched, and smoking. Lucian remained still. Calm. Controlled. But then, whoosh. Lucian leaned back just in time, and a sword carved the air where his throat had been a second ago. His red eye, glowing faintly through the slits of his helm, flicked to the side. Luke was still alive. Barely. He stood hunched, half dragging his sword, the edges of his golden armor glowing red-hot. His skin was charred and blistered, like someone who had clawed their way out of the deepest pits of Tartarus. And yet, he grinned. Lucian didn't hesitate. He flipped upward and delivered a brutal spinning kick across Luke's face. There was a loud crack as blood and teeth flew from Luke's mouth. His head snapped to the side and he staggered backward, nearly falling. Lucian landed gracefully, his cape fluttering as he straightened. It was time to test something new. During his time at school, Lucian hadn't just wasted his time refined his strength and weapon skill, he had immersed himself in magic. Not just the structured, well-known types, but hybrid forms. Dangerous ones. Ones he had crafted himself through experimentation and raw intelligence. One such creation was a spell that combined the psychological manipulation of charm speak with the corrosive potency of curses. He called it curse speech. Lucian's voice dropped low, hoarse and raspy, the spell still imperfect as it's still brand new. "Luke!" he rasped. "Kill yourself." It wasn't a command. It was an affliction. Luke's eyes widened, and for the first time, he looked confused. Lost. His arm began to rise against his will. His own sword, trembling and hesitant, reached toward his neck. His sword pressed to his skin, and a thin line of red began to surface. Just as blood began to trickle, he vanished. A blink later, he reappeared beside Lucian with a wild grin and his sword already swinging. "Just kidding," he growled with a snarl, voice shaky but full of mockery. But Lucian didn't flinch. His scythe was there in a flash, catching the blow with a deafening clang. Their weapons trembled from the clash, the pressure between them splitting the ground at their feet. Luke continued to grin, teeth bloodied. "Sorry," he spat, "but my will is unbreakable." Lucian's expression remained unchanged. I'm honestly glad it didn't work, he said coldly, voice like a blade in the dark. Because I would have lost the satisfaction I'll get from killing you with my own hands. Chapter 315, Battle at the Camp, Finale. Talia braced herself just in time as a deafening shockwave slammed into her with brutal force, nearly sending her flying across the battlefield. The violent gust kicked up a thick, choking cloud of dust that swallowed the area whole, masking the ground in a haze of gray as the initial clash between Lucian and Luke's weapons sent tremors through the air. Before the dust could settle, another resounding clash rang out, louder and sharper than the first, instantly clearing the fog as the two combatants vanished in synchronized bursts of teleportation. The demigods scattered, ducking low, their eyes wide with a mix of awe and terror. They couldn't track the movements of Lucian and Luke, each reappearance was marked by destruction. Trees split in half, the earth cracked and groaned under the pressure. Wherever they blinked into view, something was either cleaved apart or blown to pieces. To the onlookers, the battle was a blur of movement, they couldn't see the strikes, only the aftermath. High above the ground, the two reappeared midair. Lucian twisted his body and slashed downward with his scythe in one fluid motion. The blade connected with Luke, carving a deep gash across his chest and sending him hurtling back toward the earth like a meteor. Lucian didn't let up. He conjured his bow in a single swift motion, knocked a trio of flaming arrows, and unleashed them into the rising dust cloud below. The arrows exploded on impact, each one blooming into a fiery inferno that turned the entire battlefield into a blazing storm of destruction. But Luke emerged once more from the smoke, blood dripping from the wound across his chest, his face twisted in fury. He appeared behind Lucian, his sword already arcing toward his opponent's back. Lucian spun around, casually deflecting the blow with his bow. Without missing a beat, he stepped back and pointed 3 more arrows directly at Luke's heart. "Lock on," Lucian whispered coldly, activating his cursed speech magic. Luke blinked away in an instant, teleporting across the field, but the arrows followed. They twisted and turned midair, pursuing him with ruthless precision. He teleported again. And again. But the arrows were relentless, as if possessed, weaving through obstacles and ignoring physics. Desperate, Luke grabbed a nearby demigod and yanked him in front of him like a shield. But to his surprise, the arrows veered around the terrified boy, their target unwavering. His eyes widened in disbelief. Lucian scoffed, unimpressed. Without hesitation, he began crafting another spell. Holding his bow in front of him, he pulled back the string with one eye closed. In front of him, a spinning magic circle manifested, glowing with ancient runes and blackened light. As he pulled, an arrow of pure, impenetrable darkness formed between his fingers. More supporting circles spun into place, humming with destructive power. Meanwhile, Luke had landed hard and slid back across the cracked earth. He was struggling to deflect the enchanted arrows still on his tail. Each one carried enough force to level a small building. As one struck his arm, he screamed, the arrow embedded itself deep before exploding. With a grisly boom, his hand was blown clean off, a burst of blood and black fire consuming the limb. His severed arm hit the ground, engulfed in shadows before crumbling into ash. "Arf!" Luke howled, clutching the smoking stump as tears of pain welled in his eyes. He glared at Lucian, hatred burning behind his eyes, but his rage turned to terror as Lucian released the darkness arrow. The projectile passed cleanly through the primary magic circle, then shot forward faster than Luke could react. It didn't aim for his body, but rather, it pierced directly into the ground at his feet, impaling his shadow. Luke froze. He tried to teleport, tried to escape, but his body wouldn't move. He looked down in disbelief, realizing the truth. His shadow was pinned, anchoring him in place like a cursed chain. The dark arrow glowed ominously for a second, then detonated. The explosion didn't resemble fire or force. Instead, it unraveled into a swirling black vortex that opened beneath Luke's feet, dragging him upward into a cyclone of dark energy. "Ah!" Luke screamed tore through the battlefield as the tornado consumed him, shredding through armor and skin alike. The darkness howled like wind, but each gust cut like thousands of blades. His body was caught in a storm of razor-sharp shadows, tearing him apart, stripping his defenses layer by layer. Lucian hovered slowly toward the carnage, savoring the sight and the screams. He moved with grace, almost serene, watching the maelstrom unravel and reveal his opponent's broken figure. When the vortex died down, Luke collapsed to the ground, a bloodied heap. His once pristine armor lay in tatters, his skin marred with countless lacerations. The slash from Lucian's side still burned across his chest, seared into his flesh like a brand. He dropped to his knees, barely conscious, blood dripping onto the earth beneath him. His injuries were beginning to mend, his demigod physiology fighting to keep him alive, but it was slow. Too slow. Even his arm was beginning to regenerate, but it would take at least another hour before the damage fully reversed. Lucian landed lightly a few feet away, eyes cold, watching Luke struggle to stay upright. "Luke! I'm going to keep you alive," Lucian said, his voice devoid of emotion. What? Luke gasped, blood dripping from his split lips, his eyes barely able to focus on Lucian's figure towering above him. Lucian's gaze softened, but not out of mercy, out of revelation. "I just realized something about myself," he murmured, almost dreamlike. "Seeing you like this, hearing you scream in agony, it brought me so much joy, I can't even describe, unimaginable. Divine, even." His expression twisted into something dark, something gleeful. "If I kill you, that joy would end. You'd escape. You'd be free from pain, free from the consequences of your actions. Sure, maybe my father will punish you in the underworld, but that would leave a bitter taste in my mouth. That's not enough. That won't ever be enough." Lucian reached down and grabbed a fistful of Luke's matted, blood-soaked hair, yanking his head back violently. Their eyes met, one filled with hate, the other with cruel delight. "Death for someone like you?" Lucian sneered. "That would be a blessing. Far too merciful. No, Luke. You deserve something worse. Something eternal. Living in the same world as me, that's the real curse. For every joy this world gives you, I'll be there to take it all away. For every sense of accomplishment, every hope you feel, I'll be there to drag you back into despair, to remind you just how worthless you really are." In defiance, Luke mustered the last of his strength and spat directly onto Lucian's helm, staining it with blood. "Do your worst, you insane bastard," he snarled, voice trembling. Lucian didn't hesitate. His gauntlet-clad fist crashed into Luke's skull, slamming his head into the ground with thunderous force. A crater formed beneath the impact. Luke let out a guttural, choking sound as blood pooled beneath his face, bones shifting from the sheer power of the blow. Lucian's voice dropped low, his tone carrying a haunting weight. "Your nerves are on fire." As his cursed speech took hold, Luke's body jerked violently, convulsing beneath him. Although he couldn't take control of Luke's mind and make him kill himself, that didn't mean he couldn't afflict his body with curses. "Err!" Luke screamed, the sound tearing from his throat, raw and animalistic. Lucian sighed in ecstasy, his breath shaky as the rush of euphoria hit him. "Ah, that's what I wanted to hear. I just love the sound of your despair." All around them, demigods stared in horror. Some turned away, shielding their eyes. Others wept silently, unable to reconcile the Luke they once trusted with the broken man being tortured before them. A few still held out hope, but that hope was now poisoned by fear of Lucian. And then Lucian grabbed Luke by the legs. "You asked for my worst," he whispered darkly. "So enjoy it." He stomped down hard, directly into Luke's groin. "You are gay." Luke screamed and vomited, his body jerking with the wave of agony. Lucian laughed. "Ha ha ha." The laugh was wild, unhinged, deranged. "We can't let your stupidity pass on to the next generation, can we now? Ha ha ha." He stomped again. And again. Blood splattered from beneath Luke as the others looked on in stunned disbelief. Ugh. Several boys instinctively crossed their legs. Others turned and vomited. Percy quickly reached out and covered Tyson's eyes, face pale. Don't look, buddy. You ready for the special? Lucian grinned as he braced his foot once more and yanked harder on Luke's legs. With a grotesque rip, the muscles tore audibly, and then both legs came off clean from the hips, blood spraying in thick arcs. Luke collapsed back, sobbing, cheeks streaked with tears and blood. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Lucian tilted his head. HM? Was that supposed to make me pity you? I'm sorry, but I'm just not feeling it. He giggled cruelly. Lucian! The voice cut through the chaos like a blade. Lucian snapped his head toward the entrance of the camp. Standing there, weakened and breathless, was Hestia. Her knees buckled slightly, leaning against the doorframe for support, tears silently cascading down her cheeks. Please, Lucian, there's no need to go this far, she said softly, voice trembling. Not for my sake. Lucian straightened. I'm sorry, but it had to be done. No, she interrupted gently. There are children here, Lucian. I understand you're angry for what he did to me. But don't let that pain turn you into this. You're better than this. I know you are. Beside her, Annabeth stood silent, close but not touching her, watching Lucian with wide, tense eyes. Lucian's breath hitched. He couldn't stand seeing her like this, the sorrow on her face, the tears she shed not for herself, but for him. He sighed heavily. He really was weak when it came to Hestia. He let go of Luke's severed limbs and stepped back. Slowly, he began to melt into his shadow. Another shadow stretched toward the front of the Hestia, and from it, Lucian emerged, no longer the monstrous figure clad in dark, blood-stained armor, but kneeling, humbly, before Hestia. For the first time, he knelt before someone willingly. How are you feeling? Are you okay? He asked gently, his voice a far cry from the sadist moments before. Hestia gave a weak chuckle, smiling through her pain. I'd be better if you weren't drenched in blood. Lucian gave a small smile and dispelled his armor entirely. The contrast was jarring. He looked almost peaceful, boyish even, his soft tone and posture confusing those who watched. Could this really be the same person who, moments ago, committed such horrors? How about now? He asked, voice low and kind. Much better, Hestia replied, smiling sadly. But the pain in her eyes was unmistakable. Lucian closed his eyes, bowed his head, and whispered a silent prayer. Lady Hecate, I pray for your assistance. Chapter 316, A Knight and Maiden. Lady Hecate, I pray for your assistance. I'm looking over your situation, and I already have a good sense of what you're about to attempt. Lucian, are you absolutely certain this is what you want to do? Hecate asked solemnly, her tone weighed with growing concern. Yes, Lucian replied without an ounce of hesitation. His inner voice carried a quiet intensity, firm and deeply resolved. Lucian, Hecate's voice hardened, more urgent now. You do realize you could die if you aren't careful. This isn't just dangerous, it's suicidal. I've met death before, Lucian said bluntly, his eyes darkening with grim experience. He doesn't scare me. So, are you going to help me, or are we going to keep wasting time? Hecate sighed audibly, her frustration evident. She clicked her tongue sharply. Fine. If you're so eager to throw your life away, who am I to stop you? Go ahead, die for your hero complex. And when you meet your father, tell him I had nothing to do with this. You reckless, stubborn bastard. Lucian smirked at her response, the corner of his lip twitching as an incantation suddenly burned itself into his mind. The ancient language echoed in his thoughts, alien yet strangely familiar, as if etched into his very bones. He heard her soft, confused voice call out as she noticed his sudden silence. Lucian? Lucian slowly lifted his gaze to meet hers, compassion swimming in his eyes. I'm sorry, but I really can't stand seeing you in pain like this. Before she could react, he leaned forward and gently grasped her hand. The contact sparked an unnatural flash of black, heatless energy, an ominous power that surged between them with a ghostly hiss. Lucian! Hestia and Annabeth shouted in unison, their voices ringing with panic and disbelief. Hestia flinched violently, trying to rip her hand free, but Lucian's grip tightened. His other hand shot up and clamped over hers, locking her in place. "Stop! What are you doing?" Hestia screamed, horror distorting her usually calm and composed features. "Have you gone completely mad?" Thick, dark tendrils of miasma slithered up Lucian's arm like vipers, blackening his skin with necrotic corruption. His fingers trembled, but he didn't flinch. Lucian's eyes slid shut. Then, he began to speak. Unfamiliar, guttural syllables poured from his mouth, inhuman and dissonant. The words reverberated in the air like sacred thunder. Lucian had no idea what the words meant, or how he even knew how to pronounce them. But they came to him effortlessly, guided by the divine gift Hecate had reluctantly bestowed. Hestia's eyes widened, her breath caught in her throat. She understood every word. "No!" she whispered, horrified. That's the language of the gods. He's speaking the forbidden tongue. He's not supposed to know that language." Annabeth couldn't decipher the words, but she understood what was happening all too well. Her eyes were locked on Hestia's body as the black veins crawling across her skin began to recede, sucked away from her core and flowing into Lucian's arms like an inverse infection. He was absorbing the miasma, drawing it into himself like a living conduit. "Lucian, stop it!" Hestia screamed. "I command you, stop it right now. Listen to me for once, please. You're going to die. I'm a goddess, I can take it. You're just a mortal." She struggled against him, trying to yank her arm back with divine strength. But Lucian's body, infused with the blessings of Heracles, held fast like stone. "Please," she cried out, her voice breaking with desperation. "Lucian, listen to me. Don't do this." Lucian's skin was now ghost pale. Beads of sweat rolled down his brow. His breathing turned ragged, each breath labored and shallow. His shadow on the ground twisted and stretched unnaturally, curling around him. Then, it split open into a maw, and his voice echoed again, this time from the shadow itself. "I'm sorry." Lucian's voice rasped solemnly. "But this is my decision to make. I've never been very good at listening. So forgive me, little auntie, for being such a disobedient nephew." The demigods nearby turned toward the spectacle, confusion painted across their faces. A flash of lightning struck nearby, Talia arrived in a blur, her boots skidding across the ground. What the hell is going on? What crazy thing is Lucian doing this time? Bianca and Nico emerged from the shadows beside Lucian, both wide-eyed with horror. Marcus sprinted toward them, his jaw clenched in concern. All three froze when they saw him. Lucian's body looked like a corpse, drained of all color. His lips were blue. His eyes bloodshot. His veins black. Annabeth's jaw was tight as she explained, "Luke poisoned Lady Hestia with miasma from the abyss. It's a toxin so vile it corrupts even immortals. Lucian, he couldn't bear to see her suffer. So he's pulling it into himself instead." "What?" Talia gasped, her stomach churning. The others turned toward Lucian in horror, their minds reeling from the sheer insanity of what he was doing. "Blurg!" A violent spurt of black blood burst from Lucian's mouth, splattering his chin and staining his shirt. His head swayed slightly as his knees buckled, weakened. Deep bags lined his eyes. He looked utterly spent, like the life was being ripped out of him inch by inch. And yet, he didn't stop. He just kept chanting. Everyone instinctively backed away from Talia as electricity burst and cracked around her uncontrollably, arcs of lightning exploding from her skin in every direction. The air itself seemed to warp around her presence as her power surged, raw and uncontained. The skies above darkened ominously, thunder growling in the heavens. Talia's eyes glowed with sheer power, no longer just reflecting light, but emitting it, pulsing with white-hot electricity. Bolts shot from the corners of her eyes. Her fists clenched as she crouched low to the ground, her boots digging into the dirt. Then, like a cannon shot, she rocketed upward, leaving a scorched crater where she'd stood. "Luki!" Talia roared with the full fury of Olympus behind her voice. Her cry echoed across the heavens, answered by the storm as it raged in full. Thunder rolled and clouds churned violently as a pillar of lightning struck downward from the clouds and coalesced into her outstretched hands. It twisted and solidified, crackling, flaring, until it formed a solid, glowing thunderbolt, radiating with energy. Down below, Luke lay sprawled across the battlefield, his body broken and bloodied, barely holding himself up. His limbs uselessly thrown everywhere. His vision blurred with pain and blood. When he looked up, through a haze of agony, Talia wasn't just a figure, she was a force of nature. With lightning dancing wildly around her form and a thunderbolt raised high, she looked like Zeus incarnate descending from the skies to pass judgment. Talia screamed, hurling the bolt with a fury. It shrieked through the air, the sound piercing and unrelenting. The force of it alone bent the clouds around its path. Luke gritted his teeth, his body screaming in protest as he concentrated. Lightning arced across his form as the bolt approached, crawling over his skin like fire ants. Then, just before it struck, he vanished. Boom! The ground exploded in a blinding white flash. Everyone instinctively shielded their eyes as the light consumed the battlefield. The earth beneath them shook violently from the impact, and then came the sound, a sonic boom so loud and thunderous it nearly shattered their eardrums. When the light faded, all that was left was a scorched crater where Luke had once been. Talia landed on the blackened earth, smoke curling from the ground beneath her boots, her fists trembling with rage. Her face twisted into a snarl. "Damn it! That slippery bastard!" Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Lucian knelt in place. The last tendrils of miasma slithered from Hestia's body, coiling like dark mist into his hands before vanishing. Hestia stood frozen, her hands still outstretched, her lips trembling. Tears welled up in her eyes as she looked down at him. "Why, Lucian," she whispered, her voice barely audible through the crackling silence that remained after Talia's fury. "Why did you do this? I could have endured it, even if it took a decade. There was no need for you to throw your life away." Lucian looked up at her, his eyes soft despite the black blood staining his mouth and chin. His skin was deathly pale, but his smile was gentle, warm, even through the pain. "You're my little auntie," he murmured. "Like any good nephew. I don't like seeing you in pain. You're far too precious to suffer. Even if you could have dealt with it in a week or a decade, it doesn't matter. If I had to make the choice again, I'd still do the same thing." His voice broke into a weak laugh, followed by a violent cough that left flecks of black blood on the ground. "This isn't a laughing matter, Lucian," Hestia snapped, her voice cracking as she furiously wiped the tears from her eyes. Lucian coughed again, but the smile on his lips didn't fade. "Sorry. I just couldn't help but think how poetic all this is." As he spoke, black armor began to reform around his frame, growing like living shadow across his arms and chest. His whitened and corrupted skin was hidden beneath plates of obsidian. His crimson cape flared out behind him, rippling despite the still air. His helm rose to meet his face, locking into place like a knight preparing for war. He knelt upright despite his trembling frame. "You are a maiden," Lucian said softly, his voice muffled slightly by the helm. "And I am a knight." He reached out and gently took her hand, now gloved in his armored one. There was tenderness in his gesture, a devotion deeper than words. "A knight's duty is to protect the maiden from all harm. And so—" He bowed his head reverently, lowering his forehead to the back of her hand. "I will be more than happy to carry your pain as my curse, if it means you never have to feel it again." It was an image carved in time, a solemn vow between mortal and goddess. A knight pledging his soul to a maiden, not for glory, not for reward, but out of love. And Hestia could only stand there, tears falling freely, her heart breaking at the sight of the boy who would sacrifice everything just to spare her pain. Chapter 317, Another? As soon as Lucian's words left his mouth, a collective silence swept through his friend group, followed by a ripple of disbelief. Their eyes widened, expressions flickering between shock and exasperation, especially those who were familiar with Lucian's methods and, more importantly, his infamous potions. This crazy motherfucker. They all thought in unison, some of their faces twitching involuntarily as the implications dawned on them. He's actually planning on using this opportunity to finally digest that damn potion. Annabeth let out a deep, weary sigh and pinched the bridge of her nose in frustration. Only Lucian, she thought with a shake of her head, only he would be mad enough to willingly go through something that nearly kills him, all for the sake of advancement. He treats life-threatening danger like it's just another step in his training. Meanwhile, Talia's expression was more complicated, her brows knit together as she crossed her arms, watching Lucian closely. I honestly can't tell if he's genuinely doing this for Hestia's sake, or if he's just putting on an act to trigger the effects of the potion. He's hard to read when he gets like this. Her gaze softened slightly as she saw Hestia clinging to Lucian's armored neck, tears streaming freely down her face. Talia shook her head and sighed internally. Oh, who am I kidding? He probably jumped into this mess for her without a second thought, and only realized partway through that it would benefit him too. Typical Lucian, reckless and noble in the same breath. Bianca, however, remained visibly worried, her fingers nervously tugging at the hem of her shirt. Lucian wouldn't be so reckless as to not have a plan to cure himself, right? She asked aloud, her voice trembling slightly with anxiety. He has a plan, right? Percy raised an eyebrow, glancing at her with mild amusement. Is it just me, or do you actually sound pretty worried about Lucian? He teased, his lips curling into a smug grin. Of course I'm worried. He's my brother. Bianca snapped, glaring at him with fire in her eyes. Percy held up both hands in mock surrender. I'm just saying, with the way you two usually treat each other, I wasn't expecting you to sound this concerned. It's kinda uncharacteristic of you. Bianca's expression darkened as she clenched her fists. Would it be uncharacteristic of me to beat your ass into the ground right now? She said through gritted teeth, eyes narrowing like daggers. Percy blinked slowly, then nodded with a smirk. Yup, he replied, the word popping out casually. Percy, shut up, Clarice muttered with a groan, already tired of the back and forth. Sorry. Percy mumbled, clearly unconvinced but wisely deciding to drop it. Meanwhile, Lucian slowly rose to his feet, exhaling through his nose as he surveyed the battlefield. His body ached, his limbs heavy with lingering exhaustion and the miasma's corruptive presence. Most of the others were still recovering, scattered and dazed, trying to gather their bearings after the intensity of the fight. Hestia stood beside him, her arm carefully wrapped around his waist as if afraid he might collapse. Her concern was etched clearly across her features. I'm fine, for the most part, Lucian said, offering a strained smile to reassure her. His voice was raspy, fatigued, but steady. He let out a deep, exhausted sigh. But there's something else I'm more concerned about right now. He began walking, albeit at a much slower pace than usual. Every step was deliberate, his body clearly weakened. The toll the miasma had taken on him was impossible to ignore. From a distance, Nico and Marcus watched him closely, their eyes dark with concern. To both of them, Lucian had always been a symbol of strength, an unshakable force, a demigod whose power stood at the pinnacle. Seeing him now, pale and visibly struggling, was deeply unsettling. It felt wrong. Like watching a god bleed. Lucian made his way toward the subdued monsters, still pinned beneath the combined force of Annabeth's summoned spirits and the looming shadow soldiers under his command. Despite the chaos, none of the creatures had escaped. Muzzled and tightly restrained, they remained trapped. Thanks to the suppression tools crafted by Nebula, using her mastery over the mist. His eyes then shifted to a massive jar stationed at the center of it all, filled to the brim with viscous, pulsating flesh. The entity inside was still alive, grotesquely writhing and twitching, its form barely visible through the thick liquid. It struggled in vain, unable to break free from its confinement. The magic that bound it was too precise, too strong, and the space it was trapped in was far too compact. Lucian stared into the jar, his expression unreadable as the creature's form twisted against the glass. Out of the corner of his eye, Lucian noticed a flicker of movement, something big and fast. His instincts kicked in a second too late as he turned his head and spotted the cause. One of the massive bronze bull automations was still active. Its gears groaned and creaked as it forced itself upright, steam hissing out from its joints. Smoke billowed from its nostrils as it pawed at the ground like an angry beast, letting out a metallic, guttural moo that echoed like a war horn across the battlefield. Then, with fire in its eyes and fury in its steps, it charged, straight at Lucian. Flames replaced the steam from its nostrils, searing the ground beneath it with every step. The very grass turned to ash in its wake. Lucian sighed in pure exhaustion, already bracing himself for impact. He didn't even have the strength to raise a hand in defense. "Ah, fuck me, this is gonna hurt," he muttered under his breath, closing his eyes as if that might somehow soften the blow. The combination of the miasma and the spell he casted had drained him far too much, his limbs felt like stone, and his muscles refused to move. The others saw the bull barreling toward him and immediately sprang into action. Swords unsheathed, powers readied, panic surged through the camp. But before any of them could reach him, a blur of massive strength beat them all to the punch. Boom! The ground shook as Tyson charged in, slamming down next to Lucian and intercepting the bull with both hands. He caught it by the horns mid-charge, digging his heels into the dirt. The earth beneath him cracked from the force as he was pushed back slightly, his muscles bulging with the strain. Moo! The bull bellowed furiously, thrashing its head and suddenly rearing back to unleash a torrent of flames point-blank at Tyson's face. Everyone froze in horror. "Tyson!" Percy screamed, eyes wide. He took a step forward, but then stopped. To everyone's shock, Tyson didn't scream. He didn't even flinch. The fire washed over him like a tidal wave, but when it faded, Tyson was still standing tall. His shirt had been reduced to cinders, the edges smoldering with glowing embers. His chest and arms were covered in soot, smoke swirling around him. Unbothered, Tyson growled and slammed his arm into the bull's gaping mouth, reaching deep inside. With a loud crack and a flash of sparks, he yanked out its glowing bronze core with his bare hand. The bull's eyes went dim. It staggered, then collapsed with a heavy, metallic thud right in front of Lucian. Lucian blinked, still processing what just happened. Tyson stood before him, holding the still glowing core in one soot-covered hand, his single eye locked on Lucian. That eye, usually full of childlike innocence, now held something else. A mix of fear, concern, and apprehension. "You protected me," Lucian said quietly, lifting his gaze toward the towering boy. Tyson gave a hesitant nod, his voice low but earnest. "Even though you're really, really, really scary. I couldn't just watch you die." Lucian raised an eyebrow, his lips curling into a grin. "I wasn't really going to die, but I appreciate the gesture." He stopped mid-sentence, the grin on his face stretching wider as something caught his attention. Gasps rang out through the camp. Everyone froze again, their eyes going wide, this time not in fear, but awe. They stared above Tyson's head, jaws slowly dropping. A faint glow shimmered in the air. Percy's mouth hit the floor, his trident slipping from his fingers as he stared up in pure disbelief. "Wah! Well, I'll be damned," Talia muttered, rubbing her temples. Annabeth looked to Percy in confusion. "Why are you so shocked? Didn't you know?" Percy spun toward her, flailing his arms. "How the hell was I supposed to know?" Annabeth folded her arms, unimpressed. "Because his kind are mostly his children. How have you not figured this out? Honestly, at this point I'm amazed you even realized he was a Cyclops." "He's a Cyclops?" Percy shouted, even more bewildered. Annabeth stared silently at Percy, her eye twitching. She turned slowly toward Clarice. "You have my condolences." Clarice had her hands over her face, muttering into her palms, "Don't. I don't want to talk about it." Tyson, meanwhile, looked around, confused and increasingly self-conscious under everyone's stares. He shifted awkwardly. Why is everyone staring at me?" he whispered. Lucian smirked. "Look above you, big guy." Tyson tilted his head up, and saw it. A glowing trident symbol hovering just above his head, shimmering like it was made of ocean light. He blinked and then, innocently, swatted at it like it was a bug. "What is that? What's that supposed to mean? I don't understand." Lucian only chuckled, stepping forward and clapping a hand on Tyson's arm. "It means," he said with a grin, "you and I are now officially cousins. Welcome to the family, Tyson." Chapter 318, Symbol of Strength. "It also means Percy's your big brother, since his father is also Poseidon," Lucian said with a mischievous glint in his eyes. He leaned toward Tyson slightly, his hand half covering his mouth like he was letting him in on a secret. "Seriously?" Tyson shouted, his whole face lighting up like a child on their birthday. A massive grin stretched across his features as his one large eye grew wide with wonder and joy. He spun around to face Percy and yelled, "Percy! Is it true? Are you really my brother?" Percy flinched slightly under the weight of Tyson's sudden enthusiasm. He could feel dozens of eyes shifting toward him, and he awkwardly rubbed the back of his neck, his cheeks beginning to redden. "I mean," Percy muttered, half-heartedly, "we do have the same father, so I guess that technically makes us brothers." "Yippee!" Tyson let out a squeal of uncontainable happiness as he launched himself at Percy, wrapping his massive arms around him in a bone-crushing hug. Percy let out a grunt, his arms flailing for a moment. Lucian chuckled at the sight. Percy, completely mortified, trapped in the clutches of his overly excited Cyclops half-brother, while Tyson bounced up and down like an overgrown child. Annabeth quickly glided toward Lucian, her face tense with worry. Her eyes scanned him over from head to toe. "Are you okay?" she asked softly, her voice full of concern as she took in his pale skin and weary stance. "Who, me?" Lucian replied, attempting a grin. "I'm the picture of perfect health, Blurg." A violent spray of blood erupted from his mouth, staining his chin and dripping down his armor. Annabeth's eyes widened in horror, and tears welled up as she reached toward him. "I really hate seeing you like this," she whispered, her voice cracking. "Please tell me you have a plan. Please tell me you weren't just being reckless out there." Lucian gave a tired sigh and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "I do have a plan. Just, not one I can explain right now. I'll tell you later. But for now, we still have work to do." "Lucian! What the hell are you planning to do with these weird-ass fucking monsters? Why aren't you killing them?" Clarice's voice rang out sharply, her tone aggressive. She was being blocked by a line of Lucian's shadow soldiers, who stood between her and a group of unfamiliar, grotesque creatures. "What even are these things?" Charles, the son of Hephaestus, asked, panting as he approached with a massive warhammer slung across his back. His face was smeared with grime and blood, his arms nicked and cut from the earlier battle. He looked shaken, but he was still standing strong. Lucian turned to them, his expression hard but honest. "These aren't just monsters. They were people once. People like us. Luke did this to them. He twisted them and turned them into these things. I hope I might be able to cure them." The demigods collectively stared in stunned silence. "What? You're kidding. These are actually people? I think I'm going to throw up." Luke's officially lost his mind. "And how exactly are you going to do that?" Talia asked, stepping up beside Charles, her voice laced with skepticism. "Can they even be cured?" Not to sound insensitive, Marcus added, his brow furrowed with concern as he glanced at Lucian's bleeding mouth and pale features, "But are you sure this is the time to worry about them? You look like you're about to collapse. Why don't you focus on yourself first?" "You're all asking too many questions at once," Lucian sighed heavily, pinching the bridge of his nose in frustration. "One thing at a time, please." A soft, calming warmth spread through the air as Hestia appeared beside him, her presence soothing like a hearth on a winter night. She looked around at the group with a subtle frown of reproach. What Lucian needs right now is rest, not a barrage of questions, she said gently but firmly. Lucian gave a small shake of his head and let out another exhausted breath. I'm afraid I can't rest either. Not yet. There's still too much to do. What? But Lucian, several voices began to protest in unison, but Lucian raised a hand and stepped forward, commanding the attention of everyone present, demigods and wounded warriors alike. I'm sorry, he said solemnly. I know what all of you just went through. It was brutal. It was traumatizing. And I know you need time to breathe, to grieve. But we don't have that luxury right now. We need to gather the bodies of our fallen brothers and sisters. We need to count the dead. We need to honor them. And then, we need to rebuild. We cannot let this place fall apart. Talia and Annabeth exchanged glances. They sighed, their expressions softening as they watched him. Despite everything, his terrifying power, his earlier action, and his brutality, Lucian had long since earned something no one could deny. Respect. And in that moment, even if they were still terrified of him, they were willing to follow him. Apollo cabin, Lucian called out, his voice steady despite the weariness clinging to his bones. He pointed directly toward their cabin head, his tone brooking no argument. I need you to start tending to the wounded. Prioritize the ones in critical condition, anyone who needs immediate medical attention gets it first. Work quickly, but carefully. The head of the Apollo cabin gave a sharp nod and immediately began issuing instructions to their siblings. Hephaestus and Athena cabins, Lucian continued, turning toward the others, I want you both to survey the damage done to the camp structures. Start taking notes, what can be salvaged, what has to be rebuilt from scratch, what supplies we'll need. I want a full report by nightfall. The cabin heads exchanged a quick glance, nodded, and split off to begin the assessment with grim efficiency. Nico, Bianca, take the Dionysus twins with you and begin preparing the funeral rites. The fallen need to be honored. They fought bravely, and they deserve a proper farewell. Nico's dark eyes narrowed slightly as he nodded. Bianca placed a gentle hand on her brother's shoulder before they turned to gather the necessary materials. Lucian's tone shifted again, now sharp and commanding. Ares cabin, you'll be on perimeter duty. Surround the camp and keep your weapons ready. This might be the perfect opportunity for another wave of monsters to strike. We can't let our guard down just because a battle has been won. The Ares cabin roared in response, banging weapons together as they quickly formed up and began marching out to the outer edges of the camp. As for the rest of you, Lucian said, sweeping his gaze across the demigods still gathered, some looking lost, others anxious, a few steeling themselves with resolve, your job is simple, help clean up the battlefield. Gather remains, monster and otherwise. Burn what needs burning. Salvage what you can. I know it's unpleasant. I know it's hard. But every one of us has a part to play. His voice grew firmer, louder. We will recover from this. It's not a question of if, only when. And the sooner we start, the sooner we heal. There was a heavy silence, followed by quiet nods of agreement and the shuffling of feet as campers began moving into action. Ugh. I really don't want to touch any of the dead, one of the Aphrodite cabin members whispered to their sibling, looking faint and queasy. That's so gross. And the monster guts? Gods, no thank you. Lucian turned his head, having caught the words even among the growing noise. His expression didn't harden, but his voice carried clear authority as he addressed them. Then don't, he said plainly. Instead, gather the younger children, the ones who aren't fighters. They're probably terrified, confused. Stay with them. Reassure them. Help them understand that the danger has passed. Let them feel safe again. The Aphrodite camper blinked in surprise, then slowly nodded, grateful for the task. Now that, I can do, they murmured, placing a hand over their heart and moving to gather the frightened younger campers. Hestia, who had remained quiet as the demigods dispersed, stood at the edge of the clearing watching Lucian's back. The warm light from her hearth flickered faintly in the air around her as her soft gaze followed the boy. Even with blood on his face and barely enough strength to stay upright, Lucian's presence hadn't wavered. His voice had not cracked. His shoulders had not dropped. In this moment, he was more than just another demigod, he was a symbol. A rallying point. A pillar of strength while everyone else was still trying to piece themselves back together. A small, proud smile tugged at her lips. Hades. I know you must be incredibly proud of that boy. I know I am, Hestia thought, closing her eyes covertly. Chapter 319, Force of Nature. Lucian strode toward the camp with steady, purposeful steps, his voice carrying clear authority as he continued directing the demigods still in his vicinity. Demir cabin, he called out, pointing toward the scattered group, gather the satyrs and look after the dryads. I doubt they're all going to be okay after that fire, some of them must be in shock. Tend to them as best you can. The cabin members nodded without hesitation, their expressions grim but determined as they hurried off to obey, weaving through debris and smoke that still lingered faintly in the air. As Lucian passed through the boundary of the camp, the familiar sight of its central clearing came into view, though now marred by blackened earth, broken structures, and the faint smell of burnt wood. Among the wreckage, he spotted Chiron moving between damaged areas, his bow in hand, the quiver strapped to his back looking noticeably light. Only a few arrows remained. Chiron's hooves struck the ground in quick, rhythmic beats as he galloped over to meet him. The centaur's withered face softened with a faint smile. I'm glad to see you here, Chiron said, his voice calm but carrying an undercurrent of relief. It's been rather quiet ever since you left. Lucian's lips curved upward in a half-smile, his tone teasing as he replied, I bet you enjoyed your peace without me around to ruin it. Everyone knows I sure did, came Dionysus's voice from the direction of the big house. The god lounged lazily on the porch, raising a can in mock salute. Here's to another summer of headaches with you around. Chiron shook his head, clearly unimpressed. Don't listen to him. Truth be told, I'm genuinely glad you're here. I feel far more reassured with your presence, like we won't have to worry about another attack catching us off guard. Before Lucian could answer, a series of voices called out from behind him. Chiron, how have you been? Have you missed us? Glad to see you're okay. Talia, Annabeth, and Percy had caught up, each offering their own greeting. Tyson, towering over the rest, pointed an enthusiastic finger toward the centaur. Pony, he exclaimed, eyes wide with delight. Chiron's brows rose slightly, his tone edging into offense. Excuse me? I am no pony. I am a centaur, young Cyclops. Percy's cheeks colored as he looked away, clearly wishing he could pretend Tyson wasn't with him. Meanwhile, Lucian's gaze swept across the camp, his brow furrowing as something clicked in his mind. Oh, that's right. With Talia not being a tree, she was never poisoned, meaning Chiron was never fired, which means no Tantalus. That's good. Or rather, what a shame. I was hoping to mess with him a bit. He shook his head faintly, disappointment flickering in his eyes. As the others continued chatting with Chiron, Marcus trailed after Lucian when he began moving away, heading toward the more heavily damaged sections. They stepped over splintered wood and past cracked stone columns, Lucian quietly taking in the destruction. It's a shame your first time seeing the camp is like this, Lucian said, his tone tinged with a note of regret. When I first arrived it was merely a settlement of wooden cabins, I left it a city of marble. Now it's reduced to this. Marcus glanced around at the damaged structures, the trampled grass, the ash still caught in the wind. He shrugged lightly, trying to lift the mood. I mean, yeah, some things are damaged or outright destroyed, but I can still imagine what it's supposed to look like. It's not too bad, honestly. Lucian gave him a sidelong glance but said nothing, simply continuing to lead the way until they reached the cabin row. Marcus stopped mid-step, his eyes widening at the sight of a massive statue standing in the center of the square, well, most of it. The head was missing. Marcus pinched the bridge of his nose, staring at the decapitated monument. Lucian. I remember that guy, Luke, or whatever his name was, carrying something that looked suspiciously like your head before crushing it. Please don't tell me you actually had a giant statue of yourself in the middle of the camp. Lucian lowered his head with theatrical sorrow, voice dripping with wistfulness. What a glorious thing it was. Marcus's lips twitched as if fighting back laughter. You are seriously something else. Lucian stepped forward and laid a hand against the cold, headless statue. The obsidian surface was rough in places where the stone had been scorched, but beneath his palm he felt more than just texture. Visions flooded his mind. For a brief moment, the world blurred, replaced by flickers of memory not his own, a corrosive darkness seeping like acid over shimmering magical wards, the protective layers hissing and dissolving away. Then, from above, Luke descended like a hawk in freefall, sword in hand. One clean, brutal slash, and the statue's head tumbled to the ground. Ugh! Lucian's breath hitched. His other hand clutched at his chest as pain lanced through him, his knees threatening to give. He braced himself against the pedestal, shoulders tense, breaths coming in short, sharp bursts. Lucian! Marcus was at his side in an instant, one broad hand gripping the armor over Lucian's ribs to steady him. His voice was urgent, tight with worry. Okay, you are seriously not okay and you need serious help. Lucian waved him off, forcing a shallow laugh that came out more like a hiss. I'm fine. That was just my life expectancy dropping slightly due to the miasma. It's fine. Marcus's jaw dropped, his voice pitching higher. That doesn't sound fine at all. In what world is that fine? Dude, I'm messing with you. Lucian smirked faintly, though his breathing still hadn't fully steadied. But I am dying. This miasma, it's eating me alive from the inside out. Don't tell the others, but I estimate I have a few weeks left. Maybe days. Marcus froze, the color draining from his face. His eyes widened, shimmering with a sudden wetness, and his throat tightened around the words. No. No, you can't die. I'll talk to my father, maybe he could do something about it. Lucian shook his head, his voice steady but carrying an unspoken finality. No, Marcus. This is something I have to do. I can feel it, there's a quest waiting for me. One that leads to a cure. Marcus's voice hardened, almost snapping. Aren't those dangerous? From what you've told me, and from what everyone says, not everyone comes back alive. And in your condition, you're in no position to journey anywhere. Lucian leaned back against the pedestal, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. As weakened as I might be, Marcus, I'm never powerless. I think you've forgotten something. From the corners of the clearing, the shadows began to stir. They stretched outward like ink spilled across the ground, reaching in all directions. Crimson eyes bloomed within them, unblinking, predatory, every gaze fixed squarely on Marcus. The air thickened, heavy with intent, cold and suffocating, like the weight of an ocean pressing in. I'm the definition of versatility, Lucian said, his voice deepening, layered with something primal. If I lack in one area, I have 100 ways to cover it. I can be delayed. I can be slowed. I can even be weakened. But I can never be stopped. His eyes glowed faintly, crimson bleeding into the whites, the pale translucence of his skin catching the dim light in an almost spectral way. I'm a force of nature in every sense of the word. Marcus took an involuntary step back, his pulse pounding in his ears. He could feel it, the sensation of being surrounded, hunted, no avenue of escape. Even in such a weakened state, Lucian's presence was crushing, undeniable, and it only deepened Marcus's respect for him. Then, as suddenly as they appeared, the shadows withdrew, snapping back into their master like water pulled into a drain. Marcus's knees bent, and he dropped to one knee before Lucian, lowering his head and placing a fist to the ground in a gesture of loyalty and deference. His voice was steady but laced with reverence. Use me however you please. Lucian recoiled, his face twisting. Ew, gross. Don't ever say that again. Marcus's mouth twitched, but his eyes stayed serious. You made me your lieutenant, Lucian. That means I'm yours to command. I want to help. If there's anything I can do not hesitate to tell me. Lucian looked down at him, a faint warmth in his gaze. Running a hand back through his hair, he let out a quiet chuckle before answering, "Go home, Marcus." "What?" Marcus blinked in disbelief. "You still need to speak with your mother. Go to her. Sort out your problems before you think about helping me with mine." "That can wait," Marcus started, but Lucian's voice cut sharp over him. "Marcus." His tone carried weight, his eyes locking onto the young man's with unshakable certainty. "Like I said, this is a journey I have to take. Not that I don't appreciate your dedication, because I do, but there's a time and place for everything. This isn't it." Marcus clicked his tongue, rising reluctantly to his feet. "Now that just isn't fair." Lucian shook his head, a thin smile playing at his lips. "Life isn't fair. Welcome to the real world." Chapter 320, The Next Prophecy. Night had fallen over Camp Half-Blood, a thick curtain of darkness broken only by the soft glow of the campfires. The air was heavy, thick with grief and the faint scent of incense. Lucian leaned silently against the rough bark of an old oak, his tired red eyes fixed on the gathered campers. They were huddled together near the pyre, faces shadowed by sorrow as they mourned the fallen. At the center of it all stood Nico. The son of Hades carried himself with a quiet, solemn authority, his every movement deliberate. Nico, being now a mortician, was the perfect person to handle the situation. As a mortician, Nico had an ability called funerary rites, which allowed him to perform sacred rites that grant the dead peace, ward off curses, and keep malevolent spirits from returning. Although it was a little morbid, it was the perfect acting situation for Nico as he was performing and being acknowledged by the entire camp. Lucian's attention shifted when a faint pulse of crimson light caught the corner of his eye. His ring flickered, the gemstone glowing brighter until it gave off a sharp red flash, the unmistakable signal of an incoming call. He exhaled a long, quiet sigh and stepped away from the tree. Walking toward Talia and Annabeth, he spoke in a low, matter-of-fact tone. "I need to take a call. I'll be retiring to my cabin. I'm leaving the rest in your hands." The two girls exchanged a quick glance and nodded without question. Lucian's form melted into the ground as shadows curled up around his feet, swallowing him whole. In the next instant, he emerged just outside the door of his basement. The air here was colder, heavier, less touched by the life of the camp above. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. Another sigh escaped him as he took in the sight before him. Nebula's touch was everywhere, the once stone walls now lined with massive containment cells. Each one held something that looked like it had crawled straight from a nightmare, twisted limbs, jagged teeth, eyes that blinked in unsettling patterns. The cells were soundproof, a mercy to anyone who might have heard the constant, maddening shrieks. Lucian ignored the prisoners and made his way to the large, high-backed chair at the far end of the room. Sitting down, he rested his elbows on the armrests and took a moment to mentally steel himself. When the crystal ball shimmered into existence before him, he reached out and accepted the call. The sphere expanded, the mist within swirling until a familiar face appeared. "Well, if it isn't my beautiful, most amazing, one-of-a-kind mother dearest," Lucian greeted, his voice bursting with exaggerated cheer. "How have you been?" Medea's eyes narrowed immediately. "Lucian, are you by chance retarded?" she asked flatly. "Okay, ouch." "Uncalled for," Lucian muttered, rubbing the back of his head like he'd been physically struck. "Uncalled for?" Medea's tone sharpened into incredulous outrage. Her eye twitched, the look on her face one of utter disbelief. "From what I've heard from your father, you willingly absorbed the miasma from the abyss. Do you realize what you've done? You've effectively doomed yourself. I think calling you a retard is putting it lightly." "It wasn't for no reason," Lucian said, rubbing one eye in exasperation. "And I'm not dooming myself." Medea's gaze narrowed into a dagger's edge, scrutinizing him as if she could peel away his secrets by sheer force of will. "You're planning something. What are you planning?" Lucian's lips curved into a slow smile. Let's just say my mother is one of my greatest inspirations, and her journey is the guide I intend to follow very soon. Her brows furrowed in confusion. What? I'm not in the mood for riddles, she stopped mid-sentence, the realization dawning in her eyes. They widened. You're going after the Golden Fleece. Lucian didn't speak. He only kept smiling, and that was answer enough. Medea brought a hand to her forehead, massaging it slowly as if the thought physically pained her. All right, well, at least you have a solution to your problem. That's something. But Lucian, she leaned forward slightly, her voice edged with frustration, it was still unbelievably stupid. You're smarter than this. His smile didn't fade, didn't shift in the slightest. Her expression changed again, this time a faint, knowing smile tugged at her lips. There's more to this, isn't there? She tilted her head, her tone a mixture of curiosity and amusement. You devil child, what exactly are you planning? Not exactly planning, Lucian replied, his tone carrying a vague sense of mischief, but just know this entire ordeal won't be pointless. I'll be weakened for a while, sure, but when it's all over, I'll be much stronger than I was before it. I see, that's good, at least. Medea's voice softened, and for a moment the sharp edge of her usual tone dulled into something unmistakably maternal. Her eyes lingered on him, catching the way his skin seemed just a shade too pale, the way his irises seemed clouded, dulled by pain he wasn't willing to admit out loud. There was nothing a mother hated more than seeing her child in pain. How are you doing currently? She asked quietly, her voice almost gentle. I'm okay, Blurg. Lucian's words were cut short as he suddenly lurched forward, coughing up a thick stream of black blood that stained his chin like ink. Medea's eyelid twitched. Her scowl returned instantly. I know you're doing that on purpose, Lucian. Don't play games, I'm being serious here. Sorry, Lucian said with a weak chuckle, casually wiping the black streak from his chin with the sleeve of his armor. In truth? I'm physically weakened. The blessing Heracles gave me is what's slowing the miasma's progress and keeping me from outright dying. My magical abilities are mostly fine, but I'd have to concentrate a lot harder to use them effectively. He glanced at the gauntlet on his arm. Not to mention, I now have to wear this armor piece permanently unless I want to risk affecting the people around me. Medea's frown deepened, but she didn't interrupt as they continued talking late into the night. They discussed his plan in detail, her hopes for his recovery, and her thinly veiled warnings not to overreach. At one point, Lucian was caught completely off guard when Hades himself joined the conversation, not to interrogate him or insult him like Medea had, but simply to thank him for what he had done for Hestia. The sheer unexpectedness of the Lord of the Dead offering gratitude sent a strange, uneasy chill down his spine. By the time morning came, the air around camp was still heavy. The previous day's losses lingered in the expressions of every demigod moving through the grounds. Even the usual morning bustle felt muted, voices hushed, movements subdued. Lucian emerged from his cabin with Talia and Annabeth flanking him. Their boots crunched against the dew-damp grass as Annabeth handed him a scroll of parchment. Here, she said, I didn't bother you last night since you looked wiped out, but Charles couldn't find you and gave me this instead. It's a list of everything that was destroyed. He wanted to know if you had any upgrade ideas before repairs start. Lucian reached for the list but didn't immediately take it. I'll look at it in a minute, he said, his gaze drifting toward the heart of camp. I want to do something else first. Talia's brow furrowed. Something else? Lucian sighed. I'm going to speak to the spirit of Delphi. I want to see what she has to say. Talia and Annabeth exchanged a quick glance. There was concern in their eyes, but neither voiced it. Instead, they simply fell into step beside him as they made their way toward the big house. Inside, they found Chiron and Dionysus. The latter didn't so much as glance at Lucian, but Chiron's eyebrows rose slightly when Lucian stated his reason for being there. After a brief pause, the centaur gave a resigned nod. Go ahead, Chiron said with a weary sigh. Now is as good a time as any for a quest, I suppose. The tension in camp was nearly tangible, even he couldn't hide his apprehension. Lucian ascended the stairs at a steady pace, each creak of the wood under his boots sounding louder in the stillness. At the top, he opened the attic door to a space that felt suspended in time. It was cluttered, piles of missing or discarded items stacked high, almost like an abandoned lost and found. In the middle of the room sat a desiccated corpse slumped in a rocking chair, its empty eye socket staring at nothing. Lucian stepped inside and closed the door behind him. The air was thick, stale. He walked forward until he stood before the chair. "So," he said evenly, "is there actually a quest waiting for me? Or am I just winging it under the pretense of one?" From the corpse's mouth and eye sockets, green fog began to seep, curling through the air before coalescing into a spectral form. It was the image of his mother, her expression carved from solemnity. Lucian let out a dry laugh. "Heh, how poetic. Or maybe ironic is the better word." The construct's voice carried an ancient weight as she spoke. "Accursed night shall rise once more upon the path his mother once bore. Through trials and seas where fates entwine, he meets the sorceress of bloodline divine. Yet glory's grasp, though close at hand, will seal his final breath. For in his quest to claim his prize, he meets a destined death." Lucian stood in silence for a moment, the words settling in like a heavy fog. Then he exhaled slowly, scratching the back of his head with a half-smile. "Well, Mom, looks like I'm coming home for summer vacation after all." Chapter 321, Empathic Link. Lucian descended from the attic, his footsteps creaking softly against the old wooden stairs. He stepped into the main room where the others were gathered. They had clearly been waiting for him, though he noticed immediately that two more people had joined the group, Percy and Tyson. Percy sat hunched forward in his chair, elbows braced on his knees, his hands loosely clasped. His expression was weary, the kind of tired that came from not sleeping all too well. Tyson, on the other hand, was a picture of pure optimism, smiling widely, eye bright, completely unaware of or unconcerned with the heaviness in the air. The contrast between the two could not have been sharper. Lucian took one look at Percy's expression and let out an exasperated sigh. "Let me guess, Grover's in trouble?" Percy's head shot up, startled. "Wha, how did you know?" he asked, his voice tinged with genuine surprise. "I haven't even told the others yet. I was waiting so I could explain it to everyone at once." "Call it intuition," Lucian replied, waving a hand dismissively as he moved further into the room and took a seat. His tone made it clear that this wasn't exactly his first time predicting bad news. Talia leaned forward, her brow furrowed in concern. "Wait, what do you mean Grover's in trouble?" Annabeth didn't immediately react. It wasn't that she didn't care about Grover, she did, but her attention was split. She was far more preoccupied with thoughts of Lucian's prophecy, curious about what it said. Even so, she knew there was a time and place for those questions, and this wasn't it. For now, she kept silent, simply listening. Percy ran a hand through his hair, searching for the right words. "I think it started a few months ago. I've been having these weird dreams. Mostly about Grover. He's been running from monsters, hiding, using the staff Lucian gave him to defend himself. He's actually been doing a good job, at least, until recently. In the last dream, he found an injured beast, looked like he was trying to heal it, and that's when they caught up to him." Percy's brows drew together as he spoke, his voice heavy with unease. Chiron, who had been standing quietly in the background, finally spoke. "What you've been experiencing are not mere dreams, Percy," he said gravely. "They're messages, sent through an empathic link." "An empathic link?" Percy repeated, turning to him in confusion. "It's a telepathic connection between a satyr and another person," Annabeth explained before Chiron could elaborate. She rested her hand thoughtfully against her chin as she spoke. "They can communicate across great distances through dreams. If Grover's formed one with you, he must be desperate." Percy's brow furrowed. "What's that supposed to mean?" Annabeth sighed, clearly wishing she didn't have to explain. Establishing an empathic link is a huge risk for both people. It's not just about sending dreams, you can sense each other's general location, even emotions. But there's a catch: if one person dies, the other either dies as well, or falls into a vegetative state. The only way to break the link is if both parties meet in person and mutually agree to sever it. What? Percy shot to his feet, his chair scraping loudly against the floor. Like I said, Annabeth continued evenly, it's a desperate move, probably a last-ditch effort on Grover's part. He's putting a lot of faith in you, Percy. He believes you'll be able to find him. But why me? Percy demanded, his voice rising with frustration. Why not Lucian? Or Talia? They're both stronger than I am. If anyone has a good shot at finding him, it's them. Annabeth shook her head. It's not about strength. An empathic link requires a close bond, really close, on a personal level. That's the only way it works. It's not that we don't care about Grover or that we aren't his friends. But over the years, while the rest of us were focused on our own things, you and he spent the most time together. You've built a connection with him that the rest of us simply haven't. Percy exhaled slowly, shoulders sagging as he nodded in reluctant acceptance. All right. I suppose it's up to me to go and save him. Since he's placed his trust in me, I'd rather not let him down. Sounds to me like it's another quest, Chiron remarked, the corners of his mouth tightening as he let out a weary sigh. This is the second double quest we've had in recent memory. The first was last year, during the Thunderbolt incident, and now this. I sincerely hope this isn't the start of some troubling trend. Percy's gaze shifted toward Lucian. You're going on a quest? He asked, his tone a mix of curiosity and faint apprehension. Lucian gave a single, deliberate nod, offering no elaboration. Chiron tilted his head slightly. So, did you receive a prophecy? Again, Lucian nodded. Still, he didn't offer any details. Mind sharing? Chiron pressed, his tone still gentle but carrying an undercurrent of curiosity. Lucian leaned back in his seat, his eyes unfocused as if weighing something heavy. After a long moment, he shook his head. No. No, I don't think I will. What? Why not? Talia blurted, her brows knitting together in surprise. Lucian, what are you hiding? What did the prophecy say? Annabeth demanded, her voice sharper, her frown deepening into something almost accusatory. Her gray eyes locked onto him with unyielding intensity. Ladies, please, Chiron interjected, his voice edged with caution as he noticed both girls leaning forward, looking ready to beat the prophecy straight out of Lucian if they had to. If Lucian doesn't wish to share what his prophecy foretold, then please respect his wishes. Talia and Annabeth both looked as though they wanted to argue, but one hard, unreadable glance from Lucian was enough to make them stop. Clicking their tongues in irritation, they leaned back, arms crossed, still visibly unhappy. Percy rose from his seat without a word, heading toward the attic to receive his own prophecy. The creak of the stairs echoed through the room, leaving behind a brief silence broken only by the faint sound of the wind outside. Annabeth and Talia remained seated, still glaring at Lucian from across the table. He kept his gaze fixed on the floor, his expression unreadable, though the way his brow knitted together hinted at deep contemplation. Their annoyance began to fade into something else, concern. The sound of footsteps signaled Percy's return. He descended the stairs with his hands shoved into his pockets, staring down at the steps as though lost in thought. When he finally reached the bottom, he noticed the way everyone was watching him. What? He asked, tilting his head slightly. Seeing the expectant looks, Percy rolled his eyes. If Lucian's not sharing, why should I? The group let out a collective groan, while Lucian smirked faintly. Brat. A ghost of a grin tugged at Percy's lips, though it quickly faded as his gaze drifted toward the door. So, what are you planning on doing next? Lucian asked, his tone casual but his eyes watchful. Percy let out a sigh. Pack. See if Clarice wants to come along. Then, head out, I guess. He shrugged like he was trying to play it off, but there was a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Lucian arched a brow. Do you even know where you're supposed to be heading? A faint blush crept up Percy's neck as he reached back to scratch his head. Not really. I was just thinking I'd wing it. You're seriously something else, Lucian said, shaking his head in disbelief. If you want my advice, I'd start by learning how to harness that empathic link. That way, you'd at least have a clear sense of where Grover is, and you'd actually know where you need to go. I'm in agreement, Chiron added, nodding in approval. I understand the urgency, but heading out unprepared would only place you at a disadvantage. Take the time to ready yourself for the journey ahead. Percy stopped mid-thought, the weight of their words settling on him. He glanced back toward Lucian. What about you? What are you going to be doing? Lucian's expression darkened slightly. Before anything else, I'm thinking of rebuilding the camp and setting up proper defenses, just in case there's another attack. He let out a long breath, rubbing the bridge of his nose as though the sheer scale of the task was already giving him a headache. Chapter 322, Blackheart Construction returns. Lucian clapped his hands together with a sharp, echoing smack that cut through the air. A grin spread across his face as shadows curled at his feet, stretching outward like eager hounds awaiting their master's command. All right, my shadows and spirits, listen up. Blackheart Construction is officially back in business, he declared, his voice carrying the commanding edge of a battle-hardened general. Pack your lunches, kiss your wife and kids goodbye, because we've got work ahead of us that won't finish itself. And remember, those who don't work, don't eat. Sir, yes sir. Nebula barked, snapping into a perfect military salute. Her crisp movement was immediately mirrored by the rank-and-file of shadow soldiers behind her, who slammed the butts of their weapons into the ground in unison, their armored feet stomping like a drumbeat of loyalty. None of us even eat. Nox muttered under his breath, his voice barely above a whisper. Lucian's gaze snapped toward him like a whip. Are you talking back to me, soldier? Nox stiffened, his posture snapping ramrod straight. No, sir. Lucerna, standing a short distance away, covered her mouth to hide her chuckle, though her eyes sparkled with amusement. Then what are you waiting for? Move! Lucian barked, his tone sharp enough to cut steel. The shadows surged forward like an incoming tide, dispersing across the camp and setting to work, hauling timber, lifting broken beams, and mending torn structures with silent precision. Lucian exhaled and lowered himself onto a rough log behind him, his movements just slow enough to betray the lingering ache in his body. Next to him, Annabeth sat with several hologram blueprints floating in front of her, each one an image of the camp buildings, her gray eyes scanning every line with surgical precision. We really didn't make any major improvements here, she remarked, her voice thoughtful but tinged with faint disappointment. It's almost the exact same as before, just with a few added reinforcements to make it sturdier. Lucian smirked faintly without looking up. That's because there wasn't much to improve. It was perfect to begin with. And, thanks for your help, by the way. Sure. No problem. Whatever you need. Annabeth said, though her eyes flicked toward him as if gauging something unspoken. I'm still not telling you the prophecy, Lucian said flatly before she could speak again. She clicked her tongue in mock irritation and turned her head away. I didn't even want to know your stupid prophecy anyway. Probably something stupid. Lucian chuckled, though even the act seemed to weigh on him. What's next then? Annabeth asked, lifting her gaze back to him. Rebuilding your precious statue? Nah, Lucian said, shaking his head. It was cool the first time, but now, it just feels obnoxious. I think I'm taking it down. Annabeth blinked at him in mock shock. Who are you and what have you done with Lucian? The Lucian I know wouldn't pass up the chance to be obnoxious. Her eyes narrowed playfully. Oh no, you're actually worse off than we feared. Lucian gave her a deadpan stare that lasted long enough to make her snicker and mumble an apology. So, what about the camp's warding system? She asked, shifting the topic. Lucian reached into the dark pool at his feet and pulled out a small, gleaming automaton core, holding it up so the light caught its metallic grooves. Thinking of going smaller this time, something compact I can bury in the dead center of camp, out of reach from, well, anyone. Let me handle it, Annabeth said, extending her hand. Lucian's brow arched in skepticism, prompting her to elaborate. I'm an expert in warding, remember? It's literally one of my specialties. When his expression didn't change, she rolled her eyes. As a daughter of Athena, I'm a master weaver. I can weave enchantments tighter and stronger than anyone. In fact, her lips curved in challenge, I'd even say I'm better than you. Lucian snorted. Better than me? That's debatable. But sure, go ahead. Knock yourself out. Awesome, Annabeth grinned, her mind already alight with ideas and magical schematics. As Lucian turned to leave, his tone grew quieter but sharper. And stop treating me like I'm fragile. I hate that. Annabeth's lips pressed into a small, guilty smile as she rubbed the back of her neck. Lucian had barely made it a dozen paces before a familiar voice called his name. He stopped, turning to see Nico jogging toward him with a travel-worn backpack slung over one shoulder. What is it? Lucian asked, tilting his head slightly. I just wanted to know, Nico said, adjusting the strap, what I should pack for our quest. Lucian tilted his head slightly, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips, but he said nothing. Nico stared at him, puzzled, trying to figure out why Lucian was just standing there grinning at him like that. Slowly, his expression shifted as realization crept in. His voice flattened to a monotone. I'm not going, am I? Lucian pressed his lips together, gave a slow shake of his head. Nico's brows drew tight in irritation. And why not? I'm stronger now. I won't be a burden. And I don't doubt that, Lucian said, his tone calm but edged with finality. I'm not keeping you back because you're weak. I'm keeping you back because there's something else I need you to do. Nico's shoulders slumped, his gaze falling to the ground. But I want to help you with this. Can't that other stuff wait? Lucian exhaled through his nose, dragging a hand through his hair in mild frustration. What is up with everyone lately and wanting to help me? Nico didn't look up. His voice was low, quiet, but steady. Because we all care about you. Obviously. We hate seeing you like this. He hesitated, then added, softer still, I hate seeing you like this. For a moment, Nico heard nothing in response. Confused, he glanced upward, only to see Lucian covering his mouth with one hand, his eyes glistening faintly. Nico blinked. Are you crying? Lucian turned his head away, still shielding his mouth, and raised a single finger in the universal give me a second gesture. His breathing came out in quiet, shaky exhales. Nico rolled his eyes, shaking his head with the faintest smirk tugging at his lips. You are such a wuss. My sweet summer child. Lucian said, finally uncovering his face and resting a supportive hand on Nico's shoulder. Never change. You are simply too precious, Nico. My birthday's in January, Nico said, frowning in confusion. Then he shook his head quickly, realizing he was getting off topic. What is it you need me to do that's so important I can't come with you? Lucian's voice dropped into a quieter register. This is actually a joint mission between you and Bianca. Call her for me and meet me in my basement. Later. Lucian sat forward in his chair, elbows resting on his knees, as Nico and Bianca stood before him. His tone was calm but carried the weight of authority. While I'm gone, I'm going to need you two to do 3 things for me. The siblings exchanged a puzzled glance before turning their attention back to him. First, Lucian said, raising a finger, be there for Marcus. He's going to be speaking with his mother soon. Most of us won't be around, and if he needs someone, well, you two are family. We belong to the Underworld. Maybe he'll find some comfort in confiding in you. They both opened their mouths to speak, but Lucian continued before either could object. Second, keep an eye on the monsters in the holding cells. I'm confident in the security measures, but I'd rather be safe than sorry. The last thing we need is an unexpected escape." They seemed ready to protest again, but he didn't give them the chance. "And lastly," Lucian said, his tone sharpening just enough to draw their full attention, "there's a traitor among us." Both sets of eyes widened at once. "I don't mean within our little group. I mean the camp itself," Lucian clarified. "When you find them, and you will, don't confront them. Don't alert them. It might just be one person, or it might be more. Take notes. Watch how people act. How they move. Who they talk to." His gaze lingered on Bianca for the third order, and she nodded in silent understanding. Lucian already knew who the traitor was. He had planned to kill them the moment they crossed paths again. But he had decided to let them live, for now. They would serve a different purpose. They could help Bianca digest her stalker potion faster. Chapter 323, Slowly Dying. The next morning, Lucian stood hunched over his bathroom mirror, his palms gripping the porcelain sink so tightly that his black veins stuck out. The basin was stained in streaks of inky black blood, dripping sluggishly from his mouth and spreading across the surface. The metallic, tar-like scent lingered in the air, clinging to his lungs with every shallow breath he took. Slowly, he lifted his gaze toward the mirror. What stared back at him was a face that looked like it belonged more to a corpse than to someone still alive. His sunken red eyes seemed almost hollow, framed by deepening shadows and bags that had only grown more prominent. A strand of blood clung stubbornly to his lip, smearing the corners of his mouth, staining them black. His hair had grown wild and unkempt over the school year, nearly brushing his shoulders now, his bangs falling forward and obscuring part of his gaze. His pale, sickly skin gave him the look of a phantom, yet despite it all, his lips curved into a crooked, blood-smeared grin. "Damn!" he muttered, his voice hoarse and mocking even toward himself. "How am I somehow better looking while dying?" He shook his head, forcing away the intrusive humor. With a twist of the faucet, cold water gushed out, splattering against porcelain already marred by his corrupted blood. Lucian dipped his hands in and brought it to his mouth, rinsing away the foul taste as he silently watched the blackened water swirl down the drain. The sight was hypnotic, his essence, his decay, vanishing into the pipes. After a moment, he splashed the water over his face, the shock of it biting against his skin and jolting his weary senses. He slicked his hair back, though two rebellious strands fell neatly to each side of his face. Once he'd wiped away the remaining droplets with a towel, he exhaled sharply, summoned his armor back around himself in a ripple of shadow and steel, and stepped out of the bathroom to face the day. Outside, the camp buzzed with noise, clanging hammers, shouted instructions, and the groan of wood and marble as cabins were being rebuilt. Lucian oversaw the reconstruction, his arms crossed as he observed the process from a nearby log. The morning air carried both the smell of sawdust and the faint tang of smoke still lingering from the destruction. It wasn't long before Percy appeared, his expression clouded with irritation as he trudged up. Well, Lucian said, leaning forward with his arms over his knees, voice dripping with mock amusement. "Looks like someone woke up on the wrong side of the bed." Percy shot him a glare, clearly not in the mood for jokes, before sitting down heavily beside him. He let out a long, exasperated sigh. "I tried to get into contact with Grover last night. Nothing. Not even a dream." His tongue clicked against his teeth as his frustration boiled over. "And on top of that, I got teased 3 times on my way here because of my bro, because of Tyson." He ran a hand roughly through his hair, making it stick up even more. Lucian tilted his head, studying him. "Don't you have a girlfriend?" Percy blinked, caught off guard. "What does that have to do with anything I just said?" "I don't know," Lucian replied casually, smirking faintly. "I just figured when someone needs to complain, they usually run straight to their girlfriends." Percy stared at him in deadpan silence for several long seconds, his face completely blank. Then he simply stood up, muttering, "Forget it." Hey, come on now," Lucian said quickly, reaching out and grabbing Percy's wrist before he could walk off. His tone softened, though the teasing lilt never completely vanished. "You're clearly telling me this for a reason. So, what is it you want from me? Percy shifted uncomfortably, scratching the back of his head before sighing. I don't know, man. You've got magic, right? Isn't there a spell to make this easier? I'm seriously worried about Grover, but without mastering this stupid empathy link, I'm a sitting duck. Lucian stared at him in silence, lips twitching slightly as if he was suppressing a laugh. What? Percy finally asked, narrowing his eyes at Lucian's expression. Nothing, Lucian said, rubbing his forehead with one hand. It's just funny. You're just right, huh? There is actually a spell that makes this ridiculously easy. It's one of the simplest spells compared to everything I know. It's called a locator spell. Percy blinked in disbelief. You're being serious? Dead serious, Lucian replied with a dry tone. All I need is a map and something tied to Grover's essence. Lucky for us, I still have some of his hoof shavings lying around. Lucky for me, he thought privately, his gaze darkening for a brief instant. Finding Grover means finding the golden fleece, my only real salvation at the moment. Though with that damn prophecy hanging over me, I'm not even sure if it'll work anymore. Wait, his hoof shavings? Percy asked, giving him a baffled look. Why the hell do you have Grover's hoof shavings? Lucian's expression hardened slightly, shadows flickering across his face. Let's just say I needed them for a potion. I compensated him with a decent meal. That's all you need to know. What? Percy muttered, now even more confused than before. Just go get me a map, Percy, Lucian said flatly, his tone leaving no room for argument. I'm going, geez, Percy grumbled, jogging off toward the big house in the distance. Lucian let out a long sigh before pressing both hands to his knees, pushing himself up from the log he had been sitting on. The motion was too sudden. His vision swam, the edges blurring for a moment, and his body swayed unsteadily. A wave of dizziness crashed over him, leaving him lightheaded, weak, as though he was experiencing iron deficiency. He staggered, clutching the side of his face, then lost his balance entirely and tripping backwards. However, he felt a soft but steady force catch against the small of his armored back. Lucian blinked in surprise, twisting slightly to see Hestia standing behind him, her gentle hands bracing his weight. She looked small compared to his armored form, yet her presence alone held him steady. Sorry about that, Lucian started, offering her a faint, sheepish smile. But the words caught in his throat as his eyes met hers. Hestia's gaze trembled. Her lips quivered as though the words she wanted to say were breaking her from the inside, and tears welled freely, spilling down her cheeks. She looked at him as if she were seeing not just his body, but the unraveling of his very soul. Hestia? Lucian asked, his voice low, concerned. But before he could say more, she spoke first. The hearth is what connects all families, Lucian, she said softly, her voice fragile yet unwavering. As my nephew and as your aunt, I can feel you through it. I can sense what and how you're feeling, your agony, which grows worse every hour. You're dying, Lucian, you're in so much pain. Her words cracked, and her tears fell faster as she shook her head in anguish. How? How can you act as if everything is normal? For a moment, Lucian only looked at her, his expression unreadable. Then he reached out gently, raising one hand. With the armored knuckle of his gauntlet, he brushed a tear from her cheek. His smile bloomed softly, his eyes shifting into warm crescents. If I don't act normal, he said quietly, if I don't pretend that everything's fine and that it's all going to be all right, then how else am I supposed to reassure you? How else do I stop everyone from worrying themselves sick over me? His smile widened faintly, bittersweet but sincere. And if you're still wondering how I do it, then just look in a mirror. The how comes from all of you, those around me. As cheesy as it sounds, you're all my reason to push forward. It is where I find the strength to keep smiling. A choked laugh slipped past Hestia's lips. She wiped at her eyes with the heel of her palm, though they were still wet. You seriously have a way with words, you brat. Lucian snorted, feigning indignation. Who are you calling a brat, pint-sized? Her laughter grew lighter, though still touched by sadness. She stepped forward and wrapped her arms around his armored torso, pressing her cheek against the cold metal. She was quiet for a long moment, holding him as if she could shield him from the weight he carried. Then, her voice came, muffled but full of emotion. "Please, be careful in your journey ahead. You are a very sweet child, Lucian. My heart would break if anything were to happen to you." Her grip tightened, her warmth sinking into him despite the armor. "Promise me. Promise me that you'll take care of yourself, that you'll return from your quest safe and sound." Lucian froze for a heartbeat. The prophecy whispered at the edges of his mind, the promise of an end he could not avoid. But he didn't let it show. Instead, he smiled with that same easy confidence he always wore, even if it was only a mask. "I promise," he said softly. "I wouldn't want my favorite aunt to be sick with grief, after all." Hestia leaned back just enough to look up at him, her tears slowing but her gaze sharp and unwavering. "Remember this, Lucian," she said, her tone firm, almost commanding. "You promised." Lucian turned away at last, stepping forward with a faint grin tugging at his lips. Over his shoulder, he called back with a flash of bravado, "Don't worry. A knight's word is his bond." As he walked on, the hem of his cape rippled, shifting shape. With a thought, the fabric coiled and folded, transforming into a crimson hood that draped over his head. He pulled it into place, the shadow of it falling over his eyes, and continued toward his cabin with steady strides. Behind him, Hestia watched quietly, shaking her head at his dramatic flair. Her lips curved into a small, wistful smile, though her heart still trembled with unease. Chapter 324, The Locator Spell. Lucian walked out of his basement slowly, the wooden steps creaking under his boots. His red hood still shadowed his face, casting a faint darkness over his glowing eyes. In his hand he carried a glass jar filled with a strange brown dust. He pushed open the door to the upper floor and stepped into the room, only to find Percy standing there waiting for him. But Percy wasn't alone. Talia leaned against the wall with her arms folded across her chest. Beside her stood Clarice, arms crossed and jaw set, giving off her own brand of impatience. Percy raised a rolled parchment and waved it like a victory flag. "I got a map from Chiron," he said proudly, a grin tugging at his lips. "Now what?" Lucian's crimson gaze flicked from Talia to Clarice, scanning them both as though silently questioning why they were even here. Both girls, unfazed, deadpanned in unison, "We were bored." The flat delivery made Lucian's brow twitch slightly. "Noted," he muttered, turning away and gesturing for them to follow. "Here, set it up on the table." He led the three of them into the dining room, where the wide wooden table sat cluttered with decorative fruit and mismatched cups. Percy eagerly spread the map across the surface, flattening the edges with his hands. Talia tilted her head, her expression softening just a little as she studied Lucian. "What's with the hood?" she asked, genuine curious. Lucian didn't even look up from helping Percy arrange the parchment. "I thought it looked cool," he said flatly. To keep the corners of the map from curling, he picked up the fake plastic fruit and set them down like makeshift paperweights. Percy straightened, his sea-green eyes burning with determination. "All right. Now what?" His fists clenched at his sides as if ready to leap into action. Lucian gave him a confused look, one brow raised beneath the hood. "Now you sit there and watch while I do the spell? Like I already told you, it's a really simple spell." "Oh!" Percy deflated a little, scratching awkwardly at his cheek. "Right. I see." Ignoring him, Lucian twisted the lid off the jar. He scooped the fine brown powder into his palm. Closing his fist over it, he began to shake his hand gently, the motion ritualistic. Clarice leaned forward, narrowing her eyes. "Seriously? That's it? This feels kinda underwhelming for something you made sound important." Lucian's eye twitched, irritation flashing across his face. With his free hand he gestured at the fake fruit. In an instant, they melted and reformed into glowing candles, flames sparking to life at their wicks. The sudden light threw long shadows across the table, giving the room a far more ominous feel. "There," Lucian muttered sharply. "Happy? Now let me do my thing." As he finished shaking his fist, he held his hand over the map. His crimson eyes glowed more brightly from beneath the hood, and his voice dropped to a commanding murmur. "Lead us the way to Grover." Slowly, like sand spilling through an hourglass, glowing golden-red dust rained from his palm. The grains landed on the parchment, spreading across it in fine glittering streams. The map began to pulse faintly, its surface alive with energy. The dust shifted, gathering into 4 small dots, each one labeled with glowing script: Lucian, Talia, Perseus, Clarice. The golden sand tracing a path across the land. The trail snaked its way forward, crossed the shoreline, and plunged straight into the open ocean. It kept going, deeper and deeper, until finally stopping in the middle of the Atlantic. A blazing red X pulsed there. Clarice scowled. "What the hell? He's in the middle of the ocean? How did Grover manage that?" Lucian studied the mark with a thoughtful frown. "Not exactly in the middle. If I had to guess, it's an island, one that hasn't been charted or marked on any modern maps." Percy's face lit up, a grin spreading wide. "Perfect. A place surrounded by water? That's basically my forte." Lucian's tone cut flat through the brief optimism. "It's in the Bermuda Triangle." Percy blinked. "What?" He leaned in closer to the map as if that would change it. "Wait, isn't that the place where things mysteriously disappear? Ships, planes, all that stuff?" His eyes widened with realization. "Hold on, does that have anything to do with our side of things? The supernatural side?" But when he looked up, he froze. Clarice and Talia both wore grim, hardened expressions, the kind that suggested they knew more than they liked. "What?" Percy asked, unsettled by their silence. "What's with the look? What's going on with that place?" "The Sea of Monsters," the 2 girls said simultaneously. Lucian blinked at them, momentarily distracted. "Okay, seriously, what is with you 2 being so in sync today?" "Not important," Talia shot back. Percy frowned, his worry etched deep into his features. "The Sea of Monsters? What is that? Is Grover in more danger than we realized?" Clarice glanced at Talia, silently asking who should be the one to answer. Talia gave her a small nod, basically telling her to go ahead. Taking a breath, Clarice began. "All we know is what Chiron's taught us. The Sea of Monsters, it's exactly what the name implies. A cursed part of the ocean where horrors roam freely, the kind of things mortals believe are just myths. Charybdis and Scylla are prime example, 2 of the most ancient and dangerous creatures of the sea. The place stretches wide, too big for the mist to completely conceal, so mortals notice the disappearances. Planes, ships, everything lost there becomes part of the legend they call the Bermuda Triangle. It's one of the most dangerous places on Earth." "Just fantastic," Percy muttered, dragging his hand down his face in pure exasperation. His fingers ruffled through his messy black hair, scratching at his scalp as he groaned. "Of course this couldn't be easy. Because why would it? And on top of that, where am I supposed to find a boat big enough to cross all that?" "Maybe ask Chiron," Talia said with a shrug, her voice flat, like it was the most obvious solution in the world. Percy let out a heavy sigh, shoulders slumping. "Yeah, maybe. I'll see what I can do." He turned to Lucian, forcing a small, grateful smile. "Thanks for the help, man. Mind if I take the map?" Lucian gave a casual wave of his hand. The candle-like paperweights flickered out of existence, leaving the parchment free. "Go right on ahead. It's yours." "Thanks." Percy quickly snatched the map, rolling it tight with practiced hands before tucking it under his arm. Without another word, Percy motioned for Clarice, and the 2 of them left together, their footsteps fading down the hall. That left Lucian and Talia alone in the quiet room. Talia was the first to break the silence. Her voice was steady, but her sharp blue eyes lingered on him with a piercing curiosity. Now that Percy knows where he's going. What about you? You still haven't told us what exactly you're chasing after. You keep acting like you've got some grand plan, but you've been pretty vague about it. Lucian lowered his hood, finally letting his pale face and red eyes show. The golden fleece, he said simply. That's what we're searching for. Talia blinked, caught off guard. The golden fleece? As in the one no one's been able to track down in centuries? She tilted her head skeptically. No one even knows where it is. How in the world do you expect to find it? Lucian smirked, leaning back slightly as if amused by her doubt. I already know where it is. Talia scoffed, rolling her eyes. Of course you do. Why wouldn't you? Because it's you, and apparently you're allergic to not having answers. Her lips curved into a thin, sarcastic smile. So? Where is it? Or are you planning on keeping that little detail secret too? No, Lucian replied smoothly, his smirk widening. I don't mind telling you. It's in the Sea of Monsters too. For a second, Talia froze, then unexpectedly burst out laughing. Wow! And here I thought you couldn't surprise me anymore. She shook her head, still chuckling. Should I go ahead and start preparing for our death trip? Yeah, Lucian sighed, though there was the faintest hint of amusement beneath his tone. We'll leave once I've finished sorting everything out. All right then, Talia said, stepping closer. She leaned in, fully intending to kiss him goodbye, but at the last second Lucian shifted away, dodging her. Talia froze mid-step, blinking before grimacing in irritation. Oh! Right. I forgot. She rubbed the back of her neck awkwardly. Well, that's going to get really annoying. Sorry. Lucian muttered, his tone apologetic but cautious. Don't be, Talia said quickly, shaking her head. It's not your fault. Before she could turn away, she noticed him extend his armored pinky toward her. She raised an eyebrow, staring at it like it was the strangest thing she'd ever seen. What are you? She scoffed but hooked her pinky with his anyway, giving him a bemused look. Lucian kissed his own thumb. There. I'm transferring a kiss over to you, you can receive it from your end whenever you like. Talia's cheeks instantly flushed red, though she tried to hide it with a snicker. Gods, you are so corny. How do you even say and do that with a straight face, she teased, shoving him lightly before walking toward the door. Once she was outside by the front steps, she paused. Her eyes dropped to her thumb. She stared at it for a moment, lips twitching, before glancing around as though making sure no one was watching. Finally, with a tiny roll of her eyes, she pressed her thumb against her lips, just for a second. A quiet laugh slipped out of her as she shook her head. How stupid, she muttered under her breath, but there was the faintest smile tugging at the corner of her mouth as she walked off. Chapter 325, Beachside Visitor. The next morning, Annabeth stepped out of her cabin with a yawn, rubbing the sleep from her eyes. She looked like she hadn't gotten much rest, her golden hair was slightly messy, and there were faint, dark circles under her eyes from staying up all night working on her latest magical project. Stretching her arms overhead, she spotted movement near Poseidon's cabin and to her surprise, it was Lucian, casually walking away. Hey, Lucian! Catch! Annabeth suddenly called out, her voice carrying across the distance. Without a second thought, she tossed the glowing core she had been holding toward him. Huh? Lucian turned his head just in time for the gold-and-silver sphere to smack him squarely in the forehead. His eyes widened, and with a startled grunt, he toppled backward, landing flat on his back. Annabeth gasped, immediately covering her mouth with both hands. Ho ho ho! Lucian, I'm so sorry, she stammered, her laughter spilling out between her words despite the guilty look on her face. I thought you would catch that. Lucian groaned, rubbing his forehead with a wince as he pushed himself back up. First of all. Ow, he muttered, giving her a look of exaggerated betrayal. Suppressing another laugh, Annabeth bent down and picked up the core that had rolled to the side. I really am sorry, she said again, though her grin betrayed her. I swear I thought you'd catch it. Anyway. She tilted her head, eyeing him curiously. What were you doing coming out of Poseidon's cabin? Lucian dusted himself off, shaking his head. I was checking to see if Percy really snuck out last night. Sure enough, he did. Took Clarice and Tyson with him too. Annabeth frowned, crossing her arms. That was incredibly stupid of him. Actually, no, Lucian said, surprising her with his tone. It was clever, smarter than I expected. He needed a boat, but instead of asking Chiron, he went to the Dryads. He knew how much they cared for Grover and used their sympathy to convince them. With their magic, manipulating wood, they built a sturdy ship in just a few hours. His eyes glimmered with approval. I've got to hand it to him, his problem-solving was impressive. Annabeth raised an eyebrow. Dryads? What do they know about shipbuilding? They don't, Lucian replied with a smirk. But Tyson and the water nymphs, well, let's just say they handled the rest. He didn't need to explain further, Annabeth understood. Ah, right. She nodded slowly, though concern lingered in her stormy gray eyes. So, care to fill me in on the rest? Why exactly does Percy need a ship? With a sigh, Lucian walked over to the steps of his cabin and sat down. He gestured for her to join him as he explained everything, the locator spell, the sea of monsters, and the quest that now lay before them. Annabeth listened carefully, her sharp mind piecing it together like a puzzle. When he finally paused, Lucian's gaze drifted back to the glowing sphere in her hands. What about you? He asked, quirking a brow. Judging by the bump forming on my forehead, I'd say you're finished building the Wardcore, or Wardheart. Whichever sounds cooler. Annabeth smirked faintly and handed it back to him. Yeah, here you go. Lucian turned the sphere over in his hands, admiring its intricate glow. The gold and silver runes shimmered faintly as if alive with energy. Elemental resistance, physical and magical defenses, reflective counters, jinx and curse, dome layering, even repair functions. He whistled softly. Not bad. Not bad at all. Damn, how many enchantments did you stack on this thing? Annabeth arched a brow, looking both tired and annoyed. Seriously? I spent all day yesterday enchanting that, nearly drowned myself in regeneration potions just to keep going, and all you can say is not bad? Lucian smirked and patted her head teasingly. All right. Honestly, they're pretty good for someone at your skill level. Not as good as mine, of course, but still impressive. Annabeth gave him a flat, unimpressed look. Lucian laughed and held up his hands. I'm kidding. This is actually really impressive work. Come on, let's bury it so we can get moving. Reluctantly satisfied, Annabeth nodded, and together they walked toward the very center of camp. She extended her hand, and the ground beneath them responded. The dirt began to twist and spiral like a whirlpool, sand and mud circling downward. Lucian dropped the core inside, and it spun around the vortex before sinking into the earth, disappearing into the epicenter. Annabeth crossed her arms and spoke the activation word in ancient Greek, her voice firm and commanding. The ground pulsed once, faintly glowing before settling again. Several campers nearby, particularly Hecate's children, paused, their heads turning as they sensed the sudden magical disturbance. Murmurs spread across the field, but Annabeth and Lucian ignored them. Just pack up and bring Talia with you, Lucian instructed, his tone calm but firm. I'll be waiting at the beach. Annabeth nodded and turned back toward her cabin, already planning their next move. Lucian, meanwhile, walked steadily toward the shoreline. When he reached the sand, he stopped and simply stood there. The salty breeze brushed against his skin as the sunlight warmed his face. He closed his eyes, letting the crash of waves fill his ears, the tang of salt water in the air surrounding him. After all, he didn't need to be a son of Poseidon to admire the sea. Slowly, Lucian opened his eyes, his red irises catching the sunlight as he exhaled a long breath. A faint smirk tugged at his lips. And here I was just wondering whether you were going to show up or not. "You were expecting me?" came a voice behind him. Lucian didn't turn, he didn't need to. The sound of measured footsteps on sand reached his ears, each step carrying a weight of divine presence. A man with short, messy brown hair walked into view. In his hand, he held a polished staff crowned with two coiling serpents. Lucian finally tilted his head, smirking knowingly. I figured after the ass beating I gave Luke in your place, you'd want to get into contact with me one way or another." The newcomer's lips twitched with irritation, though he kept his voice level. "You mean when you tortured him in front of the entire camp?" His tone was sharp, but restrained. Lucian's grin widened. I still get such a rush of dopamine whenever I remember the sound of his screams." He shuddered theatrically, wrapping his arms around himself as though embracing the memory. Hermes' frown deepened, his grip tightening around his staff. "You do realize that's my son you're talking about. Have some respect." His eyes flickered with disappointment and discomfort. "Why are all of Hades' children so damn weird?" "Respect?" Lucian suddenly burst into laughter, his voice booming across the shoreline. "Ha ha ha! Are you worthy of it?" He finally turned his full gaze on Hermes, a challenge blazing in his crimson eyes. Hermes' expression darkened. "What?" His voice dropped, carrying a dangerous undertone. "I am considered one of the more patient Olympians, boy. But even gods have limits, and one thing I do not tolerate is disrespect." Lucian's smirk fell, replaced by a hard glare. "You aren't the only one with limited patience," he said coldly. "You speak of respect, yet you come here expecting me to honor you as if you've earned it. But you haven't. Luke destroyed whatever shred of respect I had for you. As you said, he's your son. And look at him. Look at what he's become. You failed him, Hermes. Miserably. He's your responsibility, your shame, your disgrace. And you dare demand respect from me when you couldn't even earn it from your own child?" Hermes' jaw clenched, golden sparks flickering at the corners of his eyes. The serpents on his staff hissed softly, as if feeding off his growing wrath. "Lucian, I understand that Hades is your father, and perhaps that gives you a sense of security. But do not fool yourself. He cannot protect you from the wrath of an Olympian god." His words cut like thunder, divine power weighing down on the air around them. He normally wasn't one to give threats, but Lucian really had a special skill of getting under people's skin. Lucian didn't flinch. He stepped closer, his voice rising, fiery with conviction. "Do you think I fear your wrath? Do you think I run to my father for protection?" His gauntlet tightened into a fist as his aura began to flare, unsettling the sand at his feet. "It is not I who needs protection from you. It is you who needs protection from me. For my wrath is one that can make even gods tremble in fear." The sea behind him roared as if echoing his words, waves crashing harder against the shore. His crimson eyes burned with a dangerous light. "In my eyes, you are just as guilty as Luke. He is your disgrace to bear, his sins are your sin to shoulder. And his sins," Lucian's lip curled, "are many." Hermes' control finally slipped. His eyes flared golden, bolts of divine energy sparking around him. With a single motion, he raised his staff and leveled it at Lucian. His voice thundered with Olympian authority, reverberating through the earth itself. "You are a weak child. You are nothing but a dying corpse wearing mortal flesh. What gives you the right to measure the sins of a god? Know your place. You are insignificant. I could strike you down where you stand with the flick of a finger." The air crackled with raw power, sand whipping up into a frenzy around them. Lucian's jaw tightened, his teeth grinding. For a moment he closed his eyes, drawing in a long, steadying breath. His voice was calm, almost casual. "Tell me, Hermes, do you know what time it is?" Hermes blinked, momentarily thrown off. His brows furrowed. "What?" Lucian slowly raised his finger toward the sky. As he did, he opened his crimson irises shifted, glowing a dim gold, and his entire demeanor shifted, serene, detached, terrifyingly certain. His skin began to change, pale tones darkened, intricate red markings made themselves present, dark veins crawling along his body like a living curse. His armor dissolved into shadow and dust, leaving his bare chest and torso exposed, covered in sigils that pulsed faintly with red light. The only thing that remained was the metal gauntlet, gleaming in the sunlight. His lips curled into a confident smirk as his voice deepened. "It is high noon." From behind him, wings of radiant golden light burst forth, unfurling with a thunderous clap. They spread wide, their brilliance drowning the beach in an overwhelming glow. "You say I am weak, and who decided that?" Lucian's voice boomed with arrogant finality. "You say I'm a dying corpse wearing mortal flesh, and who decided that?" He stepped forward, each movement making the sand quake, his wings casting a holy shadow over Hermes himself. "I am the demigod that stands at the pinnacle of all that is divine," he declared, his tone sharp as judgment. His gaze bore into Hermes like fire. "You want to know what gives me the right to determine your sins?" He lifted his chin, pointing once more to the blazing sun above them. "The answer is simple." His golden eyes narrowed, his wings flaring to their full span. "All you have to do is look up." Chapter 326, A God and Father. Lucian summoned a blade of radiant light into existence, the luminous sword humming with restrained power as he lifted it up beside his eyes, angling the glowing edge directly toward Hermes. The blade pulsed faintly, casting sharp glimmers across his face. Hermes, by contrast, looked almost casual, though his hands tightened ever so slightly around the staff he carried. Divine energy danced along its length, arcs of silver white crackling off the weapon and scorching the ground beneath his feet. The oppressive weight of that power made the very air waver and tremble, as though reality itself was bending beneath the pressure of a god's presence. Both warriors advanced in perfect synchrony, each taking a single, deliberate step forward before swinging their weapons. But just as their blows were about to connect, a thunderous roar tore through the sky. Lightning split the heavens, blinding in its brilliance, followed by the deafening crash of thunder that rattled the battlefield. From the heart of that storm, Talia appeared, an unbridled spark of living electricity. Her arrival was instantaneous, her body shimmering with bolts of wild lightning as she materialized directly between the two combatants. Lucian's sword met the steel of her shield in a clash that exploded into a blinding shockwave, a burst of raw light ripping across the field. At the same moment, her spear whipped around in a blur, knocking Hermes' staff wide and sending a spray of sand and dust scattering into the air. Her eyes blazed with crackling energy, arcs of lightning snapping along the edges of her irises as she turned that piercing glare onto both men. Her voice rang sharp. "What do you two think you're doing?" Lucian's grip on his weapon tightened, his gaze narrowing. "Don't stand in my way." His tone was cold, almost a warning. Without hesitation, Talia thrust her shield forward, the sheer force of her swing pushing Lucian back. Before he could regain balance, she followed through with a brutal strike across his face, the rim of her shield connecting with a resounding crack. Lucian staggered, blood smearing his lip as he lifted his head again, fury simmering beneath his calm exterior. "Talia," he began, his voice low, dangerous, the kind of voice that carried an unspoken threat. He wiped the blood from his mouth with the back of his hand. But Talia cut him off before he could say more. Her words were stern, edged with disappointment. "You see? The old you wouldn't have even flinched at that, much less been struck. You're nowhere near your best, Lucian. You're in no condition to fight, certainly not gods. Stop this nonsense before you force me to babysit you." She turned then, her electric glare shifting to Hermes with equal weight. "And you, why are you here, Lord Hermes? Surely you of all gods would have had the foresight to know what kind of reaction your presence would spark." Hermes' expression twitched, the faintest grimace slipping past his composure. "I came seeking a peaceful discussion with that brat. But he has shown me nothing but disrespect." Talia blinked at him, her face unreadable. Then she scoffed. "Are you serious? This is Lucian we're talking about. What else did you expect?" Hermes bristled, his tone sharpening. "That does not excuse him. He has no respect for the gods whatsoever. His eyes slid shut, the divine energy flaring around him ebbing slightly as though he was forcing himself back into control. Talia shook her head, lowering her spear and shield. No one's excusing him. His words are reckless, and yes, he's wrong. But honestly, it's foolish of you to expect anything else from him. You should know better by now. Lucian scowled, interjecting flatly. I'm standing right here. Hermes let out a sharp exhale, muttering under his breath. I can see that. His tone carried a mix of irritation and disappointment. Talia didn't let up, stepping forward once more. You still haven't answered me. Why are you here, Lord Hermes? What did you truly hope to accomplish by approaching Lucian? For a moment, the god of messengers only sighed, shaking his head as though weighed down by frustration. Forget it. I see now this was a waste of time. Lucian's lips curled into a mocking smile, his words dripping with venom as he spoke. He wants me to forgive and rescue Luke. Isn't that right, Lord Hermes? He drew out the title with deliberate scorn. Hermes' jaw clenched, his fist tightening at his side. His words came through gritted teeth. That's right. I did. Then his gaze shifted, his eyes finding Talia's. His divine aura seemed to soften, though his expression remained heavy. Was he not your best friend? Did you not survive everything together, through danger, through hardship, side by side? Did you not journey together and fight your way to Camp Half-Blood? Talia closed her eyes, her chest rising with a long, weary sigh. For a moment, the storm around her seemed to quiet, the crackle of electricity fading into a low hum. He was. She began softly, her voice cracking under the weight of memory. Slowly, she opened her eyes, their blue depths hardening with resolve as she continued. But you speak as if I'm the one who changed overnight, as if I abandoned him without thought. I didn't. I thought the world of Luke. I wouldn't even be standing here today if it weren't for him. I doubt I would have survived those first days, that first journey, without his strength by my side. But... Her voice grew firmer, her expression hardening with each word. That doesn't mean I have to be a slave to my gratitude. The sharpness in her tone left no room for argument. Sparks of lightning danced across her arms as her conviction took shape, her words carrying the weight of old scars and bitter truths. Yes, I believed in him, and some of the things he once said, I won't deny that. But what I cannot and will not accept is the path he's chosen. The Luke I knew is gone. What stands in his place is someone I can't even recognize anymore. He is not the same boy I once fought beside, not the brother-in-arms I trusted. Hermes stepped forward, his composure fraying as desperation bled into his tone. That is exactly it, he exclaimed, his voice almost breaking, trembling with urgency. Luke isn't being himself. He's lost, he needs help. He needs someone to remind him of who he used to be, to show him that what he's doing is wrong. His eyes darted between them, wide and frantic, before he pressed a hand firmly over his chest. His next words fell with the weight of a plea. I would do it myself, gods know I would, but he despises me. He won't hear my voice. He refuses to see me as anything but a failure of a father. But you... His gaze locked on Talia, raw and imploring. He will listen to you. To the people who once stood beside him, the ones he cared for. All you have to do is be patient with him, please. The silence that followed was deafening, filled only by the faint hiss of dissipating lightning and the thrum of divine power ebbing from Hermes' staff. Lucian and Talia stared at him, their weapons lowered. In that moment, they no longer saw the messenger of Olympus, the swift and cunning god who had always seemed untouchably aloof. Instead, they saw a father stripped bare, desperate and inconsolable, begging not for himself but for his son. And within them, two conflicting fires burned. They pitied him, for all his power, reduced to nothing more than a grieving man willing to humble himself before mortals for the sake of his child. They pitied the futility of his struggle, the endless ache of watching his son spiral into something monstrous. But along with pity came rage. Rage at Luke, for dragging his father to this pitiful state, for twisting a mother's love and a father's devotion into chains that bound them with grief. Rage for the cruelty of forcing the ones who loved him most to witness his self-destruction, powerless to stop it. It takes a special kind of cruelty, Lucian thought, to break a father so completely that he must beg others to save him from himself. Chapter 327, Set Sail. Lucian stared at Hermes in silence, his piercing gaze weighing heavily on the messenger god, who looked as though he might collapse to his knees because of his own desperation. Hermes pleaded, almost begged, for the mercy of his child, his voice trembling with a father's fear. Yet Lucian remained unmoved, his eyes narrowing before he finally closed them and released a long, weary sigh. "Tell me this, Hermes," Lucian said at last, his tone calm, "what are you going to do about your father?" Hermes blinked, utterly thrown off by the question. His lips parted in confusion, his brows knitting together as he echoed, "What?" Lucian's expression darkened, shadows sharpening his features into something solemn and unforgiving. "Luke has committed a crime that cannot simply be washed away with apologies or excuses. An act so vile that even my father would see fit to deliver his punishment personally once Luke breathes his last breath. He has dared to harm Lady Hestia." Hermes flinched at the name, but Lucian pressed on, voice grave. "You know how beloved she is, don't you? The gentlest and most cherished of our aunts, our hearth, the very foundation of our family. And yet," Luke raised his hand against her, "the only reason he hasn't already been obliterated by our father's collective wrath is because our grandfather shields him." Hermes' jaw tightened, his teeth sinking into his lower lip until the skin whitened. The truth in Lucian's words settled over him. He looked down at the sand beneath his feet, realization dawning with cruel clarity. Lucian leaned forward slightly, his eyes narrowing. "So tell me, Hermes, even if by some unfathomable miracle I found it within myself to forgive Luke, what then? How do you intend to shield him from the fury of every god who wishes to see him punished? What defense could you possibly muster against Olympus itself?" His voice dripped with disdain, ending with a sharp scoff. Hermes lifted a trembling hand, covering part of his face as though to hide the crack in his composure. I'll ask my father to show leniency," he muttered desperately. "I'll say Luke was manipulated by him. I'll beg him to show mercy." Blah! Lucian's sudden roar of laughter ripped through the beach. He threw his head back, his body arching by the sheer force of his amusement. "Why your father?" Lucian wheezed between fits of laughter, clutching his stomach. "Merciful? Ha 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 ha." He slapped his thigh repeatedly, his laughter relentless, each breathless exclamation laced with mockery. Talia's lips twitched, her shoulders shaking slightly. She wasn't laughing at Hermes' plight, far from it. It was Lucian's sheer over-the-top reaction, his wild, almost theatrical laughter, that pushed her to the edge of a smile she tried to hide. Hermes' irritation deepened, his fists clenching as Lucian finally calmed enough to wipe the tears gathering at the corners of his eyes. Exhaling, Lucian grinned wickedly. "Phew, no wonder they call you the trickster god. You've got quite the talent for comedy, Hermes." That line was pure gold. Talia's amusement slipped away, replaced by pity for Hermes. She sighed, her tone firm yet gentle as she intervened. "Lucian, that's enough. Stop it." Lucian released one final chuckle before straightening, his expression sobering once more. "You see, Hermes," he said, his voice quieter but laced with weight, "whether I forgive Luke or not is irrelevant. There are far greater threats you'll have to face." Hermes ground his teeth, frustration etched deeply into his features. "I see that now," he admitted bitterly. "I've wasted my time here and I see you'll offer no aid. Fine. I have other matters to attend to." As he turned and his form began to blur, vibrating as though ready to vanish into the wind, Talia called out sharply, "Wait. What are you planning to do next?" Hermes paused, the question halting him in place. For a moment he stood there, silent, before releasing a heavy sigh. His shoulders slumped as he answered, his voice low and weary. "I don't know. You were my last hope. I'll figure something out. I have to. Talia's eyes softened. If it's any consolation, Lord Hermes, she said gently, I truly hope you do. For your sake, and for his. Hermes scoffed, though the sound was brittle, hollow. Then, without another word, he vanished in a gale of wind, the force scattering the sand into violent spirals that forced Lucian and the others to shield their faces until the moment passed. When the world grew quiet again, Talia lowered her arm, only to feel her shadow stretching unnaturally across the sand. From its depths, Annabeth slowly emerged, her expression wry. Well, she said dryly, dusting off her clothes as though she hadn't just risen from pure darkness, that could have gone better. Talia turned to her, her eyes narrowing slightly. What do you think? Annabeth raised an eyebrow. About what? About Luke. Do you think he should be forgiven? Annabeth's face hardened instantly, her lips curling into a disdainful frown. No. Luke is dead to me. Honestly, he has been for a long time. The moment he tried to kill Lucian, he became my mortal enemy. Whatever he was before, that person no longer exists. Right, of course, Talia muttered under her breath, sounding both unsurprised and weary. She turned her gaze back toward Lucian just in time to see his form shimmer and shift, his features beginning to revert, until his original appearance returned. Lucian's body slowly shifted back to its original form. His hair darkened, returning to its natural pitch black, strands falling loosely over his pale forehead. The fiery glow in his eyes dimmed until only the sharp crimson red remained, and the strange tattoos crawling across his skin shrank back, vanishing into nothingness. His flesh turned stark white once more, and with a ripple of energy, his armor reformed over his body piece by piece, clinking into place as if conjured by unseen hands. He swayed slightly, the after-effects of the transformation leaving him visibly drained. Then, without warning, Lucian staggered to the side, lifted a finger in the air as if to excuse himself, and hunched over. A vile, tar-like sludge burst from his mouth, splattering onto the golden sand in thick streams. The stench was sharp, metallic, and acrid, curling into the air like a living curse. Talia and Annabeth grimaced in unison, their faces twisting with disgust and worry. Lucian wiped his mouth with the back of his gauntlet, scowling at the mess before him. With a snap of his fingers, black flames erupted from his hand, dancing with an eerie, consuming hunger. The flames devoured the sludge in an instant, reducing the foul substance to nothing but fine, blackened ash that scattered with the wind. All right, Lucian said with an exaggerated grin, giving them both a double thumbs up. I'm good. Let's get going. Both girls let out a heavy sigh at the same time, the sound uncannily similar to the one Hermes had made before. They exchanged a glance, a silent agreement passing between them. Whatever came next, there was no more time to waste. A sense of urgency gripped them all. I'll prepare us a ride, Talia announced, stepping forward until the tips of her black boots brushed the edge of the surf. The water lapped at her feet, and the salty wind caught her dark hair, sending strands whipping across her face. She closed her eyes briefly, centering herself, before raising both hands high. The air shifted. The still breeze became a gust, then a roar, circling them with a gathering force. The sand whipped at their ankles as the gale thickened, vibrating with raw energy until the very air seemed to shimmer. Slowly, the rushing winds condensed, folding into themselves and glowing faintly with a green light. The energy crackled, bending to Talia's command, until it took shape before their eyes. Lucian and Annabeth both looked on in awe as the storm solidified into something immense and magnificent. A massive pirate ship materialized, its hull carved with intricate details of waves and storm clouds, the mast towering overhead with sails that snapped against the wind as if alive. The entire construct gleamed with the faint translucence of condensed air, a work of art forged from her wind construct and wind chariot ability. Is this the largest thing you've created so far? Annabeth asked, her voice hushed with genuine admiration as her gaze traced the ship's design. Talia wiped the sweat from her brow, her breathing uneven but steady. She gave a small, proud nod. So far, yes. I've been practicing my precision, learning to shape smaller details with control. She gestured at the ornate carvings along the ship's bow, the texture of the sails, the faint creak of wood and rope, all illusions, yet crafted so perfectly they almost fooled the senses. So, what do you guys think? A massive plank extended outward from the side of the ship, dropping smoothly onto the sand like a ramp. The impact sent a soft tremor through the ground, as though even this wind-forged creation carried weight. "I think you just got a whole lot cooler," Lucian said with a wolfish grin, striding up the ramp without hesitation. Talia's chest swelled with pride at his words, her smirk widening. She crossed her arms, puffing herself up as Annabeth followed behind him, her analytical eyes flicking across every detail as if memorizing the construct's design. As the three of them stepped onto the deck, the plank dissolved into streams of air, flowing back into the body of the ship until it vanished entirely. A few moments later, the vessel gave a deep, echoing groan like a real ship cutting through waves, before slowly beginning to move forward. The pirate ship glided gracefully over the water, sails filling with an unnatural yet steady wind. It drifted further and further from the shore, the coastline shrinking behind them until it was nothing more than a fading outline in the horizon. And with that, their journey officially began. The quest for the Golden Fleece had set sail. Chapter 328, Playing Pirates. Ooh! 79 bottles of beer on the wall, 79 bottles of beer. Lucian sang at the top of his lungs, swaying slightly as he leaned lazily against the green-painted railing of the ship. His voice broken and off-key, but filled with obnoxious enthusiasm. "Take one down and pass it around, 78 bottles of beer on the whale." "Lucian! Shut up!" Annabeth shouted, her voice cracking with the sheer force of her frustration. Her fingers clutched at her golden hair as if she was seconds away from yanking it all out, her storm-gray eyes flashing dangerously. "Oh my gods, you're driving me insane." Talia was practically doubled over behind the steering wheel, laughter spilling freely from her lips. She adjusted her grip on the helm, steadying the ship as the salty sea breeze whipped through her dark spiky hair. "Ugh, fine, fine." Lucian grumbled dramatically, crossing his arms like a scolded child. He fell silent for several moments, though his eyes darted left and right with suspicious energy. Then, slowly, a mischievous grin tugged at his lips. He raised one hand, letting wisps of mist curl lazily between his fingers, and with a little flourish, shaped it into a small harmonica. Without hesitation, he pressed it against his mouth and blew, loudly, obnoxiously, filling the deck with a screechy, off-pitch noise that echoed across the water like an irritating sea-bird. Annabeth didn't even hesitate. In a single fluid motion, she yanked off her sneaker and hurled it across the deck like a professional pitcher. Lucian ducked with a laugh, and the shoe whizzed over his head, sailing past the railing before plopping unceremoniously into the waves below. Her eye twitched violently as she glared at him. Lucian, realizing she might actually kill him in his sleep if he continued, quickly dissolved the harmonica back into mist. He raised his hands in surrender. All right, I'll stop." "Geez, you're touchy today," he grumbled under his breath as he trudged up the steps toward Talia, muttering, "Someone's on her period." "I heard that." Annabeth's furious shout followed him, her glare burning holes into the back of his head. Talia rolled her eyes, though the corner of her mouth twitched in amusement. She kept her eyes on the endless horizon, her hand steady on the wheel. "How bored are you, exactly?" she asked dryly. Lucian slumped against the railing beside her, letting out a groan loud enough to rival a dying whale. "Incredibly. It's been, what? An hour since we set sail? And I'm already bored out of my mind." His head dropped back with exaggerated despair. "I think the ocean is trying to kill me with monotony." Talia gave him a quick sideways glance before returning to the waves. "Just so you know, the reason Annabeth is so cranky is because she stayed up all night weaving wards for the camp. She hasn't had a wink of sleep, so cut her some slack." Lucian pouted but nodded reluctantly. "Yes, Mom." Talia didn't even bother hiding the smirk as she lifted a booted foot and gave him a swift kick on the backside. "If you're that restless, why don't you make yourself useful?" Climb the watchtower and keep lookout. Maybe you'll spot something other than your own reflection. I'm starting to feel very unloved at the moment, Lucian complained in a mock-wounded voice, shoulders slumping. Don't worry, Talia replied, scoffing lightly. Once we patch you up and get you healed, I'll shower you with all the love you deserve. His head immediately snapped up, a grin spreading from ear to ear. Now that is something to look forward to. His shadows swirled and writhed beneath him, lifting him effortlessly off the deck. The dark mist carried him upward, depositing him into the crow's nest high above the sails. From this vantage point, the world stretched endlessly, the shimmering expanse of the ocean, the horizon where the sky kissed the waves, and the rolling sails below. Settling into the basket, Lucian leaned back, letting the breeze tug at his crimson cape as it flared behind him. Then, as another ridiculous idea struck him, he smirked and summoned more mist. In seconds, an eye patch appeared over one of his eyes, and a brass telescope materialized in his hand. He planted one boot firmly on the edge of the railing, raised the scope dramatically to his face, and for good measure, conjured a flamboyant pirate hat atop his head. This is the beginning of the great pirate era, the search for the One Piece. The greatest pirate treasure in all the seven seas, Lucian declared, standing tall in the crow's nest like some self-proclaimed king of the ocean. His red cape flapped dramatically in the wind, his eye patch gleaming in the sunlight. I thought we were searching for the Golden Fleece. Nox appeared from his shadow, his wisp-like body floating in lazy circles around Lucian. What's the One Piece? Lucerna chimed in, floating up, hovering closer with wide, curious eyes. Lucian grinned, lowering his voice as if unveiling some ancient mystery. Gather round, my children, and listen well. For I shall tell you of the legendary pirate, Gold, Roger, the man who started an era that changed the seas forever. His tone dripped with theatrics, and soon Nebula and Irarius appeared too, perching nearby with eager anticipation. All four sat around him like attentive students at story time, their tiny faces lit with wonder as Lucian painted vivid pictures with his words. He waved his hands dramatically, one moment gesturing as if wielding a cutlass, the next holding his mist-forged telescope to scan the horizon. From the deck below, Talia glanced upward and caught sight of the scene. She smiled despite herself. For someone that was initially against and cringing at being called father, he's taken the role well. And so, Lucian continued, his voice dropping low for dramatic effect, on the day of his execution, Gold, Roger laughed. He looked out at the world and proclaimed, "You want my treasure? You can have it. I left everything together in one place. Now you just have to find it." His death ignited the flames of ambition across every sea, sparking the great pirate era. "Whoa!" the four children exclaimed in unison, clapping their hands together, their eyes sparkling with awe. Immediately, Nebula conjured tiny pirate hats out of starry mist and plopped one onto each sibling's head. Irarius turned one of his feet into a peg leg, stomping proudly across the crow's nest, while Nox gleefully formed a curved hook for a hand. Lucian leaned forwards, watching with a faint warm smile as they whirled around him, pretending to duel invisible enemies. With a little help from Nebula, he created miniature telescopes for them, and soon they were zipping through the air like pint-sized scouts, shouting excited reports of enemy fleets and treasures spotted. "Father!" Lucerna cried, saluting sharply with his tiny toy telescope. "Enemy ship spotted, west of us." "What are your orders, Captain?" Lucian raised an eyebrow. "What?" He blinked, a little thrown off by the sudden seriousness. Snatching his real telescope, he extended it and peered toward the horizon. Sure enough, far off in the distance, a massive white ship loomed. Even at that range, its sheer size was impossible to miss. The gleaming hull stretched at least 10 stories high, crowned with another dozen stacked decks glittering with lights. The ship cutting through the waves like a moving fortress. Painted boldly across the bow in black letters, illuminated by floodlights, was its name, Princess Andromeda. Lucian's lips curled into a sharp grin. "Ha! You've got to be kidding me. This just got 10 times better." He snapped the telescope shut and laughed. "As for my orders, we're going to approach it. Obviously. Without hesitation, he leapt from the crow's nest. His shadow flared beneath him, carrying him down in a smooth arc until he landed on the ship's railing beside Talia with a solid thud. The sudden appearance startled her for a second, but when she looked up and saw him, cape fluttering, eye patch in place, pirate hat tilted at an absurd angle, and hands planted proudly on his hips, she couldn't stop the twitch at the corner of her lips. Guess what? Lucian sang out, voice brimming with excitement. There may be a chance I'll get to hear Luke scream again. Isn't that just wonderful? And so soon, too. What? Talia blinked in surprise, eyebrows shooting upward. West, Lucian said with a grin so sharp it could cut steel. There's a cruise ship out there, the Princess Andromeda. And if I'm right, Luke is on board. So what do you say we pay our dear old friend a visit? Maybe rattle him up a bit, torment him like the good old days. Talia burst out laughing, shaking her head in disbelief. There's something seriously wrong with you, but fine, I'm in. Let's go. She yanked the wheel sharply, and the ship lurched with a violent spin. The ship groaned under the strain, sails whipped around, and the whole vessel cut across the waves like a predator turning on its prey. A loud thud echoed inside, followed by Annabeth's furious voice, "How?" A little warning would have been nice. Lucian and Talia froze for a split second, then glanced at one another. Their sheepish expressions lasted only a heartbeat before they both broke into chuckles. Without another word, they guided their ship full speed toward the Princess Andromeda. Chapter 329, Princess Andromeda, 1. Lucian, Annabeth, and Talia drifted silently beneath the waves, moving like shadows through the deep. The water pressed heavily around them, but Lucian's enchanted armor repelled most of the pressure and allowed him to swim with ease. Talia and Annabeth, on the other hand, held their breaths with practiced discipline, their lungs burning faintly but their movements sharp and steady. They clung tightly to Ararius, who had shifted into the form of a sleek bronze motor, humming softly as it propelled them through the water with quiet but remarkable speed. Tiny trails of bubbles streamed past them, dissolving into the currents behind. The shadow of the ship loomed overhead. As they drew closer, its sheer size became daunting, the hull stretching upward like the wall of some colossal fortress. What first caught their eyes, however, was the bow. Attached to the very front of the ship was a masthead unlike any they had ever seen. Towering 3 stories tall, it depicted the figure of a young woman carved with uncanny detail, her white Greek chiton flowing as though caught in an invisible breeze. Her chains were etched into the wood with terrifying realism, binding her hands and ankles to the vessel's prow. Her long black hair streamed backward, as though forever caught in a storm, and though her beauty was undeniable, her face was twisted in eternal terror. Talia narrowed her eyes at the sight. "That," she muttered with a mixture of awe and distaste, "is just lovely to look at. Nothing like a giant terrified lady chained to a boat to make you feel all warm and fuzzy inside." Annabeth's expression hardened, her mind already swimming with the tale of Princess Andromeda. "Let's keep moving. There has to be a ladder or some kind of service entry near the hull. We'll circle around." They drifted quietly along the side until, just as Annabeth predicted, a narrow iron ladder came into view, bolted into the side of the ship and trailing up toward a smaller maintenance deck. Without hesitation, Talia and Annabeth each grabbed one of Lucian's arms and hurled him upward with surprising force. He broke through the surface with a splash, water dripping from his armor as he latched onto a middle rung of the ladder. His grip tightened and began to climb. Below, Ararius shimmered once more, collapsing into a gleaming owl-shaped pendant that nestled back against Annabeth's chest. She quickly adjusted it against her collar before she and Talia launched themselves from the water, gripping the rungs and following Lucian upward with practiced ease. Droplets cascaded down their faces and hair, sliding over their already soaked clothing. The ladder ended at a secondary deck, stacked with bright yellow lifeboats secured neatly in rows. The air smelled of salt and rust, the faint groan of the ship's metal echoing around them. Lucian pulled himself onto the deck first, water dripping from his armor in heavy streams. When he turned, however, his gaze instinctively caught on Talia. Her clothes, plastered tightly to her skin from their swim, outlined her figure far more than either girl would have liked. For a brief second, his stare lingered a little too long. Annabeth and Talia both noticed. Annabeth's face twitched in irritation, her brows furrowing dangerously, while Talia smirked in mild amusement. "Lucian," Annabeth began, her voice dripping with accusation, "don't tell me the reason you insisted we swim all the way here wasn't because you wanted to feel like a real adventure, but because you wanted to see Talia in wet clothes." Lucian blinked once, then looked away as though entirely unbothered. "All right. I won't tell you." Annabeth's jaw nearly dropped. She slapped her palm against her forehead, groaning in disbelief. She wasn't just irritated at the shamelessness of his answer. What stung more was that he hadn't spared her even half the attention he'd given Talia. "And what about me?" Annabeth shot back indignantly, waving down at her own drenched outfit. "My clothes are wet as well." Lucian didn't even hesitate. "Grow up some more." Annabeth's hands clenched into fists, her temper spiking. "What is wrong with you lately? You've been deliberately getting on my nerves. Admit it, you're doing this on purpose." Talia, instead of joining in, simply grabbed the hem of her shirt and wrung out a stream of water onto the deck, the corners of her lips twitching upward. She cast Annabeth a teasing look and shrugged. "Come on, we can't fault him if he likes what he sees." Annabeth groaned loudly, dragging her hands down her face. "Unbelievable. First Lucian, now you? His shamefulness is starting to rub off on you too." Talia scoffed, rolling her eyes with a sly grin. "Oh, please. If anyone's been influenced the most by Lucian, it's you. And besides," she lifted her chin a little, "it's nice to feel desired every once in a while." Annabeth gave her a flat look, unamused. "Half the boys at camp already desire you. The only reason they don't act on it is because they're terrified of Lucian and because of who your father is. You're basically the definition of an unattainable flower. Rather than being offended." Talia puffed out her chest proudly, flashing a triumphant smile as though Annabeth had just paid her the highest possible compliment. Lucian sighed heavily, shaking the water from his armor. "Can we please get a move on?" Sure, Annabeth said, rolling her eyes as she waved both hands. A soft silver glow surrounded them, her voice slipping into a quick Latin incantation. In an instant, their damp clothes hissed faintly with steam before drying completely, their hair returning to its normal volume. Lucian strode toward the looming double doors at the end of the deck. He gave the handles a firm tug, only to find them locked tight. Clicking his tongue, he raised one gauntlet hand. A crimson wisp of energy slid off his palm like liquid smoke, snaking its way toward the keyhole. A satisfying click echoed in the silence, and with a gentle push, the doors creaked open. Inside, the corridors stretched narrow and dimly lit, the ship's metallic groans echoing like whispers through the walls. "So," Talia asked casually as she brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, "how should we play this? Sneak around, keep it subtle, or just storm straight in, knock down anyone in the way, and march up to Luke?" Lucian shook his head, his tone measured. "Unfortunately, we can't do anything too loud. From what I've sensed, there are regular civilians on board. Innocents. If we go in swinging, they'll become collateral." Talia frowned. "Ugh. Figures." Annabeth, however, pressed a thoughtful finger to her chin. "That was done intentionally," she mused aloud, eyes narrowing. "Surrounding himself with non-combatants, it limits what we're capable of." "Clever. It's a strategy that effectively handicaps us." Talia gawked at her like she'd grown a second head. "Are you seriously complimenting that kind of cowardice?" Annabeth only shrugged. "I'm just stating facts. In warfare, there's no such thing as cowardice, only moves that prolong survival and secure victory. Whether it's moral or not is an entirely different debate." Lucian smirked faintly and didn't say anything. They pressed forward, steps muffled against the floor, the air inside smelling faintly of brine and polished wood. The further they went, the quieter their voices became. Eventually, Lucian pressed himself to a corner, signaling for the girls to stop. Annabeth and Talia leaned carefully, peeking around the edge. A small family of 3 ambled down the corridor, a father, mother, and toddler. Their movements seemed perfectly ordinary, except for one detail. Their eyes shimmered with a faint, glassy glaze. "They're in a trance," Talia and Annabeth whispered in unison. "Yup," Lucian confirmed easily as he stepped out into full view. The family looked up at him, smiling with unshakable warmth, as though seeing a knight dressed head to toe in black armor in the middle of the hall was the most natural thing in the world. "What a wonderful cruise we're having," the father greeted with cheer. "Certainly," Lucian replied smoothly, inclining his head. "Enjoy yourselves." "Oh, we will," the mother answered, gripping her child's tiny hand. "Hope you have a grand time." The family passed by, their footsteps fading into the distance. Lucian's expression softened into a smile that lingered, and then sharpened into something darker. "Oh, trust me. I will." Annabeth raised a brow but said nothing. Talia only muttered, "That was way too ominous." "Give me your hands, you two," Lucian ordered, extending his armored palms. The girls exchanged a look of suspicion but complied. As soon as their hands touched his, crimson magic flared once more. Both Annabeth and Talia winced as a strange pressure wrapped around them, compressing their forms. Their skin prickled, shifting unnaturally, their bodies contorting as if reshaped by unseen claws. Scales rippled across their arms and shoulders, glinting green under the dim lights. Their legs melted together and elongated, twisting until they had transformed into long, muscular serpent tails that coiled against the floor. The two of them stumbled back, hissing involuntarily as they caught sight of each other. Their new forms were unmistakable, monstrous, reptilian women with gleaming eyes and predatory fangs. Scythian Dracini. Talia blinked, her forked tongue slipping past her lips. Her eyes widened. "Lucian, what the hell did you do to us?" she hissed, her voice carrying a serpentine rasp. Lucian clapped his hands together excitedly. "I used my shape-shifting magic to turn us into Scythian Dracini, of course. Perfect camouflage. We'll blend in, sneak up behind Luke, and stab him in the back before he even realizes. It's genius." Annabeth gave him the flattest stare imaginable. "Did you also transform yourself? Because last time I checked, Scythian Dracini are exclusively female monsters." Lucian grinned like a maniac and began peeling away sections of his armor. Underneath, his new form was revealed, green scales, 2 massive snake's tails for legs, and... He slapped his clawed hands against his new chest and exclaimed gleefully, "I have boobies." He cackled wildly, bouncing them with both palms like a child with a new toy. Talia froze, then exploded into raucous laughter, doubling over and clutching her stomach. She slid down the wall, tears forming at the corners of her eyes. "Oh gods, I can't, you're insane." Annabeth covered her face with one hand, groaning into her palm. Yet despite herself, a small chuckle escaped her lips. "Unbelievable. Honestly, Lucian, your sheer dedication to tormenting Luke is astonishing. At this point, I almost feel sorry for him, almost. Who knows what else you've got planned for him in the future?" Lucian gave a toothy grin, his slit pupil eyes glowing with anticipation. "Oh, Annabeth. You have no idea." Chapter 330, Princess Andromeda, 2. Lucian, Talia, and Annabeth slithered quietly through the cruise corridors, their disguises holding strong as they passed by rows of window vendors. The vendors behind them all wore welcoming smiles, so disarmingly friendly that it bordered on uncanny. Not one frown among them, not a single furrow of doubt in their brows. "It seems like no one was spared from the charm," Talia muttered, narrowing her eyes as she studied their placid expressions. "No one's that cheerful. It feels unnatural, unsettling." Her words hung heavy in the air, and at that very moment, the shadows rippled by their feet. A flicker of black smoke stirred, and from the darkness, a sharp pair of eyes appeared before Nox slowly rose, his head and shoulders peeking from Annabeth's silhouette. His voice was low as he reported, "There's an army of monsters on board, not mere stragglers either. I counted Scythian Draceni, Laestrygonian giants, a pack of hellhounds, and a draken. It's being kept like some sort of pet." Annabeth's face was stoic, but her mind was racing. "Good work," she whispered with a small nod. In their psychic tether, she saw everything Nox had witnessed: the coils of the draken locked in a reinforced pen, the obedience of the hellhounds, the soldiers all too comfortable walking the halls among humans. With a final flicker, Nox dipped his head respectfully and dissolved back into her shadow, leaving a faint chill in his absence. Annabeth and Talia both turned to glance at Lucian. He had been suspiciously quiet this whole time, his usual sarcastic remarks notably absent. But when they found him, they both nearly tripped in exasperation. Lucian was staring down at his own chest with the utmost seriousness, his hands squishing against his new breast as he whispered under his breath, "Boing, boing, boing." Their faces twitched. Talia's lips curled in annoyance before she snapped her hand, and a gust of wind materialized into a hardened construct shaped like a staff. Without hesitation, she smacked him over the head with it. "ACHK. What was that for?" Lucian yelped, clutching his skull as he staggered back. "I wasn't even bothering anyone." "You know exactly what that was for," Talia said flatly, though her eyes betrayed the amusement she was trying to suppress. She rolled them with practiced ease, like she'd done 1,000 times when dealing with his antics. Lucian scowled dramatically. "Well, excuse me for never having touched a pear before. Very soft. Very tender. The only one I ever touched were my mother's." Both Annabeth and Talia froze mid-step, their expressions warping into a mixture of confusion and horror. Slowly, they both turned their heads toward him in disbelief. Lucian looked at them with a completely deadpan stare and clarified, "I was a baby. Being breastfed. Don't make it weird." In unison, both girls let out a long, drawn-out sigh that carried more exasperation than words ever could. They decided, without even saying it aloud, that it was best not to dignify him with a response. The group pressed on, rounding the next corner until they came across a tall, ornate door. It loomed with polished golden handles, and upon pushing it open, they were met with the rich scent of roasted meats and spices. The door had led them directly into the banquet hall. Inside, the chamber stretched wide and lavish, with long buffet tables glistening under chandeliers. Humans and monsters alike mingled freely. Scythian Draceni slithered by with plates balanced in their claws, Laestrygonian giants crouched awkwardly at tables designed too small for their hulking frames, and hellhounds sat in line waiting for food, occasionally licking their lips in anticipation. The sight made the trio instinctively tense. Talia's forked tongue slithered out of her mouth as she sniffed at the air, her tongue brushing against her teeth. "What is that smell?" she muttered, shivering as the odor sank deep into her senses. It wasn't entirely unpleasant, but it was sharp, almost enticing. "Demigods." Annabeth and Lucian whispered together, their tones low and grim. Indeed, their disguises as monsters allowed them to catch the scent the same way the true beasts did, the bloodline of the divine. The banquet was laced with it, carried on the breath and sweat of those who had chosen to side with Luke. So these are the defectors, Talia figured, watching them move through the hall with an unnatural ease. The ones who betrayed the camp and joined Luke's army. They pressed deeper into the shadows of the room, keeping close enough to overhear the monsters' conversations. "They are starting to become restless, they come and go," one Scythian Draceni hissed to her companion as she ladled food onto her plate. "3 left us yesterday, but we gained 2 back. Cowards, they fear the Black One's wrath. But rumor says he weakens, says he plans to take on a quest soon. SK. Her partner's hiss came out in a broken laugh, sharp and mocking. "What a fool. He'll only find death waiting. Perhaps it's better that way. Let him die, and let the rest learn who it is they truly need to fear." Her companion smirked, her tone dripping with mock pity as she added, "But if there are no more deserters, then what will feed our little pet?" The 2 Draceni slithered away together, their laughter echoing faintly in the cavernous hall. Annabeth's expression hardened as she glanced at Talia and Lucian. Well, she muttered with a scornful scoff, that was surprisingly easy. Useful information handed to us on a silver platter. If I had to guess, the black one they were referring to is you, Talia said, her eyes flicking toward Lucian with sharp certainty. She kept her voice low, but there was no disguising the edge in her tone. Your presence alone seems to be stirring unrest in our grandfather's little army. Probably because of that humiliating beating you gave Luke. Word must have spread, and some are starting to lose confidence in him. But at the same time, rumors about you being weakened, corroded by miasma, it makes them think you'll die on your quest. And so, they throw their lot in with Luke, thinking he's their only chance. Lucian didn't look at her immediately. He merely slithered along in silence, hands folded behind his back like some smug general surveying a battlefield. His eyes, however, gleamed faintly in amusement. And that's not the worst of it, Annabeth cut in grimly. She adjusted her stance, her analytical mind piecing together the puzzle with ease. Those who've lost faith in Luke have tried to cut ties. But instead of being allowed to walk away, they're fed to the Draken. A public punishment, meant to send a message. That fear, knowing there's no leaving once you've sworn loyalty, will keep the rest bound tighter to Kronos' cause. It's psychological warfare, using terror as shackles. Lucian finally scoffed, his tone biting and arrogant. Pathetic strategy. He waved his hand dismissively. It seems dear old Grandad hasn't learned a single thing from his last defeat. Ruling through fear breeds only rebellion. Annabeth gave a curt nod, agreeing. With a flick of his wrist, Lucian motioned for them to move forward. As they slithered past the edge of the banquet hall, the pack of hellhounds stationed nearby suddenly turned their heads in unison. Their glowing red eyes locked onto him. Some growled softly before barking, others lowered their heads in a surprising gesture of respect. One even whimpered and crouched, its tail wagging slightly, as if greeting royalty. Talia arched a brow, smirking. They still recognize you, it seems. Lucian's lips curved into a self-satisfied smile. Of course they do. As much as I can shift my body, my form, my appearance, I cannot change what I am. To them, I'll always be the prince of their kingdom. He straightened his posture, pride radiating from him as he slithered ahead, chin lifted ever so slightly. Annabeth and Talia exchanged a quick smirk behind his back. Still, they followed him, moving away from the banquet and toward their next objective. As they walked, Lucian's eyes flicked toward Annabeth, and with a subtle tap to his forehead, he gave her the silent signal. She nodded, understanding instantly, and reached inward to forge the invisible link. A strand of thought braided between the three of them, connecting their minds in a psychic tether. Words no longer needed to be spoken aloud, their voices now lived in each other's thoughts. They reached another door, this one leading to the outer deck of the ship. The hinges groaned as it opened, and the sea air rushed over them, carrying with it the faint scent of salt and brine. The sun was sinking low, painting the horizon in molten orange and gold, the waves catching the light like shattered glass. Passengers and monsters alike dotted the deck, some lounging on deck chairs, others leaning against the rail to watch the ocean stretch endlessly into the distance. And there, at the center of it all, Luke sat on the edge of a reclining chair, his posture tense. But his eyes were sharp, calculating, restless. Two massive, hairy giants flanked him, each one armed with brutal weapons. Luke turned his gaze lazily toward them as they approached. For a moment, his expression was unreadable, but his attention quickly shifted to his companions instead. From what I've gathered, Luke began, his tone carrying the edge of irritation, Lucian and the others have already left on their quests. No one knows where they've gone or what exactly they're after. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. One of the giants, Agrius, gripped his spear and frowned. Why worry so much? Didn't you say he was weakened? If he's rotting from that miasma, then your chance is better than ever. You should be able to cut him down. Luke let out a bitter laugh, though his eyes darkened with something closer to fear and trauma. Shows what you know. That bastard is probably thrilled he's weaker than before. You don't get it, He's more dangerous like this than when he's at full strength. The giant blinked in confusion. How's that make sense? Because, Luke said, his voice dropping low and venomous, ever since I've known him, he's always held back. Always fought with one hand tied, just to make the fight interesting. But now? Now he's forced into limitation. He doesn't get the luxury of playing games anymore. That means every move he makes is lethal. He won't hold back. Luke let a shuddering breath, his body shaking slightly as he still remembered the beating from a few days ago. But then, the moment shattered as 3 Scythian Draceni slithered up behind him, circling in. Luke stiffened and narrowed his eyes, his hand drifting toward the hilt of his blade. "What do you 3 want?" he demanded, his gaze hardening as he stared at the leader of the group. Her smile was wide, almost too bright, her fangs gleaming in the dying sunlight. The leading figure chuckled, her voice lilting and husky, underlined by a subtle hiss. But when she spoke, Luke's eyes narrowed further in suspicion. "Nothing," she purred smoothly. "We're merely interested in your little conversation. Surely, you wouldn't mind if we joined in?" The cadence of the voice was wrong. Familiar and unfamiliar all at once. Because though her appearance was that of a Draceni, the smile behind her fangs belonged to Lucian. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in part 12. Peace.